Okay. All right, friends. So we are waiting for the morning updates to begin. Sorry I had to disappear for a few hours there. I'm very, very tired. Woke up at 11 p.m. after about a 16-hour sleep because the red flag days I really didn't sleep at all. For about 3 days, I think I had 5 hours of sleep. So I'm still a little weak from being sick, but on the mend. Happy to report. Hopefully we'll hear good news here on the morning updates. Here's to hoping, friends. So we got a countdown here of about 2 minutes. And hopefully we're going to hear good things. Yeah. All right. So, gosh, I think there's something wrong with my audio. There we go. There we go. Huh. All right. So if you're just joining me, welcome. I think it's working. I hope so. So I think that we're live, although YouTube is not really giving me much of a good understanding about that right now. So any moment now, this will begin. And if they have sound problems, I'll try to fix them on the fly like I always do. Am I actually live? Okay. We are. Okay. Hello, me. Which sounds really weird, but hey. Welcome. Oh, fingers crossed, guys. All we need are several more days to turn the tide on this. Several more days of good weather. We might have lightning coming on Tuesday. That could screw everything up again, but all they need is time. Time before bad weather events happen. The best hope we have now for containing the fires at this crucial moment is to have A, a streak of good weather, B, no new starts that would sap away the manpower and the air. They need everybody they can get right now to do a hard push, complete lines, slam it with aircraft, protect the communities. But they can only do that if there are no major new starts that sap away the aircraft or any new wind events or anything that starts outside the lines. So just fingers crossed, guys. Still a crucial couple days. Looking better, knock on wood, but just looking better. This is me, is that you? Hi. Hello, guys. Hello, Angel Martinez. Hello. Hey, Ms. Lynn. Thank you guys for helping me with things and being here. Please hit the like button, everybody.
Okay, good morning. I show 0700. My name is Paul Carlos, Plan Sector Chief Trainee for Incident Management Team 1, and this is the operational briefing for the west zone of the Dixie incident for September 4th, 2021. If I get everybody to mute their phones, take any sidebar conversations outside the briefing area, I appreciate it. We'll start off with night ops situational update.
Good morning, Magnus Johnson, Incident Management Team 1, Night Operations. Branch 9 continues to be nice and quiet. Branch 13, they're getting a lot of good work in there. Didn't have any issues. Division Quebec in Branch 16 and Romeo continue to do direct line construction, patrol and mop up. Down into Sierra just as well in the Silver Lake area. Tango quiet. Westwood sector calls for service. We've got more public in, so we've got more nuisance calls, nuisance smokes, but we're going in and abating those for the citizens in that area. As we roll all the way around into the Janesville branch and down into the down there to by Honey Lake. Junction Group, they continue to make those lines and put in check lines coming up towards the escarpment. The fire is still hanging on the escarpment, has yet to push down out of there. Outside of that, nice quiet night in report.
Yay.
Your management and control objectives have not changed for today. Weather.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Derek Williams, incident meteorologist. So another light wind day today. Yesterday we saw terrain-driven winds for much of the day, with a short period of southwest winds on the western half of the fire. Really less than 10 miles an hour today, maybe a gust to 15 miles an hour on the ridgetop, but starting off in the Lassen Volcanic National Park area, that area will have the lightest winds today. Terrain-influenced winds, generally upslope and up valley, less than 10 miles an hour. And the smoke is really going to delay the development of those winds. We have really light transport winds, which, kind of pushes the smoke around. So it's just kind of hanging around today. We'll still see temperatures climbing up into the upper 80s and lower 90s in the valley areas, particularly here in Susanville. We have a high pressure building overhead. That's kind of why the smoke's just lingering around the area. RH is still very dry. We're starting to see some poorer overnight recoveries starting this morning, starting out in the 30 to 40% range, and that'll worsen the next few days. And as we get into this afternoon, I did want to talk about the Janesville branch and Milford group area along that escarpment. There could be a late day push of west to northwest winds in that area. Okay, so I don't want to downplay the situation just because it hasn't pushed down that those winds haven't accelerated in the evening hours the past few days doesn't mean it won't happen today. So just keep that eventuality in the back of your mind. So as we go into tonight, light winds again, drainage winds, 5 miles an hour or so. And then as we get into the next few days, temperatures will continue to climb, light winds tomorrow, and then the next wave comes in Tuesday, which could give us some gusty winds. And that's all I have. Have a safe shift.
Fire behavior.
Good morning, Don Watt with Fire Behavior. So the big thing that we're looking at today is that smoke, it's going to kind of calm everything down. Our RH is still low. It will still burn actively, but remember, when that smoke clears out and the sun gets on it, it will get a little more active. Short range spotting is still a prediction for the day. I wouldn't expect to see anything mid to long range because you don't have the transport winds. Big thing down here, you still have a lot of that. Anything that didn't completely consume and it still has an overstory starting to fall to the ground. That's a whole new fuel layer, and it's starting to get active anywhere that there's heat. So just be aware that if that's coming down near the line, you saw that potential for it to just kind of slowly burn out. As you go around, everything's looking really good. The less smoke production means the less you'll have in the morning. Today we have pretty good smoke layer. Aircraft will be limited in the morning, especially in the valleys into this afternoon. And as Imet was talking about, if that smoke starts clearing out in that Honey Lake area, it will warm up. It has that potential to keep pushing down the escarpment. Just be aware that if it stays smoked in all day, it'll slowly want to back down. If it clears out and gets hot in that valley, you'll have a stronger push coming down that hill. Have a safe shift.
Operational work assignments, operations.
Good morning. My name is Mike Wink, operations for today. Branch 9, no big change there. Continue those calls for service as they reduce those warnings to no level evacuation or preparedness. Have a lot more folks in there. They're still working along egress and ingress routes, working on some hot stuff, looking for hose to pull, answering those calls for service. The more people we get in there, anything that they see, we're going to be out there, even if it's not a threat to the line, we're going to be out there mopping that stuff out here in Branch 9. So continue great customer service, tactical patrol, making sure nothing gets outside those lines, and those efforts will be ongoing. Up here in Branch 13, making some good progress on direct and indirect line on the highway, in the park, and then just in the trail system. So good things are happening in here in Branch 13. They continue those great efforts. Once again, above there in the Shasta sector, the egress and ingress routes, the major roads going into that area, now the priority. They've got the primary, secondary contingency, and around all those values of risk in those communities. They feel like they've got a good fuels reduction around there, so now they're focusing on those egress and ingress routes. So good job up there. Continue those efforts while we're continuing to lock this piece down so that nothing comes out of here and threatens those values of risk up there. As we continued over here to Lassen sector, branch 16, been chasing spot fires and chasing secondary contingency line. The Hall Road is holding. The north end had some spots outside the line in areas that didn't have a lot of heat signature. So that potential is still there. They're out there patrolling those pieces that maybe isn't the focus of that day, because that's not where it's been going to the east, but now it's on the north. So as a reminder, 2 days of no spots outside these control lines, the primary line, and then the secondary line and contingency line, then we can reevaluate those. But we got to have 2 days of no spots up in this piece on the north and the east. So continue to look at those secondary and contingency lines, light on the land, not going through any soil that hasn't been disturbed already, stay on a road system, because we still got a plan for that just in case something was to get out. Okay, up here yesterday they had a line emergency. So for many days you got that little pocket safety card, right? You have an emergency on the line, make sure you give all that information. So it wasn't an IWI, not because the injury wasn't serious. It was a probably season-ending injury for that firefighter, but it wasn't overly complex, not long response times, no extrication, no helicopters. There was an ambulance from the incident there quickly, medics at scene. So make sure that we did that yesterday. They gave all the information on the card. It set the tone for everything, went well. Great job. Please pass that on to anybody who was out there yesterday. So that's what we expect, and you guys did it. Thank you very much. As we get down here into the lake area, continue mopping up around all those cabins. As we come out here towards the A21, they got a bunch of excavators in here, a bunch of dozer piles with a bunch of heat in them. So we got some extra water tenders we're going to put in there today. We got those excavators digging all those piles apart. Those will be ongoing to get that piece put out. Down here in the Westwood sector, all along Almanor, West Almanor, and back along this meadow, once again, we're kind of in that mode of seek and destroy anything you can see from the highways or from the neighborhoods. You know, things are looking good in there. A lot of tactical patrol and mop up. Continue those calls for service. As we get down here into the Janesville branch area, that's a lot of activity going on down there today with supporting. Once again, we are working in the east zone in this area where we have to be monitoring their command channel to the east and be using their air-to-ground command and air-to-ground TAC because we're below the zone split. Okay, so we're down there working and supporting all those efforts. They talked about this is hung up on the ridge on the escarpment. It's down on the 395 side, just slowly backing down. We're in that really unusual weather pattern for this area. You know, traditionally when it was making these big runs, a couple miles a day, we were thinking it's going to, with that southwest push, one of these runs, it's going to come over the escarpment and push hard with extreme and erratic fire behavior down to 395. We've been talking about it for 10 days. That didn't happen. That is an unusual occurrence. It's hung up on the edge of the escarpment. You heard the fire weather and the incident meteorologist talk about how it's just there's no weather that's going to force its hand that's predictable to get down to the highway. So we're kind of in this transition period of this unusual weather. It's hung up on the ridge. It doesn't usually do that. We don't, we're looking at best options on how to box it in and go after it. Going direct on this side with dozer line and getting hose lay in there today. Looking to see what we're going to do on the 395 corridor. We're not going to be doing any burning operations on the 395 corridor today. That's not in the plan. We're continuing to evaluate that. This side is likely going to burn into the Beckworth complex and the Sugar Scar, okay? So we're working on that piece, supporting our partners down here in the east zone. So that is today's operational plan. The priorities for today, obviously, number 1 down here in Janesville branch, number 2 up here in branch 16, number 3 branch 13. So with that, have a good day and be safe.
Sector, branch, and divisional roll call resources.
Good morning, Jordan Weber, Resources Incident Management Team 1. If you'll join me on page 2 in the ICS 203, we'll start with the branch and divisional and sector roll call. When you hear your name, please stand. Starting in the Shasta sector, Fields. Here. Branch 9, Smith. Here. Division Juliet, Rambo. Here. Division Lima, Ortegal. Here. Branch 13, Klemick. Here. And trainee, English. Here. Division November and Oscar briefing in the field. Division Papa, Palmer. Here. Shasta Contingency, Stornetta. Here. Lassen Sector, Prather. Here. Branch 16, Petro. Here. Division Quebec, Medeiros. Here. Division Romeo, Milovich. Here. And Carey Trainee. Here. Division Sierra, Costa. Here. Lassen Contingency, Pangburn. Here. Westwood Sector, Rayleigh. Here. Westwood Group, Lawler. Here. Janesville Branch, Benenhoven. Here. Milford Group, Darnell. Here. This will be our one change. Antelope Group, Hemmelrich. Here. And Junction, Niedenberger. Here. Trainee, Rushing. Lassen Fire Suppression Repair, Hauser. Here. Thank you. Have a safe shift.
Air operations.
Good morning, everyone. Matt Hill, Air Operations, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 1. For fixed wing today, obviously we're going to have some issues with visibility, but we'll get air attack up as soon as possible. For rotor wing, we have 16 Type 1 water droppers, 3 Type 2s, 6 Type 3s. We still have 1 mobile retardant base, and we're working out of 2 heli bases. Guard 841 is your 24-hour ALS hoist. They're based out of Reno, and Guard 820 is out of Reading. Super important today, please be vigilant. Air-to-ground command is set aside for divisions and above. Air-to-ground TAC is for working with single increment, 1 aircraft for you folks on the ground. Please respect that, I appreciate that. Make it a safe shift.
Communications.
Good morning, John Aguilera, Communications. For today, Saturday, September 4th, 2021, there is no new radio clone today. If you are new to the incident, please come by Communications to get your radio clone. For your 205s for today, they'll be on page 40 and 41 in your IAP. On page 40, you'll still see a couple command nets listed on there that are unassigned. They are not operational. Please do not use those. They'll be put in place later on in the incident. Any questions, again, concerns and stuff like that, just come over to Communications. We'll help you out. Have a safe shift.
Medical.
Good morning, Race Wickless, Medical Unit Leader. So your 206 can be found on page 44. Any in-camp medical needs or supplies, we have CalMat located to your left and MERT located behind the mill. Also, any flu-like symptoms or COVID-19 symptoms, feel free to come over to CalMat and get tested. We've got plenty of tests. We can get that done for you. And go down to box 6. We have ambulance staging locations where they'll be for the duration of the operational period. We have line medics in branch 13 and 16 today, and also REMS located in branch 13. Take a look at box 8 for any in-camp or line emergency procedures, and have a safe shift. Thank you.
Safety.
Good morning, everybody. Brad Niven, Team 1 Safety. Hey, for today, everybody going out there on the line, make sure you're checking out your vehicles. Fluids, belts, headlights, taillights, emergency warning. We've been at this for a really long time. Let's make sure that something simple like that doesn't cause something bad to go wrong. So take that extra time, check out your vehicles. Next, the medical mentioned it, ops mentioned it, the IWA pocket cards. We made more of them today. We're making more of them tomorrow. The goal is that every single person out there on the line has several of those available to them. Pockets, Nomex, uniforms, in the vehicles. Make sure everyone's got those. Thanks.
Liaison.
Good morning, Nate Armstrong, Liaison Officer for CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 1. If you've been worried that you wouldn't be home in time to vote in the upcoming California gubernatorial recall election, Lassen County has you covered. So by order of the governor himself, they'll have the local election office will have booths set up at the park just adjacent to camp out here on Riverside Drive tomorrow and Monday the 6th. They'll allow you to cast a provisional ballot that'll be sent home to the county where you're registered to vote. So they'll be out there 0900 to 2 p.m. for the next couple days. If you have any other questions other than how to vote, they'll be in the liaison trailer. Just come by and ask. Thank you.
Information.
Good morning, Emily Smith, Public Information, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 1. If you could please join me on page 53, and I can give you some numbers to write in. For the current acreage on the Dixie incident, we're at 885,954 acres at 55% containment with 3,820 personnel assigned. On this page, please continue to adhere to the CAL FIRE and federal social media policies. And if you have anything you'd like to post back home or on your page, please come by the PIO shop first so we can vet those. Also, for packages and lost and found, they're at the PIO trailer that's located off of Riverside Drive near the fuel area. So we're getting quite a bit of items there, so please come by. Thank you and have a great day.
Logistics.
Good morning, Jesse Morris Logistics. If you could please turn to page 62 in your IP, you'll find our facility map for all your logistical locations around camp. And on page 47 is our service schedule for camp as well. Also, yesterday we started the move from Highlands Camp to Hat Creek Camp. The address will be 17855 Dottie Road in Hat Creek. Have a good shift. Thank you.
Our training technical specialist is back in camp today, so anybody with training needs, you could tie in with him this morning. Agency Administrator.
Hey, good morning, Scott Packwood, last Modoc Unit Chief and Agency Administrator. I just wanted to talk about COVID a little bit. We had some complaints locally about people going into businesses without wearing masks. So Lassen County Health Officer has not issued a mask order in the county. However, I do ask that if you go into a business, one of the stores or local businesses, restaurants that has their own mask requirement, that you be respectful of that and wear your masks inside those businesses. So continue to stay healthy, keep up the good hygiene. As you know, there's been an increase in COVID positive cases, so let's all do our best to stay healthy and be respectful of the local businesses. Thank you.
The final comments, Unified IC.
Good morning, Mike Mitten, one of the Unified ICs here. So on behalf of all the Unified ICs, I wanted to start this morning with giving you a little perspective on what's going on. And I put some numbers together because I think it's kind of important for us to understand what our situation is here. So this morning on the Dixie fire, we're at 885,954 acres and reporting 55% containment. Collectively across the rest of North Ops, which is the highest priority geographic area nationally right now, there is 864,959 acres involved outside of Dixie. Okay, so again, at Dixie we're at 885. So there are more involved acres on this fire than there are in the rest of the geographic area here in Northern California. So we're more than half of the workload right now happening in the highest priority geographic area on, September 4th? So September 4th, we're more than a month and a half into this fire. Month and a half into this fire in a piece of geography that is not accustomed to seeing fires anywhere near this size. 30 years ago, I started my career here in Susanville. And a large fire here was in the 30 to 75,000 acre range. I remember the Fountain Fire back in '93 at 64,000 acres was a gigantic fire. We've got spot fires almost that big on this fire. So this is a really significant incident. And here's your role in it. Cost to date, $448 million on this fire, okay? So your role today is protecting that investment. When you look at the amount of uncontained fire edge we still have on the west zone, on the north end of this fire, if you draw a loop around that and take all that uncontained fire edge together, you're looking at about 42,000 acres. So there's still about a 42,000 acre fire still uncontained here on the west zone. And then you add all the rest of the perimeter line that we're dealing with here, which, oh, by the way, has reburn potential in it right now. And we've seen a few examples of where that's occurring. So miles and miles of ground to patrol. So between the patrol and the uncontained fire edge that we're still making great progress on, Your job today is protecting that investment. So think about that. Think about the perspective of what it is that you're assigned to here and what you're involved with and what your role in that is today. As always, put responder safety first. Be mindful about how you engage. And that's all I've got for you today. Thank you.
Okay, next operational brief me tomorrow morning, 0700. Everybody report to their breakouts, please. The perimeter of the briefing area. Unassigned resources report to the back table where you gathered your IEPs. Thank you. Have a safe shift.
Did who just say something about needing to earn permission to post things about the fire? I mean, that's always been the case. Even these guys in the red hats, okay, they need permission to post anything to the public about the fire. So that's one of the reasons why we have such a delay in getting information. That's why when they're having their meetings at 5 o'clock and they're giving us info, it's basically hours old, because everything they release to the public has to be vetted by somebody in Sacramento with a horrible bureaucratic nightmarish process. And so in the past, when fires didn't spread that quickly, that seemed appropriate. In the day where fires are spreading incredible rates of speed, such as on red flag days on the Dixie, where we saw it spreading at a rate of 50 acres a minute, 1,000 acres per hour, and 100,000 acres in 24 hours. That's no longer appropriate, and I wish that they would quickly adapt and just allow the intelligent people to release information to the public sooner than that. It's also inappropriate for them to have 5 o'clock meetings, 7 o'clock meetings when the fires are extremely active in the hours of 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. So when people tune in at like 5 o'clock, they're getting the wrong impression that the day is over, and that's the report for the day. They could turn off that meeting only to have a frantic knock on the door saying you have to evacuate immediately because the fire is rushing towards your way. And that's the ridiculousness about it. But that's why we're doing what we're doing. Hopefully they'll change a lot of what their policy is. I also don't understand why, when the fires are at their most active part of the day, they would take away these commandos so that they could sit there and gesture at a map with some meaning towards the public. It's like, really? Can't they just text somebody who would actually be a gifted communicator and say all of it at once? Those would be my suggestions. Like, maybe they should still be on the lines doing their job instead of being pulled off at the end of the middle of the fire's most active period, to gesture at a map and tell people information that's hours old. But anyway, that's just, my common sense suggestion for that. People have told me that one of the reasons that occurs is that's when it's the end of their day. The night shift is coming on, and so the day crew is like summarizing the end of their day, and then they're going to bed. That just doesn't seem right. Maybe the public should be told that. It's like, this is the end of our shift report, not this is the end of the fire's, day report. So let's go back up to Sierra and Foothills. Thank you, everybody, for coming in here. And by the way, basically, we don't. Please read the chat rules. We don't allow conspiracy stuff here. It's not the right. It's not the right place. Here we're just supporting facts. And if you want to talk chemtrail stuff, then, the tinfoil hat section of the YouTube is right over there, sir. So let's go back here. By the way, what chemtrails quotation mark are is water vapor. A lot of people don't know about fire, that water vapor is one of the products of combustion. So when airplanes are at high altitude, they are using combustion for their fuel. It's kind of like a kerosene mix as their fuel. And so if you didn't see frozen vapor trails because it's like, negative 40 degrees up in the higher atmospheres, if you did not see frozen vapor trails behind airplanes, that would be what would be freaky. But that's all it is. It's vapor. At lower altitudes, you don't see it because it's not frozen. So no, chemtrails are not causing California wildfires, but thanks for your question. So here's the Portola cam, and boy, I'm so happy that when I go to the 12-hour time-lapse things, saw very low-level activities throughout the night. So yeah, exactly. This channel is called the Facts Only Resource on the Fires. There are so many other places where it's all people's conspiracy theories, and they're very interesting, theories and talking about interesting topics, cutting edge science, all that. That here in this application just causes a lot of stress on the people who are fire traumatized. We don't want people to be feeling like they're targeted. When the people saying space lasers come in here, okay, just don't give people extra stress and tell them they've been targeted by some sort of a military weapon. We're just supportive and factual. That's what's calling. The majority of YouTube is actually non-factual information. That's just opinion and, creative stuff. I wanted there to be at least one place on the internet that was facts only. So, hi, Urban. Hey, guys. I basically welcome everybody who's shown up. We had just a lovely West Zone meeting for the Dixie. They were astonished that the fire didn't do more the past couple of days to push over 395, and they basically said there was a kind of a miraculous change in the weather for a slightly better outcome. So the midnight miracle strikes again. That was like day 17 at nighttime when fires roar up to communities. They arrive just about the point where the winds die down at night, and there's a lot calmer of a night than forecast, which allows them to go direct and do bold things. And that's all the difference. These firefighters are incredible. When they do get the opportunity to go direct, they are pulling miracles out of their hats. I mean, they are absolutely extraordinary with how they've been working, taking risks, but still staying for the most part safe. I have no criticism, nothing but praise for the extraordinary work that they're doing both in the air and the ground and coordinating together. Just absolutely stunning. We would have so many more erased towns by now if, whenever given the opportunity, they didn't seize it. But they have. We can remember that the name of the game is firefighters can only do their thing when the weather is cooperative. They have to get out of the way of fires. In 300-foot tall flames roaring towards them. You can't stand up to that. Fire tornadoes and vortexes and whirls coming at them. You can't stand in front of that. But the moment that it dies down, they come out of their safe places and they put themselves in between the fire and our communities and in the environment. It's just been astonishingly heroic. So they deserve all of our support. They have really done more than I thought it would be possible for them to do under these circumstances of being understaffed, the mega drought, the uncooperative weather, the overgrown landscape full of dead trees and down timber that hasn't burned in some cases 45 to 94 years. Just in some of the world's most difficult terrain to fight fire. Plus during COVID, where every once in a while people are getting sick or taking off the line. Just absolutely astonishing. So let me go back and see if there's more trolls to ban. Sorry. Let's see. What chemical burns bright red? You know what? That's aerosols. Aerosols create bright red. So with aerosol pollution, that's why you get weird colors. So it can depend on how many of them build up. The first time that you notice a wildfire, I'm trying to find new videos. The first time that you notice a wildfire, it doesn't seem like air attack is up yet. The first time you notice a wildfire, you're going to get that haze. It's kind of like a gray haze, and that's just general smoke. But as the aerosol pollution builds up from massive wildfires, just like pollution from cars and stuff, combustion pollution. Aerosols change sky color. They are a big product of why we have pink and nice sunsets in really polluted areas like California's Valley that doesn't have a lot of wind to blow pollution away from it. So the first thing you'll notice is that gray haze, and then you'll notice a greenish tint to the sky, a yellowish, a greenish tint, and then it'll slowly darken. You'll get browns. You get extremely dirty gray browns, and then eventually deep reds. And that's just a buildup of aerosol pollution. You can go look that up, how that works. That's just the basics that I know. And it makes for a blood red sun or a magenta sun through the clouds. Lily Hill is high. Is there any place to volunteer to help support the firefighters? That's a really good question. And, at Quincy and a lot of the evacuation centers, they were asking for helping to feed firefighters to ladle them some food and help doing some cooking. The Sierra Sun Times at goldrushcam.com oftentimes puts ads out for people to help. I'm sure that local media stations for the Caldor would be saying things like that too. But for the most part, they have what they need in their little tent cities. They have they're usually pretty self-contained. The evacuees need more volunteer help than the firefighters do in general. And I can tell you right now, rather than just looking at a situation and, just feeling helpless, the service of others is the number one way to feel better during these wildfires. And so there's everything from babysitting somebody's pet, to hosting an evacuee family for a little bit, to, helping hook up people with resources, even spending some time with them. It kind of depends on what the rules are. Helping to raise money for charity. There's all kinds of things that people can do. You're a cook, awesome. So goldrushcam.com is something I was looking at. I don't know why it's not sierrasuntimes.com, but it says Sierra Sun Times and then Gold Rush Cam, and then you'll see this news here, and then you can go to Fire News. So let me just give you a link to this. This and Plumas News are really good local kind of resources for at least the Dixie. And then there's got to be, local Facebook pages and stuff for Tahoe. So going back up, Havoc was saying, please don't give people information on how to make a homemade flamethrower. We have a lot of children in chat. Let's not talk about that here. If you've seen some of the mentally ill people who occasionally trample in here, it's probably not a good topic. I'm just going to, I hope you don't mind I remove that. But, the Dixie's been burning for more than 2 months. I've been at this almost every single day, except for 3 days now of break since July 14th, and I have no sense of time anymore about how long I've been doing this. Yeah, kids don't need any idea. Yeah, Havoc, I've been trying to tell you that the age group of my listeners is 4 years old, and the oldest person is 101 years old. Last year, I had an 8-year-old reporter taking pictures of the dog fire out of his backyard window and then vlogging. That is why we have family-friendly content. We can't drop S-bombs. We can't drop F-bombs. We don't have adult content. I went ahead and banned everyone who wouldn't obey. You understand why? You remember why PLC is no longer part of the community? Yeah, his adult content jokes. So, yeah, you didn't realize we have kids here? Sometimes we have an audience of 1,200 people at a time. A lot of them are kids. Families are listening to the broadcast. So, yeah, exactly. We don't need anybody playing with fire, especially not right now. So I'm just waiting for the Caldor community update to be done. I think that one's not community update, but the morning briefing. and I'll be checking that out for the moment, because I like to be able to skip the roll call thing. I'm looking at the Dixie right now. This is the 395 area, looking kind of northwest over the Doyle area. Hey, good morning, good morning. You thought you were the closest thing to a kid? That's a good joke, good joke. No comment. So, if you guys are just tuning in, the morning briefing for the Dixie was Mike Wink, was astonished, just like everybody else was, at how the weather was milder, just when they needed it to be, for the Dixie to be on the east zone area to be hung up on the ridges instead of marching across 395 and such, as everybody and all the experts expected. You know, just a miracle break in the weather. That can be all that the differences between communities lost and saved. Do they have a break in the weather in which to work with? And they have. So what he was saying with gesturing to the map to the southeast corner of the Dixie is that they fully expect that it will just, since they don't have a way to get in between it fast enough, at least parts of it will merge with the Beckworth Complex SCAR, and they were still powwowing to figure out a way. The experts were to stop the southeast spread, the southeast march of the southeast portion of the Dixie. So that will be very interesting to see what they come up with, especially the East Zone meeting later today. So the Fort Sage Camp is facing the wrong direction. Otherwise, well, you know, let's try a 12-hour time lapse. Maybe throughout much of the night it was looking at the Dixie, but for some reason it's looking at Nevada. Okay. That would have been the best idea to know what happened during the night with the Doyle area. But we're not in control of where it faces. Lily Hillis, my prayer, we need rain with no lightning coming down. We need rain on the thirsty ground. Yep, amen there. So the thing is, here's the danger. It's not good relative humidity. They're having lighter winds. And we're hoping for a much better day, just like another good day like yesterday. But you saw the weatherman getting up and explaining the Dixie weather. Red, some portions on the map as far as red fire danger are the extremely poor humidity recoveries at night and the 9% during the day. You don't need a lot of wind for it just to be fuel driven at 9% humidity. That's nightmarish. That's almost apocalyptic levels of humidity. What the public usually generally doesn't know about fire is they think it's all wind that matters. Wind and dryness, but humidity. That is a gigantic kind of a thing that you never want to have less than 38% humidity, otherwise you have high fire danger. Okay, if you have less than 30% humidity, it's very, very bad fire danger. Fires are fierce. They blaze up fierce, the lower the humidity is. And that's usually during the day, because during the day you have the sun's rays beating down on the land and heating it up and, you know, evaporating stuff, right? However, 9% humidity, like go outside and unless you coat your lips with Vaseline and the top of your knuckles too, they split and crack. Like, it's insane. So they're still having around, you know, single digit humidity is extremely scary. And you don't need a lot of winds if a fire is going to, yeah, that camera's a bust. If the fire, let's look at Quincy areas, you don't need strong winds for it to go and shoot up a hillside, like make an uphill run. And 9% humidity, it's like having a frying pan on maximum heat and having some oil sizzling in there. And have you ever done that and then added the bacon? Oh my God, it'll spit, pop, and slam in your face, you know. So that any new fuel or any new fire is just going to be nuts at 9% humidity. In fact, we haven't had any measurable rain since the 6th of June. Just insanity. So they've even seen that a bunch of the trees are going dormant as if it's fall and winter already. Like they gave up on making new leaves. They don't have enough water in them to make new leaves. There's not enough water, so they just they're going to drop them. I don't recall that ever happening in my memory. So here's East Quincy with the moon going by. And I'm so glad you couldn't see the Dixie on the East Quincy cam last night. So the name of the game is today they'll have a lot of smoke, which will moderate the activity, but they'll have less winds, which are great. But if they have a lot of smoke, that means, well, not much chance of aircraft where they want it. And they'll just have, they said basically we're still figuring out a strategy for the east zone of the Dixie and how to deal with things. But it's kind of a pause button unless there's new stuff. So just fingers crossed. Let's look at the 12-hour Indian Ridge time lapse. We're just hoping for a better day. Fingers crossed. There was an injury yesterday, it sounds like, on the line. And it was the person's out for the season, but doesn't seem to be a permanent injury. And I'm not sure where it happened. I think it was by Highway 44 to that section of the fire. But, prayers sent for a speedy recovery there. Bob Fraser says quite an air show yesterday on the southeast corner of the Dixie. Looks like they lost 20,000 acres to the south. Yeah, it really did spread out. Now I'm trying to find a Dixie briefing map, but I'm extremely frustrated I can't find it. I can't find the maps that sometimes Sierra Sun Times would show it on goldrushcam.com, but I can't find one. They just kind of erratically post that, and InstaWeb isn't posting them at all. So if anybody knows where I can get a Dixie zone briefing map, like I have for the Caldor every day, please let me know. So what? Casinos pump the air with oxygen? They do? Oh, you mean that they have fresh air? Uh-oh. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have missed something in chat. Yeah, casinos generally have pretty fresh air. They have, in their smoking sections, they have pretty robust filtration systems so people don't get all red-eyed. Yeah, Lily, I can tell you where the fresh air is. Come to the northern Willamette Valley. It's really fresh. Or Vancouver, Washington. That's a good place to be right now. It's not that far of a drive. Just spend a day. You won't regret it. A lot of the people who are just sopped in the smoke and have breathing problems come to Oregon. They have a fire now at the Mount Hood National Forest, but my reports that I'm getting so far is that they already have some containment. I'm not sure how it's going because it's a new fire, but the air is fresh compared. So very sorry to hear you're having problems. You are moving to the Willamette Valley on the 20th? Well, it was bad last year with the smoke, but that was kind of a really freak thing last year. Remember how we're just days away from the anniversary of the Labor Day firestorm, which is one of the disasters of the century, even though the media isn't acting like it. So I'm still monitoring the Dixie cams best we can. I don't think we're going to see a lot on Schaefer Mountain. Trying to do the 12-hour time lapses, and then we'll look at the Caldor morning operational briefing. I should change my bottom static message here. And where is that briefing? It's Facebook, right? Facebook. Sorry guys, I'm still kind of sick. I'm feeling better. I can tell you right now, a little bit memory impaired. So when I go look at Facebook, I have a million tabs open at different counties. So the Caldor one it's not CAL FIRE less than Modoc, it's Eldorado. No, it's CAL FIRE Amador Eldorado, that's it. Amador Eldorado unit. So that's Schaefer Mountain looking at the Dixie over the 395, looking past Janesville to the south to the Hurlong Junction area. Nice and easy. What a miracle breaking the weather. Man. They did the right thing, absolutely the right thing, by evacuating people somewhat early from Herlong. And you can see how it came down, the escarpment. And they warned all their firefighters in that chilling messages both days, yesterday and day before. Remember the Eagle Fire? How the fire tornado basically swept over the crews, tossed 4 firemen into the air, severely injured them, melted fire trucks. I don't show people that video very often, but you can find it. It's pretty hard to watch on YouTube. It's Eagle Creek Fire, the Eagle Fire, 1989. I highly recommend watching the firefighter training video concerning it. That's 12 minutes long. But this is one of the most dangerous places in the entire country and probably the world to fight a fire, right here by the 395 by Dixie. Let me get up the pen here. That's where they've had a lot of crazy accidents. It's the wind that comes up over the Sierras and drops down the other side. A bunch of swirling winds that meet each other. It creates treachery in the winds. They're unpredictable, and suddenly there could be 101-mile wind gusts and miniature tornadoes, or just under F1 tornado speed fire devils that sweep across the landscape. So I'm very glad they did evacuate people, and I hope maybe soon they can get a handle on things. It's just a miracle that they were able to stop it from breaching 395 with that change in the weather. So that's the way it looked in the night. Much more mild than I was expecting. So let's see if we have a morning update for the Caldor. They should have had that here. Yeah, here's the operational briefing for the Caldor. Let me type that into my bottom static message. Caldor morning ops update. Remember, they're not talking to the community. This is the morning updates are for their own people, right as the morning crew goes to replace the night shift, and that happens between 8 a.m. and 9. So this is just them talking to themselves, and we have the privilege of watching it. If people have questions about what they mean, just go ahead and ask me, and I'll try to answer those and interpret that. But welcome, everybody. Let's watch this. Let's see, where does it start? Picture. Got sound. Yeah, I'm glad you got some fresh air, Gary. Welcome, everybody. Sorry, what? The Willamette Valley by the local indigenous is called the Valley of Sickness and Death, and the winter smoke from 100,000 wood stoves.
Welcome to the Caldor.
Not true, but okay.
Incident. This is the operational briefing for the West Zone for September 4th. This is September 5th, 0700 to 0700. My name is Shane Sherriff, Plant Section Chief for CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 6. If you can mute your phones, silence your radios, and take any side conversations outside the briefing area, we appreciate it. And then also this is being broadcast live on YouTube, and you can access that through the QR code on the front of your IAP. We'll get started with our objectives. Management objectives: provide for emergency personnel and public safety at all times, ensure COVID-19 precautions and best practices are met at all times, protect property, improvements, and infrastructure, ensure coordinated, timely, and accurate release of public information, foster and maintain relationships with all cooperators and stakeholders, protect economic, natural, cultural, and heritage resources, maintain fiscal accountability, and keep costs commensurate with values at risk. Our control objectives for the West Zone: keep the fire north of Highway 4, keep the fire south of Wentworth Springs Road, keep the fire east of E16 and Fiddletown Road, and now our control objectives for the East Zone: keep the fire south of Mosquito Pass and road systems N16A, 2N20A, 2N08, and 2N21, and keep the fire west of El Dorado and Alpine counties and the state boundary. And now our current situation with night operations.
Good morning. My name is Tim Ernst, Operations Section Chief for CAL FIRE Team 6. About 2.5 weeks ago when we got here, this fire was probably a quarter of this size, and a lot of hard work has gone into that. And yesterday was a monumental day, and you all need to take credit for that day. We put hundreds of homes back into their residences as a result of all the hard work you did, not just reflected by the black line, but really the impact of all those lives. So on behalf of all those folks, I say thank you to all the hard work that's happened here over the last 2.5 weeks. The incident continues to look better and better every day. We talked about yesterday being cautiously optimistic, and we continue in that mode. A large part of that due to hard work, as well as the weather cooperating with us the last week or so. All of what was Branch 1 continues to look really strong. Mop-up and patrol continues in that area, backhauling of equipment. There are still hot spots that are found along the line, so we do ask you in your mop-up and patrol efforts to really remain vigilant, to make sure as we're seeing those 911 calls come in for smoke around some of the structures, that we go in and we mop those up, we take care of those problems as we go. Moving up into the top of the fire, Branch 10, everything looks good through Foxtrot. We still do have some heat, the same place we've talked about the last couple of days. We ask you to watch that to make sure that we can close this piece off here in the next couple of days, but that heat still is very visible from the highway. We are concerned about that moving forward if the weather does change on us. Moving along that Highway 50 corridor, there again still is heat in the drainage of the American River, so we really want to watch that to make sure that if that does get it moving again, it doesn't get past us. So a lot of good mop-up continues in that area and probably will continue here for the next few days. One of our two, in our zone, one of our two most active areas of the fire was up in this Division India yesterday. A lot of work is going in, putting in line. A direct line has been put up on the majority of this flank of India here. A lot of contingency work going on as well. That will continue as we continue to plumb that and put in line there, and hopefully we get a good control of that. That fire does continue to push into this desolation wilderness area. So a lot of good work there, but we're definitely not out of the woods yet in this area as well. When I talk to my partners on the east side, they kind of share the same good news with us that the fire has sat down considerably for them. They have not had any major growth along any of their flanks as well. And the one part that was worried about the most here up on the northeast corner, they've gone direct on a lot of these pieces. They continue to mop up little spots in some of the structure elements, but they have not had any structure loss since they hit the ground as well. So that's great news as well. Coming down towards the bottom of their zone, this one little piece that continues to push force sort of on that southeast side, this continues to be a problem. It has been checked up real well with dozer line, but it does continue to challenge them with little spots in there. So we're watching that as well. And then we see some of those same challenges as we come down along the 88. You know, the occasional push that'll push some of our existing lines there. So a lot of good work is going in that. We're assessing some of those opportunities in this area today to see whether we're going to go direct on those or maybe do one last firing issue. And then moving down into Branch 20, or the bottom of Branch 20 and Branch 30, we continue a lot of good work here. Most of this hose has been pulled out. But even though this area now has been blacklined for probably the last 6 days or so, we do continue to find hotspots in there that are being identified not just by those 911 callers, but even by our folks doing patrol. So keep up the good work with that. We're just about ready to close the door on this entire piece, but we're not completely out of the woods yet. So we thank you again for your hard work. It's the end of my report.
And now weather with the incident meteorologist.
Good morning, everybody. Incident meteorologist Jim Dudley with the weather for today. So we're under a ridge of high pressure. We have an inversion over the fire. You can look up here from base camp. It's smoky, you know, and we're going to have very similar weather to what we had yesterday. So inversion, smoke through the morning, and then a gradual clearing of the smoke in the afternoon. So very, very similar. Again, for those of you that have been out here for the duration, once the inversion starts to break, the up canyon upslope winds will kick in as usual. Highway 50 corridor, you'll get the afternoon winds there. This morning I had a chance to look at the up on top of Kirkwood Mountain. There's a weather station up there, and it's only gusting to 16 miles an hour. Now, you might say only 16, but Kirkwood Mountain blows, it's one of the windiest spots around, and normally it's 25, 30, 40 miles an hour in the morning. So the point I'm getting at, we have really light winds aloft across the fire today. Terrain winds will drive anything that's going to happen. It continues to be dry. The humidities are low. So essentially what we had going yesterday weather-wise, We're going to get that again today. So keep that in mind when you're out there working. And thank you, and have a good day.
Fire behavior.
Good morning, Stephen Vollmer, Fire Behavior Analyst with Incident Management Team 6. So yesterday I used the term complacency. We're out here, today's day 19 of the fire. We've all been driving around, we all kind of think we know this ground. Don't get complacent today. Today I'm going to use the term diligence. Okay, there's still a lot of heat out there. There's still a lot of hot timber, there's still a lot of tree stumps, there's still a lot of potential for this fire to get out and move on us. The spotting potential could be up to a half a mile when we get those individual group torching events that are going to occur. So anywhere we've got material within a half a mile of the fire's edge, we've got potential. Okay, the probability of ignition is still up very high. We're going to see that fire continue to creep through all those granite slabs and boulders and everything else that's out there, even though there's only just a minor amount of material in it. So just be heads up, be diligent in your efforts, and keep your situational awareness up as you're out there completing your task.
And now here's your safety message.
Good morning, Jeff Foy, Team 6 Safety. What is situational awareness? A common response being understanding where you are or the situation that you're in. This fire environment is and has been complex. The strategies and tactics that we have used, and then today will be no different with the addition of repopulation. Situational awareness is a foundation for decision making. It is a deliberate act requiring energy and practice to improve perfection. The closer SA matches the reality, the more informed decisions we can make, and we can react. We can be proactive instead of reactive. We need to ensure SA is not reduced to a catchphrase. Everyone needs to watch for an increase in civilian traffic, especially in, around, and near the roadways. It is the expectation of Team 6 that you review the safety messages in the 215A and document on 214. Safety is no accident.
Now today's assignments with operations.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Beal Monday, Operations Section Chief with NEMO Team 2 and representing CAL FIRE Team 6. So we'll go through our leadership today. In Branch 1, we have Engler, Alpha Delta Egan and Foreman, and then we'll have a 12-hour Beckman in there as well. Thank you. In Branch 10, Wallen. And Foxtrot Golf will have Bide and Watkins. Hotel Price. India Pereira. And Contingency McGowan. In Branch 20, we'll have Dino Asadas. In November, Papa Lohan with Allman. In Kirkwood Structure Earls. Thank you. And then in Branch 30, in Romeo Tango Uniform Whiskey, we'll have Burroughs. Thank you. And then today also, you'll notice on your two Smith assignments. And so over here, we're going to start up at Kirkwood. Kirkwood Structure continuing with Division Papa and November, trying to make sure we can get that piece that's connected from 88 to 88 secured. I know we still got a little bit of work in there. Folks are doing great up there. Get that thing locked in. And then we got to get a plan developed for what we're going to do up here on the other side of the highway around Silver Lake. We need to really focus on if we can get in there and get that picked up direct, or if we need to start looking at what it's going to take to try to fire out some of those fingers out there in that granite slab just to continue to reduce that threat of fire and stop coming across Highway 88. So big focus today for Papa November and Kirkwood Structure. Coordinate together, make sure we can get this piece locked in that's slopped across, and get a good game plan in place for this Highway 88 corridor down in here. Coming across again, a lot of good mop-up, a lot of good stuff going on in here. But I just want to emphasize the fact, we talk about spotting distance, we talk about hazard trees, we talk about mopping up. We don't want to overcommit ourselves into some of these snag patches. If there's heat deep internally there that you know that's not going to be a threat to coming across our line, that's all right. Let's let that stuff burn out. We just need to make sure that we're being diligent on the stuff that could potentially spot across our line. That's the stuff we want to actively engage in and get that stuff mopped up. Coming around again, a lot of folks moving back into the area. Another concern there, we're going to start looking at everything's being repopulated with folks moving back in. Please be aware of your surroundings with those guys. People are moving into their houses. You still have hose out there. Traffic is going to be problematic today. So just be aware of that as you guys go out there. Let's try to start getting all of our backhaul taken care of out here. Coming up into the highway corridor, another focus area for us. We've got to get this Plum Creek taken care of. Fire's backing down through there. Let's get it taken care of, and let's look at the highway corridor and make sure that this stays safe and we don't prevent anything from coming across the top. The rest from the American River, like Tim mentioned, we got to stay diligent in there. We've been in there for a couple weeks mopping that stuff up around all the tracks. We need to start back over and continue to go through there. The duff layer in and around the tracks is super deep, okay? We've been finding that after we've gone through, we've mopped some stuff up, there's still heat that continues to pop back up. So we just have to stay diligent, continuing to go back through there and find anything that continues to pop up in between the river and the highway and all the infrastructure through there. As was mentioned, the big direct show up into the wilderness here, that's continuing today. We're continuing to pump a lot of resources into Division India. Got another 20,000 foot hose order, I think, that's going up there today, trying to hammer that line in to make sure that we prevent any more fire spread back to the west. So appreciate everybody's hard work on that. And then again, so our focus areas today, Division India, Division November Papa, this little piece over here, and then working with all the communities coming back in over here on the west side. Thank you and have a good day.
Air Operations.
Good morning, Chance Inwood, Air Operations Branch Director, CAL FIRE Team 6. Yesterday, visibility was pretty poor, but once it cleared, we were able to get in there with rotary wing and do some really great work with water and retardant. For today's lineup, we have 1 ASM, 1 air attack, and 3 tankers on early up. Rotary wing, 25 copters out of 3 helibases with 1 MRB. For communications, let's just remember we're using 1 air-ground command and 2 air-ground tacticals, all right? So make sure you know which zone you're in and which one to use. Thank you. Stay safe.
And here's today's medical plan.
Good morning, Jorge Segura, Medical Unit Leader. Your medical plan is located on page 33. Out there on the line, we're going to be supporting you with ambulances on the branches, line medics, and a rapid extrication. And please review the
communications.
Good morning, Bernie Rapp, Communications Unit Leader, Incident Management Team 6. Today you'll find your 205s for the west system in place. There are special frequencies that you do not have in radios if you have multi-channel radios that you can pull the channels over and make your own clone group. 600 hours to 0900 hours, and then over at the repair channel, know which command what channel for divisions November and Ida. For Papa, CDF VTAC frequency.
Logistics.
Good morning, Nick Glidden, Logistics Section Chief. Today, logistics, we've got 2 things for you. First, we were able to obtain a diesel fuel tender, and that's located up in the vendor parking area. Second, we ask you to continue to backhaul hose and equipment. Hose is in short supply, so anything.
Hold that microphone up by your mouth. Okay, I just turned it up for you guys.
You can do to get that back so we can get it back out on the line. We appreciate that. Thank you. Have a great day.
A couple of messages for if you're a trainee, please check in with a training specialist. And then if you're demobbing, we ask that you be on time. And now your finance message.
Good morning. I'm Dana Reed and one of your finance chiefs. Your finance messages on page 41, 42, and 43. There are no changes, but just a couple of reminders for you. Tomorrow is the end of the pay period for CAL FIRE. So we do have the ePay cafe set up outside of time. And then also agency property. If you have any damage, please make sure you're seeing comp claims right away. Don't wait until you're ready to demo. Thanks again for all your hard work.
Liaison.
Good morning, David Irian, IMT 6, Liaison Officer. I just wanted to remind you we're still having our cooperator meeting here. It's to my left. We're also going to broadcast it online, so you're welcome to attend there. It's also going to be up in South Lake Tahoe at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, so for those of you that are up there. We continue to have employee support services here at the incident. They're here for your emotional and mental support, so please drop by and see Jill and Jeremy. Lastly, we also still have therapy dogs, so stop by and pet them. Thank you.
Stop by and pet the therapy dogs.
Good morning, folks. Rich Brocchini, CAL FIRE IMT PIO. If you can please turn to page 50 in your IAP. So at the very top of that page, you're going to see some phone numbers. One phone number is the media line. If you can counter the media and they want to get hold of a PIO, please give them that number and or request a PIO via chain of command. Additionally, there's a public information line. If somebody in the public wants to talk to PIO, please give them that line as well. And if you have a question for the PIO, you're welcome to call that. As we scroll down, you'll see some social media links. We're extremely active in social media. Please follow us for all the updates on this incident. Next to that, you're going to see a QR code. We encourage all of you as leaders to scan that QR code and have your crew scan that QR code. It's going to populate 16 different links to give you anything and everything you want to know about this incident. Additionally, we encourage you to sign up for the email distribution list so you know what's going on. You heard them talk about repopulation and also evacuations and things of that nature. You'll get any press release that comes out about that so you can stay informed of what's going on with that. Then if you scroll down, we'll give you the numbers. Currently, the fire is at 214,107 acres in size. We're at 37% containment. And we have 4,662 firefighters and personnel fighting this fight. As you continue to scroll down, there's a media policy, 409.5. In California, the media does have a right to be here, but they do not have a right to impede in your safety or operations or be on personal property without the owner's permission. If any of that's taken place, let us know. We have PIOs in the field that can assist with that. Below that's the CAL FIRE social media policy. We just want to take a moment and say thank you. We have a great track record with social media. We want to continue to do that. So Team 6 thanks you. Also, we have a lost and found and mail service over the PIO trailer. We have a lot of stuff there, folks. In fact, if you're a water tender and you don't have any leaf springs, we have those over there. So come pick them up. A lot of stuff. Lastly, there's been an emergency declaration for voting for first responders that are deployed, like all of you. If your vote is important, then go vote. Team 6 has set up a voting poll with the voter registrar right over by the chow line before you come, and it's on the outside of that tent. So make your vote count. Stay safe and stay informed.
And now the Agency Administrator for the U.S. Forest Service.
Good morning. Dean Gould, Agency Administrator for the El Dorado.
I just want to say I love his voice.
Just want to kind of put things into perspective a little bit this morning. First of all the posters that line the fence outside the fairgrounds, the posters that are on the fences, the overpasses as you're driving down the highway, check those out. It's kind of easy at this point to just kind of gloss by. You're focused on getting out to the line and so forth, but take a look at those. Each and every one of them was meant with the deepest emotion for you. It's a very, very heartfelt thanks. So take a look at those. And continuing on my little theme for this morning, as far as putting things in perspective, just want to share a few other things with you. Fire grew a little over 800 acres yesterday. That's the least growth since day one. All right, that's pretty impressive.
Yay!
Oh, by the way, this is Labor Day weekend, all right? So what's going on here? So the majority of the population, yeah, they're going to be dealing with smoke and intense heat and ash, except it's going to be coming from barbecues. Yours is coming from a 212,000 acre fire of national attention that's tormenting 3 forests and is doing its best to get into a second state. As you get up every single morning, typically you're going to be out on the line, especially on this weekend, 2-3 hours before many of the population is even getting up. You're standing the watch for them. You're doing this so that they can do that. That's the only reason why they have that good fortune. It's because a very small percentage of the population is making an enormous difference for a very large group of people. There's been 661 single residences lost on this incident. Every single one of those losses is tragic, and none of us would have ever hoped for any of that. want to put it in a little bit different perspective. Yes, it will take time to heal those wounds for sure. But do know this, over 55,000 homes were evacuated. Homes aren't evacuated unless they're under imminent threat. So in addition to the ones that were lost, do know that you saved 99% of the homes that were evacuated. So let's keep that in perspective too. That's important. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up here, but again, you think, wow, 4,400 folks assigned to this incident, that's a lot. Well, maybe in one context, but again, you're a very, very small percentage of the overall population that is making an enormous difference to the much larger percentage of the population. Just want to say thank you for everything you've done out here, and congratulations. After those things I shared with you, if your heart isn't just about to burst out of your uniform, I don't know what would. So you should be incredibly proud of what you're doing out here. Have a safe shift.
Yeah, he's cool.
Immediately following briefing will be branch and division breakouts. It's Team 6 expectation and your obligation to attend those. Roll call will be conducted. If you're unassigned, please meet with the resource unit leader over here. And following this, there'll be the cooperation meetings at 1000 hours, the planning meeting at 1800 hours, and our next operational briefing at 0700 hours. And now our incident commander.
Good morning, Dusty Martin, one of the Unified Incident Commanders. So first off, I'd like to start off by saying thank you. A lot of this hard work has been what you all have done. And yesterday was kind of a big day for us as we look around this incident. We got a large amount of population, citizens back into their community. This west end here has been highly populated over the night, and we're expecting to see more. But with that, I need each and every one of you to be ambassadors for Team 6 and for this community. They're going to have questions as they get back in. There's going to be smoke calls. There's going to be these calls for service as residents get back in. Please take the time to answer those questions and be that ambassador for the fire service and for the community. We just heard from our PIO. Make sure you have that front and center, their PIO message, so you can share those links if they don't have them. Share the information of where we're at today. Take some of that stress off their plate. Understand emotions are going to be high. Be there to listen to them. I ask that you act professional when you're out with the public and that you are informed. Next, I ask that you stay engaged. As we get to this point in the incident, we start to see complacency and fatigue. I need you to stay engaged. There's still a bunch of work that needs to be done on this incident. We are not done yet. Stay informed. Stay up to date with the current weather. Make sure you know what's going on in the divisions on either side of you. We heard from FBAN that we still have a high potential for spotting. Make sure we are keeping our heads up and we're not falling into that lull as we're doing a vast majority of mop-up on portions of this incident. With that, have a great day and we'll see you in a couple of days.
This concludes our briefing. Have a safe day.
Yay! So, really good things coming out about the Dixie and the Caldor meeting. Favorable weather today. In fact, they're reminding their crews don't be complacent. So that's just awesome. So I don't think that we have any aircraft, and I don't know that we'll have too much today with the inversion layer, which basically is geek speak for smoke all over the place, a smoke layer. It'll moderate fire activity as long as it's around, but impede aircraft help and really screw up the cameras for our ability to monitor it, except for the FLIR. I really hope in the future that there's more FLIR cameras because they can see through the smoke, in my opinion. These things should be mounted all over the landscape. You know, the ability to see heat through smoke is incredible. Here's the one that's over on the Dixie, and all you have to do is go up to the top and do /Caldor to look at the one on the Caldor to get to Heavenly. So we still see that there's a lot of heat on the ground with the Heavenly, which is a camera on the left. It'll just move and move around a little bit more, but that's heat from the rocks. It's not quite calibrated. You really shouldn't see bright yellow on trees, but hopefully it will be. I don't know why it's looking at trees. The Placerville camera is on the right, but boy, is it looking a lot better than usual. Hey, there's a bird. There's some more birds on the Placerville cam. So, other than the FLIRs, I don't know that too many of the cams will have good views today. But looking at the cams for the last 12 hours, boy, do we have not only a midnight miracle, but, a couple of days of miracle, winds dying down. They were even astonished. Like Mike Wink was astonished, saying we didn't even have a plan for the fire getting stuck on the ridges, the southeast corner of the Dixie, and not crossing 395. We expected the worst to happen with that forecast, and they had a good enough break in the weather to slam it with aircrafts last couple of days. And so they said, we're going to do a powwow to see what we want to do about that situation. He did say, though, that the southeast corner of the Dixie was expanding so rapidly that they wouldn't be able to get in between it and the Beckworth burn scar and complete lines in time. So they expect that the southeast corner of the Dixie will meet the Beckworth, which is unthinkable. Just pretty dang unthinkable about just considering the enormity of the Dixie. When people were asking me weeks ago, like last month, could it become 100,000 acre fire? I said, yeah. But not many people believed me, and I didn't want to believe it either. It's just because of the nature of the terrain, not having enough people on it, the crazy weather, and the fact that it moves so fast that by the time they make one line, they don't have the contingency lines behind it to really deal with it, and the long range spotting in this extremely bad terrain and mega drought conditions. So I can't believe I have to zoom out a couple of times now in order to get the Dixie in the frame. It's just absolutely nuts. So the last 3 days, we have had the best outcome that we possibly could have had. Well, the last 4, really, with the red flag days. We did see expansion, we did see loss, but if you think about somebody trying to shoot you with a Tommy gun and hitting you with a bunch of bullets, which represent the loss that we took and the fire's expansion, they were all flesh wounds. No vital organs hit, which means that the fire didn't expand like crazy like it could have, taking a path of destruction that would eat towns. We still have South Lake Tahoe. We still have, most of Kirkwood intact. We still have, much of the 50 corridor intact. We still have a Herlong. We still have Doyle. We still have Janesville. We still have Milford mostly intact. And that could have been a completely different story. We still have a Pollock Pines. We still have Portola with us. Could have been a different story. We still have Quincy. We still have Taylorsville. We still have Crescent Mills. Could have been a different story. Nothing's out of the woods yet, but the fire's expansion took the paths of least destruction. That's the fickle nature of the wind. It was all weather. And then that weather, break in the weather, gave them the opportunity to save these towns for the most part, and to prevent it from going to Nevada and spreading like mad. So, wow, I'm wiping sweat bullets off my head still. I'm still feeling exhaustion because I was on pins and needles that whole time. We could have seen fire tornadoes sweeping over the edge at Milford like we did in the 89 Eagle fire. And, wow. So whenever they've gotten a break in the weather, they've done more than I thought was possible. And maybe even more than they thought was possible because they gave it their all. Absolutely astonishing. So this is, fingers crossed, looking good. That was a big turning point in the fire, but it may not be the only turning point. There could be new developments. The best thing we can hope for right now is they just continue doing what they're doing. We would get, we're in for milder weather than we have been getting last several days, of course. Look at the small amount of new heat detections. I can't believe this. I'm just delighted to see that. And look here at the Dixie. Just wow. I mean, it is the morning when there's very few heat detections, and during the night too. But it could have been such a different story. Could have had crews impacted. We could have had crews lost with the kind of crazy weather we've had. But they've been playing it safe and at the same time being incredibly bold. So, wow, I just applaud all their efforts, everything they've done. The nighttime, I came online around 11 p.m. and 8 hours of my video. I think the stream was on for 18 hours. I think I slept for about 16 because I didn't sleep for 3 days during the red flag conditions. I woke up delighted to see that there was a very calm night. We heard the nighttime flight of the I think it was the unmanned aerial vehicle drone that swept over the left, right, pattern, as well as a Beach King aircraft. And they explained where their trouble spots were. They had very few of them, one of which still some heat on the west area of Echo Lake here. They had a little bit of heat over in India, kind of by sort of the area by 40 here, upper 40. Did a good job, I think, protecting the Wrights Lake area. They had a little bit of heat well within the lines, though, down here by Kirkwood area. And that was pretty much all they had to report. They went over by Christmas Valley. They had a little bit of heat right about here that they were reporting, but that was about it. They had a little bit of heat over here we keep seeing on the cam, but that was about it. They kept it out of Nevada because the weather allowed them to. So their big priorities are here, and here, and here, and down at Kirkwood area, down here, and I know we've taken losses. Some people have come in the chat saying my house is gone, and it's just been heartbreaking. But overall, this was the best we could have hoped for, especially considering the other fire starts in Calaveras County and other places peeled away a lot of their aircraft. So it's going well. Knock on wood, it's going well. So I'm going to turn on the Caldor El Dorado County fire ops. It may interrupt me and I might yelp because I don't know what volume it's at, as I usually do. But hey, welcome everybody. Isn't this such good news? It's just, wow. I can't tell you how bad it could have been. We could have had a fire approaching Carson City right now, coming up the ridges. We could have been hearing about Kingsbury being leveled and losing stuff by Zephyr Cove. We could have been hearing about it, them trying to keep it out of Minden. We could have heard it merging with the Tamarack Scar. We could have heard it reaching around like a python to surround South Lake Tahoe completely if it got past Wrights Lake, but it didn't. Knock on wood, it didn't. So, yay. And it's not Tuesday. We could have lightning. It's a possibility. So, just remember everything that they do, everything they can accomplish is a race against time before the next big wind event or the next fire start with either lightning or an accident or whatnot. That might sap their resources or let everything get out of hand again. But I'm hoping we're gonna have another mild, quiet day. Yeah, if you guys could hit the thumbs up for the video, that helps me reach other people. I don't care about the popularity of the channel. I just want to reach other people. And when people are looking for the channel again and they can't quite remember my name or whatever we were doing, the more thumbs up a video gets, the more likely if they type in Dixie or Caldor or whatever that they will find the video. So I really appreciate it. I appreciate all of you guys who have donated to keep me fed and on the air, as I've been working on this every day since July 14th, except for 3 days. Usually 14 hours a day plus, or thereabouts. So I can't do it without you guys. I can't do it without you mods. I'm so sorry I'm mega behind in my emails. Hopefully if we have a couple of quieter days, I can finally read them. I haven't been able to. I just see that some of them are there. But unless somebody says in chat, hey, I just sent you a picture, like I haven't really been able to look at them for a week. But it is stupid. YouTube will not match you with the information you want. Let's look at some 12-hour time lapses on the Caldor now. That was last night's best view of the escarpment by Hurlong Junction. Fire mostly stayed up in the hills, did not cross 395. That was astonishing to Mike Wink and pretty much everybody on the Dixie, but we'll take it. You know, we'll take it. Let's start doing our 12-hour time lapses. My voice is still not 100%. I was hoping they'd do more aircraft and radio chatter. Aircraft usually don't take to the skies until about 10 in the morning anyway. Please put on super chat so we can buy you donuts and throat lozenges. Okay. I forgot how to do that. I was looking at the thing this morning, and it's not under channel customization. I have to go into somewhere else. Fine, if you really, really want it, but I hope it doesn't break the feed. Let me look at... It's somewhere in settings or something. YouTube channel settings. I forget. There's not a simple button for it. I think I just have to Google it. How to put on super chat. I accept food gift cards. That you can just send to my email, which is in the link to the video description. That has been awesome. Amazon gift cards too, to help me buy computer equipment. Thank you so much, everybody who's done that. The PayPal donation link is in the description of the video, but pinned to the chat, most important, is please give to the Caldor and Dixie official charities. I can survive on the pocket change left over, $1 at $5, you know, after you give it to the victims. They're the ones who are going to need the help. These mountain communities, not only have they lost their entire, pretty much their entire tourist season, which is when they make all their money, they lost it all last year because of COVID. So 2 years of not having most of their income is just, they're going to need all the help we can give them to rebuild or even think about rebuilding. Even if they didn't lose their building, here's the thing. If you lose your building, you can claim insurance and rebuild, right? But what if you don't? What if you just lost all of your revenue from tourism that didn't happen this year? You really don't have insurance for that. You know, that I don't know how much FEMA or anybody else is going to help people. So what the problem is that these mountain communities might just face a whole bunch of businesses closing, and the people that move back in the area, the evacuees, just may not have a job, and that might force them to move away. And so there's a cascading domino effect of how bad the wildfires and COVID had been affecting everything. So please, you know, give pretty generously. I'm okay with the leftovers, you know, just a pocket change. So thank you everything you've done for me to allow me to help do this. If you know, when I did this last year and lost a whole month of income because I didn't realize the fire crisis would go on for more than 30 days, I looked back and realized, wow, I didn't work for a month. And so I didn't accept any donations last year. But this year I have to keep going because we're just starting into the worst part of California's fire season, which is every month of the year except for, well, pretty much March and April, which are wet. The Santa Ana wind season, the Diablo wind season, that's coming. So that was a Hawkins Peak time lapse. Let's do some others. See what happened during the night. Let's do the Heavenly Ski Area time lapse for infrared. But I'm so grateful. The reason I'm on the air now is because of you guys. I wish I could do it more. And not sleep. But every once in a while, when there's like 3 days at red flag and I gotta stay awake most of the time, hope you understand when I just got a crash. So let's see. Turn off super chat and stickers. Sign into YouTube Studio. Okay, go to Studio, click this button, that button. Okay, alright, yeah, I think I remember it now. Okay, Studio. Once again, sorry, I am not a YouTuber. I was a video film production type student and multimedia student. I was going to make videos just that weren't live and eventually learn about doing live broadcasts. But when these fires started, I just decided that I saw a button that said go live on YouTube, and that is how I've been figuring it out on the fly. So sorry for the amateur hour kind of content here, but I figure it's better than nothing. So, okay. Supers. Super chat, super stickers. Okay. Did they come on? I don't know if I have to restart the stream for them to come on. I don't want to. But now they're turned on. At least the next one would have them. But you don't need a you don't need a PayPal account for the PayPal donation link that's in the video description. It's you know like a debit card or something. But thank you so much, everybody, wanting me to turn that back on. Braden says, I'm not a YouTuber, nobody is. You don't present like an amateur. Well, thanks for the praise. I try the best I can. But you know what? When I look at other streamers, I'm jealous. They have super they know what they're doing when they're trying to set up like the scrolling text. You know, they have a be right back button they press when they have to go use the bathroom. They have a fancy. They have 4 different cameras up at the same time and know how to do it. So hopefully I'll learn. Let's see. Let's go to 12 hours on Leak Springs. A lot of this stuff is them lighting backfires at night. That's been the one thing that has protected communities the most. And it's a good study here. The Caldor fire had moved way too fast, and they didn't have enough people to make a lot of dozer lines. Plus, the terrain is nightmarish. A dozer does this. It's a bulldozer, and they'll take an existing road usually, and they will drive, and it has to be kind of flat land, along the ground and scrape it. Oh, the button's back. Donuts and throat lozenges. Thanks, C-Pro. And they'll just scrape a dirt road on the ground. That's what a dozer line is. Or they'll take an existing road and on each side of it scrape away the vegetation and stuff that burns, especially the duff, you know, the pine needles and stuff, so that when the fire approaches the lines, which is usually a road, the fire crews can stay on the road if there's not as much vegetation around them. Think of standing next to a bonfire. Have you ever tried to stand real close to one and it flares up and you have to take a lot of steps back? That's the same thing. They can't hold a road. They can have all the engines with water there that they want, but just the heat drives them back. I mean, there's a point in time when your own car starts to melt. If there's too much vegetation by the side of the road, and the wind picks up, flames that are 12 feet tall will be flattened down and be 12 feet across the road, both 2 lanes of traffic, melting their engines, lighting their tires on fire, and making them run. And what they do is if they see a fire coming in the other years, especially when there's not as much of a mega drought and the fires don't spread as quickly, they would just calculate how long it would take the fire to get there. Look at the map, and here's Armstrong Lookout too. They would look at a map, count the beams, and they'd say, okay, start making dozer lines this far away from the fire and make one behind it as a contingency. a fail-safe, just in case the first one is breached. And they have not been able to do this. I mean, Tahoe has too many granite peaks. You can't drive a bulldozer on granite and do anything. Too many roadless places and too many areas where the fire would burn so intensely, because for 94 years trees have been falling over on each other and sticks and pine needles have been building up. And that just creates that monster that we have. Oh, thank you, Miss Spirit. Oh, thank you for your donation. And thanks, C-Pro. So, I guess the button is working. Cool. Thank you, everybody who has emailed me, and I feel kind of stupid. I was checking email on a certain app on my phone, and it did not have, it had like a caret, like a little, by the way, we are listening to Caldor, they're just not saying anything. Probably because there's no airplanes in the air yet. It had a little, like, pull-out menu caret. You know, it looks like the greater than sign. Or Pac-Man. And I pressed that, and about 400 emails were in this spam folder that I had no idea existed on the email program I was using. I went, oh my god. So sorry, I'm not meaning to be rude. And some people, oh, there's a radio. Some people are emailing me saying, how can I donate to you? And I'm like, oh crap, that was like 2 weeks ago. So I'm so sorry. I will try as soon as my earliest opportunity to try to respond to people. I appreciate all correspondence. Just haven't had a moment. Brayden, oh, thank you. Coffee and bacon, the staples of life. Thank you. You know, that would be a good type of a donut to invent. Can you imagine a donut that had a little bit of espresso flavor, maple flavor, and bacon on the top? Yeah. You know, there's a crazy place. If you're ever in Orville, there's a butcher shop, and they make maple syrup soaked bacon with chocolate. I believe it's chocolate dipped. Oh my god. That is the craziest good thing. And L&T, no onions, thank you. Yeah, I can buy food without onions now. So, look at this light activity everywhere on the Dixie and the Caldor. Amazing. Amazing. Nice quiet nights for them to get a handle on things and go direct. H. Will says, mention the time you start to broadcast. Is it every Saturday or throughout the week? It's 24 hours a day. I've been online pretty much 24 hours a day since July 14th. So if you want to know when I've only taken my computer down a few times to do maintenance. It is having issues. I have an idea of how to fix them, but they're high risk. If you want to know when any YouTuber goes live, here is where you need to look, the subscribe button, and make the bell like ring right here. Sorry, I can't enlarge that. And you'll know whenever I restart the stream to go live, but every time that we hit the 12-hour mark, I take down the broadcast and restart it, because YouTube does not save any video longer than 12 hours. Hey, okay, come back and see us, Pro. So we tried to make this even when I'm asleep. My volunteer mods, who are angels, are manning the chat here to answer people's questions. And the link of my video description has links to almost everything you would need to know about any of these fires. I stuffed it full of links to other people who cover the fires too, like Blanco Lirio and Holt Hanley, the weather expert. I call him Hanley the Kid, because if he's old enough to drink alcohol, then I'll be a monkey's uncle. Either that or he has a very youthful voice. Live Storms Media, which is there oftentimes with sometimes harrowing video images. I ran out of characters. I can no longer add a link to the video description because I'm at 5,000 character limit. but it's to all the tools I have, Flight Radar 24, CalTopo, Facebook groups. All of these are free. Instead of covering the fires, I'm just here to teach people how to cover them, how to monitor them for yourself. That's the purpose of the channel. Yep, I have awesome bots. Thank you guys. So, it only works on PCs and some phones. It doesn't work on Android TVs. Wait, there's Android TVs? Tell me about this, Marl. Is it like YouTube on like Roku or something like that? Android TV? I don't get subscriptions. You know, whenever you can, what a person can do as a streamer is, hang on, let me go back to other cams. What a person can do as a streamer is have a countdown to their live stream, and it'll say going live at such and such hour, right? And I've signed myself up for those alerts for other streamers, and I don't get notified. Jay Connors, thank you for the support for those late night meals and that computer. Thank you, thank you. You guys have helped me upgrade the computer a little bit. And to elaborate on that, sometimes I have sound issues when I'm trying to off-screen do something. They call that latency. And I get some popping, like tick, 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 tick. And the video stutters a little bit. This should not be happening. I only have version 1 of the BIOS for my motherboard, which is a fairly new motherboard. But here's the thing, if I flash my BIOS, which means update it, that's high risk. I could encounter worse computer problems, or I could kill my motherboard. It's a faint possibility if the BIOS update fails, or if I update it with software that doesn't work. The BIOS is the control brain, like the control tower of your computer. Most people don't know what it is, but they just see Windows. But before Windows starts, you can press the delete key, or F12, or F1, or 2 on your computer, and go to a special control panel. So what it does when it's updated by the manufacturer is it fixes a lot of issues. But you're never really supposed to update it unless you have a problem, because it's a risky proposition. You could kind of turn your computer, your motherboard into a brick. So should I brick my motherboard, it would be very hard to come back live. So I've been just kind of dealing with these issues, but I have a feeling that I probably should go flash the BIOS, make sure all of my drivers are updated. And I'm just debating with myself of doing that today, because I expect a lull in the fire activity today, and maybe the next couple of days. So, incident plan action for the Dixie. Hi Sierra says thanks for the link and welcome back, by the way. I also should reinstall Windows. Some feedback people have been giving me is some of my issues could be from my solid state drive being a little bit on the fritz. So I purchased an M2 NVMe solid state drive, but reinstalling Windows completely means a lot of hours of me setting up everything the way it was. You know, reinstalling all the browsers, getting my favorites back. This is extra time. Would probably work a whole lot better. However, what if a crisis happened? A new start? I have to go live. Here I am with the computer guts all over the living room. I could set up a second computer that I have to do the stream while I'm working on the first. But here's the problem is I can't find my other keyboards. So I would be swapping my one keyboard back and forth between the two. Get a Mac. Get out. You're banned. You Mac lover. Just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. I hate Macs. Because I hate Apple, because what they do is they make it so you can't work on your own computer. And that's what I do for a living, on the side. I mean, I'm a writer by trade, but I do that on the side. So we're looking at, hopefully this camera will stop being on the fritz and calibrate itself. I want to get a good look. We do see heat on the mountains by not Sierra Tahoe. What is this one? Is that the lake? Can't be. Is it turn around backwards and looking at the lake? It's looking at the lake. I've never seen it do that before. Okay. What's the other ski resort with this cam? This one is the Heavenly, right? Okay. Maybe it looks at the lake as a calibration aid, because icy lakes like that should always be the deepest purple as the coldest, and yellow should be the hottest. So that is where I think that's where fire has burned on the mountain. Bright yellow spots, or it could be hot rocks. I'm trying to figure this out. I think that's where fire's been. Because, well, it's been all over the place. Now it's looking at the Echo Lake area, isn't it? I'm trying to orient myself. Echo Lakes is up on the upper right, correct? Well, now it just moved. But here, confirmed, underneath these branches, we know that these specific spots, that's fire on the mountain, like stumps that are continuing to burn by legates or so. Hard for me to tell. So, yeah, the thing about Macs is this, like, I could build my own computer and install Windows or install Linux or install whatever I want. Like make my own Chromebook, whatever operating system I want. However, on a Mac, and then if my video card dies, what I do is I buy one off the shelf at like Newegg or something, Amazon. It arrives, I get out a screwdriver, I install my own video card. Boom. What happens with a Mac? That video card wouldn't work. So say my video card's $500, right? That's its MSRP. Well, the same video card that is built, quotation mark, for Macs is going to be $700 because it has a special chip in it that allows it to work with Mac operating system. So the regular ones off the shelf are $500, but if you want to put them in a Mac, they're $700. That should be illegal, in my opinion. I'm not going to support that thing. That's. It's like going to this. What if you bought a car and you couldn't put tires on your car at anywhere you wanted to buy tires? You had to go to the Macintosh car, Macintosh dealership, and you bought the same exact tires that are for sale anywhere else, but they charged you an extra $200 per tire. That's the racket they run. So I'm not going to be a part of that, no matter how fancy or cute it looks or cool it looks. So, first of all, I'm a peasant. I can't afford that. But all you Mac enthusiasts that have money to burn, go ahead, buy your Macs. But I build computers, and if you build them, you generally don't have problems with them. The current problem that I have, I could have fixed months ago by updating the BIOS and buying new parts. However, I just have delayed it because of the fire stream. Yeah, Patricia says hubby was a software engineer. Now, I have a soft spot in my heart for Macs the way they used to be. Remember when they first came out? They were the first color screen that I ever saw on a computer. Now, I used the Macs that had green and black screens in elementary school. We had some old school stuff there. Played Oregon Trail on them. They were cool. But the recent stuff, like the scandal where they updated everybody's old iPhones, like the iPhone 4, to run slower.
The aircraft over the Caldor incident, air attack 17, 15 miles west of the TFR at 12,500. Please identify on TFR.
Hey, 17,000? Okay. Identify yourselves, aircraft, or you shall be shot down. Oh, just kidding. There they are. It's Dirty Bird. Isn't that Dirty Bird? The wannabe U-2 hideously ugly aircraft? Swearingen Metroliner that we made fun of? Yeah. So it's doing its mapping. Here it is. It's kind of peaceful. It's kind of peaceful. Ah, please don't sway. You know what we need to do? We need to have a letter writing campaign. Dear Flight Radar 24, please stop tilting the horizon and pitching around wildly so that Kathryn can do her fire stream without vomiting. Thank you. Remember the old web TV that kept things really simple? Yeah.
The aircraft over the Caldor. Airtac 17 is 7 miles to the west of the TFR. Please identify on west rotor.
H. Wells says 174 are following me now. 174 what? Yeah, I really love this view. You can almost go cinematic, like do 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 do. I need a new video card. I have a Asus Cerberus 1070 Ti, and really to do streams and such, you need a 80s class of video card. If you ever buy an NVIDIA video card, it's really easy to understand. Like, it'll say like a 750, or a 650, a 750. That's as the years go by. Like, I'm just gonna make this randomly up. Like, say 2014 was the year of the 600 class of videos, and like 2015 was a 700 class of videos, and 2016 was the 800 class of videos. I mean, not that there ever was one, but you get the idea. The end numbers, the 50 or the 60 or 70 or 80, 50s are like peasant class video cards, cheap, not really capable of much. 60s are like, well, kind of okay for like gaming. 70s are like okay for like gaming and video production, and the 80s class are like, finally you have arrived for doing really intense video work for like a stream video production. A 70 is just okay, kind of gets you poor quality stuff. I need an 80s class, but the price difference between the 70s and 80s is quite astonishing. Especially now during the chip shortage and the crazy Bitcoin mining craze, which has increased, basically doubled the cost of video cards. So a video card that I need for the stream should have cost about $650, $700. They're more like $1,500 right now on eBay. Braden says a 3090 will stop through 4K streaming. Do those exist? I thought 3080s were the only things that were around right now. So anyway, this year's class of video cards is the 30 series. So like 3050s are crap, right? 3060s, okay. 3070s, good. 3080s, yeah. And then 3090s are for like rich kids. Like, I'm showing off now. I am flaunting my wealth. I light my cigar with $100 bills. 3090s, I salivate. I've never owned one. I never owned a 90s class card in my entire life. But boy, would we have an awesome stream at that point. Just, you know, nice and smooth. Able to load any camera, any playback, anything we wanted. I could have the fanciest graphics. I could have I could monitor multi-screens at once. We could have a nice stream. So, yeah, web TV. Yeah, web TV. Yeah, Lenovo's are good laptops. Yep, they are. Don't get an HP, for God's sake. I have so many regrets. You know what I tried to do? Is I tried to load up, I could have a poor quality stream on my super HP laptop, which was like $2,400 MSRP, and I got it for half that because of a sale thing. Well, I started it up. First thing that assaulted my nostrils was the burning plastic smell. The second thing that hit me was the pain, as the red hot, bottom of the laptop started burning my thighs. So I shut it down and realized that tons of people have issues with that. The HP Spectre X360, and the warranty is out, but I got it and had it on the shelf too long and didn't realize I had a problem with it. And I may be able to fix it, but now it won't even start. Like, I'm afraid to open it up and find out was there a burning plastic smell. But thousands of people reported that issue. Exactly, there are heat traps and fire hazards. And there was a class action lawsuit for a previous model. What's going on with the plane? What the heck? What the heck? Whoop, whoop. Pull up. Terrain. Okay, now it's back. This program, guys. Did you see that? Like, was that a wind shear? No, it's just the Flight Radar 24 losing track of the airplane. So it's doing mapping and what we're listening for, folks. Oh, Shaz73, thank you. Thank you for your kind donation. What we're listening for is the results of this survey, this aerial survey. They'll talk about the Caldor. We have it live, they're just not saying much. Thank you so much. Keep this going. Patricia says tech and fire knowledge. Yay. I want to make a whole bunch of videos how people can fix their own computers. It's not as hard as you think. Most computer problems can be fixed in two ways. One, with a screwdriver, like get a new replacement part. Two, reinstall Windows. Because it corrupts itself every once in a while. Don't try to fix a bad Windows install. Just wipe the slate clean and start over. Okay. What about e-machines? E-machines need some respect. Dude, e-machines have got nothing on gateways. Gateways, man. Oh, gosh. I liked, but back to the original point. I love the original Max. To having a color screen, even though it was the size of, a tablet.
Air attack 17, fourth net.
She sounds kind of hostile compared to dispatch of
Air attack 17.
the other days.
17 is over Caldor, assuming Caldor air attack. Request relief over the fire, 12:30. 17, copy, assuming Caldor air attack, requesting relief at 12:30.
Okay, requesting relief
17.
Means that they want to quit at 12:30 and have somebody else take their place. A lot of those terms are kind of alarming if somebody's just randomly listening. But why is the plane going backwards? Okay, that is just going to make me absolutely sick. Oh. Okay. So what we're listening for is hopefully this aerial recon. When air attack comes up, this recon plane will tell air attack what it has seen, and that's what we're waiting for. Shelly says I'll be here for the computer lessons. Okay, yeah, if you want my content in the future, which whenever these fires are over, I'll start making it. Hit the subscribe button and the ringing bell, and you'll know like when I do stuff in the future. Most importantly, though, my future broadcasts will be the fundraiser. Not only for these fires, but the victims of last year's fires that still need help. I made contact with some of them as I drove around, met people on the Echo Complex fire that was kind of forgotten about on Oregon's coast.
425.
Please don't talk about computer harming computers. That just makes me sad. People talk about
5361-425.
talking about hitting a computer with a hammer. You know, it's not its fault that HP made it. It's like being born with a birth defect and saying you're going to hit a baby with a hammer. It's not the computer's fault. The best way to look at a computer is that it's a helpless little baby. It needs you to care for it. It needs you to clean it. It needs you to do your maintenance. It needs you to pamper it and feed it. And when people talk about hitting it, it isn't smart. It's a calculator. A processor is a big calculator. You're the person who's smart and can make decisions. It's dependent upon you. A lot of times people say, I want to hit my computer with a hammer, and I arrive on the scene with my toolbox, and I open up their computer, and I find dust bunnies the size of my hand inside the computer. And I say, you know why it's shutting off? And they're like, why? Because the dust bunny on top of everything has clogged the way it cools itself down, which is the heat sink, the chunk of aluminum with the fan on it. The fan barely spins. It's making a horrible sound because it's clogged with dust. You have not cleaned it in approximately 6 years. Dust is like a fur coat for a computer, and heat is the number one way the parts die. And what the computer is doing is overheating and then shutting itself off so that it doesn't fry itself. You needed to have cleaned it, sir. And then they go, it should clean itself or something. I just don't want to. And I'm like, okay, that'll be $75. I just blew the dust out of it. Why are you charging me $75? Because of the whining? Otherwise, I would have just charged you $35. I'm not a therapist. But if you're here to whine at me, then I'm going to charge you the rates of a therapist. But anyway, Missing Spirit was an 80s quote or meme. Lol, fix it with a hammer. Okay. Okay. I'll accept it. A hammer always fixes things. Oh, you abusers. You dirty computer abusers. Okay. Anyway, I love it when people hate their old machine. They give it to me in disgust, and then I sell the parts and harvest it for gold. People have no idea how much gold's in computers. Alright, we're waiting for them to update. Oh god, don't tilt. We're waiting for the aerial surveyor here, Dirty Bird. Can't make this up, it's called Dirty Bird as a call sign. We're waiting for the, what was the nickname we decided to call this hideous airplane? The Lizard? Because it's a wannabe U-2, which are called Dragon Ladies. This is the leisure suit lizard. Yep. Yeah, and don't just get a desktop, build your own desktop. Don't buy a pre-built. Oh my god. A pre-built is a computer that...
Real Hell Base, Caldor Air Attack, Air-to-Ground Command.
People ask me what kind of brand...
Placerville Hell Base. Over the fire, checking out visibility, and at the moment, November looks like a possibility here in a half an hour or so. I'll get back to you with any orders. Hell Base copies all. Thank you.
They're over by Kirkwood right now. So people ask me, what brand of computer should I buy? And I say, no. They're like, what do you mean, no? Okay. Your motherboard is your computer. That's what it is. Everything else is a part that fits into it. It is the most important part that you don't cheap out on. That is the part where you go deluxe. Because it determines, can you even upgrade the computer at all? And you can cheap out on other parts for a bit, and then as new ones come out, like new processors, you can just get the new processor and stick it in. Same thing with your power supply. Your power supply, you don't cheap out on it. That's the thing that would start a fire if it's a cheap one, right? So what happens when you buy from a big brand? They give you the cheapest motherboard and power supply possible, and they disabled the ability to upgrade, so you have to buy a new one. So instead of spending $300 on a new processor, you have to buy a new computer for $1,000. And you'll have the worst problems ever because of the cheap motherboard. And it will strain its power supply to the max. You want to get a new video card to keep up with graphics? You can't, because you've got the crappiest power supply in there. And then you want to buy a new power supply? Well, you can't, because the way they built the box the computer's in, the case, they made it so only their power supplies fit in it, not the ones off the shelf. So you have to go to their store for the power supply, like the HP store, or the Gateway store, or the whatever, the Dell store. Buy their power supplies. And what do? They put a markup on them, and they sold you crap. They literally have different screws in their case that are not standard. So you buy one at Fry's Electronics or something like that, rest in peace, like a good one off the shelf, try to put it in. Oh, God. I gotta get out of 3D mode. That's gonna make me insane. We'll try it for a little bit more, but that's already making me sick. So, yeah, proprietary equals the markup in really crappy parts. So, the thing is that you buy the parts and have somebody assemble them. Have somebody build it for you. That's good at what they do. Good references. And, oh, what if I don't have support? You probably won't need it. Like, computers that are assembled from all good parts don't need support. Because they're assembled from good parts. You just keep it clean. That's it. But don't buy one from like a store pre-assembled. Just asking for trouble. You may not have the skills to do it yourself, but you can. Every town has that geek that does it. And makes good ones. So, gee, Araya, there's a British YouTuber who bought PC pieces off of Wish and AliExpress and built it. It was a disaster each time. He'd not set anything on fire. Well, I've seen fire hazard computers with Fluffy. Fluffy is my nickname for him because he has big hair. But he has a really popular channel called, God, what's Fluffy's channel again? Yeah, those videos are made that way on purpose. There's a couple of really good tubers like that. And you can mention them here. That's totally fine. Like Bitwit and stuff, he looks at computer disasters. Bitwit is awesome. Who's Fluffy? Gamers Nexus. He is a fire hero because he bought some parts and found out that NZXT had faulty risers. Don't ask me what those are, really. It's just kind of like screws, basically. There was a screw that needed to be nylon, and when you replaced them with, like if you dropped one on the floor and lost it and thought, well, I'll just put a metal screw in there and create a short and a fire hazard, and he turned it on and lit the computer on fire. And so he wrote a discreet email to NZXT saying, please recall these. As part of the cases that NZXT was making, like computer boxes, you know. And NZXT was like, no. And he goes, dude, I have to go public with the information. I'm telling you so you could do it on the down low. And they were like, no. So he goes up on YouTube and said, NZXT is selling cases that are fire hazards. He is my hero. He's like biting the hand that feeds him, because if you, what his show is getting free computer parts from these manufacturers to review them. And if you go out and declare that their product is a fire hazard, you're kind of on their enemy list, right? But he did it anyway. And then they issued the recall. Yeah, I am feeling a little bit better. Thanks. Hey, Dee. Hey, welcome everybody. Stuart Ashens is the gentleman. He has a series where he buys cheap stuff with a random word generator off Wish. Oh God, I've heard a lot about that. Wish is like the disaster site. Like, you know what? I think Linus Tech Tips did it as well. The reason we're babbling, guys, is we're waiting for air attack to say something. The recon plane is flying over the Dixie, the Caldor. There's almost no air stuff today until before 10 o'clock. But air attack will be launching soon, and then this recon plane should tell them what they're seeing. But in the meantime, we have nothing else to talk about. I should probably put that on my bottom chat info. The bottom static. Caldor waiting, watching air recon, waiting for report. There. There we go. So I woke up at 11 p.m. I'm going to start to get tired. I'm try to reset my schedule the best I can. But we're here. And I am feeling way better after 16 hours of sleep. I'm still a little bit sick. The ability to remember something from one moment to the next, like when they're saying this latitude, this longitude. Like, ugh. But I'm rehydrating and starting to feel better. Thank you. So, what was I saying? Yeah, I think Fluffy at Gamers Nexus is a hero, bringing that fire hazard to attention, and he proved it with a lot of geek speak about why this was causing a short.
425 on app.
Let's listen. Al 9000.
425, go ahead for contingency on deck.
Down here at the Chevron, I'm trying to contact my division on contingency to let him know.
This is your division group. So this is 425. Let me get pulled over. And which station are you broke down at?
I'm right here at the Chevron, I believe. Let me check the exit. Hang on.
Whoopsie. Ms. and Spirit, I believe they used to make MASH units, and because red tape could be faulty, but red tape is the culprit. Yeah, Stuart Ashens, let me write down. I should check out his. There's a couple of good
Highway 15, there's an exit on your left on Chevron. That's where we're at. We're parked right in the 50 when you're coming down the 50.
Well, if you're going to break down with your vehicle in the middle of the fire, at least it's not on a red flag day.
Okay, so are you are you able to get contact ground support, or do you have somebody coming to help fix it?
I'm going to contact ground support right now because it's our clutch.
Did you guys hear? Speaking of video.
Copy that. So you're going to probably be out of service the rest of the shift then, correct?
That most likely.
Holy mackerel.
I copy, and then so I'll let Brush 5361 know that you're broke down and will be out of service at 0915.
Yeah.
So, is this MSRP correct for the EVGA 3090 cards? We're talking geek speak about how I could upgrade my computer to have a better stream. Am I reading this right? That the EVGA 3090 cards, especially the water-cooled ones, are $1,700 and $1,800. $1,889 for an EVGA RTX 3090 FTW3 Ultra Hybrid Gaming water-cooled video card. Water-cooled, meaning it has a radiator plus an air fan as well. So it has 3 fans, 2 of which go to the radiator. Is that MSRP for real? $1,889. Well, I can now understand the outrage. Apparently, this one's $2,089. Whew. That's the difference in price between the 80s and 90s cards. I am such a peasant. That one's $2,319. The Kingpin Hydro Copper Gaming, because it has a pure copper metal backplate. Look, copper's not that expensive. EVGA. It's only $4.75 an ounce. That's probably like 5 ounces of copper, but they decided, oh, we'll bill people $300 for that. Cheapskates. That's what I can't stand, you know. Oh yeah, then it's all sold out, but because of the Bitcoin mining craze, as soon as they hit the market, these bots are buying every single people have bot programs that instantaneously, within 4 seconds, fill out their credit card data, add one to cart, and make the purchase on multiple different accounts at Newegg, Amazon. And then they turn around and sell the cards on eBay for double. So they're probably $4,000 on eBay. That's why I don't have a good video card. Is the entire country, the entire world right now cannot buy a new video card. Like, the moment they hit the shelves, they are sold out in 8 seconds. So, I know I don't need a 3090 card, but I can dream. You know, it's just like I don't need a yacht, but I can dream. Right? I could do with a 3080, which are also, what the MSRP is around $750 or something. But in reality, they're $1,200 on eBay.
Command 31, air attack, air to ground command.
Well, Budgie, maybe you can help walk me through some settings.
How long do you anticipate that mission lasting?
Hang on. But I'm just remarking about, okay, aluminum is 78 cents a pound, or maybe $1.30 a pound. So they need to have a cooler on the video card, right? It's going to weigh approximately 6 ounces to 10 ounces. Now, if you go to copper, copper is $4.75 a pound approximately. And the markup between having an aluminum heatsink and a copper one is $300. Dang, that's a nice racket. What kind of markup percentage is that? Like 6,000%? I've never understood why all of our computers would be much cooler if our heatsink was made out of copper versus aluminum. Because of the properties, copper transfers heat faster than aluminum does. But it's done with aluminum because of the cheapness. I mean, weight is a factor, but it's mainly cheapness. It's mostly the Bitcoin mining, let's be honest. There's not that many desktop gamers in the world anymore. I mean, the Bitcoin mining farms of China and stuff have like more than 12,000 video cards in a warehouse with extreme air conditioning going, causing extreme energy usage of their power grid so much that they just banned it in China because the air conditioning that you have to cool these rooms down is so extreme. It's causing a huge amount of energy CO2 production and increasing taxing power grids and causing rolling blackouts, and the heat is just insanity. And then they throw away these. They use all these video cards up and throw them away when they're done. And that amount of e-waste, the gold going in the trash, the copper going in the trash, the aluminum going in the trash, is just, well, it's environmental earth rape, basically. When that stuff isn't recycled, and it usually isn't. And that's why I'm against Bitcoin mining, is the way that it's done. I don't mind there being cryptocurrencies as a concept, but guess what? You don't need to mine anything to make a currency. You just need to decide, oh, our imaginary number has value, and put a limit on how much of that imaginary number is released to the public to create stability. Scarcity is stability. Causing this random thing where, and what all these things are doing, what these supercomputer setups are doing, is generating random numbers. That's it. That's what Bitcoin is, and all the other cryptos. Using a ton of electricity and a whole bunch of precious metals and rare earth metals and mundane ones like copper and aluminum to make imaginary numbers. And people imagine it has a value. Okay. Well, why don't you just skip the mining process and everybody just go ahead and have the currency anyway? Well, here's the answer. Because it's not regulated, because it's not governed by a body, it has volatility. Volatility is exploited by people who are investment people. And so just a couple of wealthy people around the world own most of the Bitcoin and crypto, and they call up their friends and say, hey, I'm about to cause a crypto crash because I'm going to dump all of my crypto that I have right now. Hey guys, sell out already, okay? I'm going to do it on Tuesday morning, just like they do with sometimes with precious metal manipulation. And so all these rich people go, okay, and they dump all of it, and they take their dollars, and they go, 3, 2, 1, let's crash it. Boom! All of a sudden, Bitcoin crashes. And that wipes out people's savings. Then they go, ha ha ha, it's extremely low. Okay, rich people, guys, they call up each other on the phone. All right, 3, 2, 1, we're going to buy most of the Bitcoin out there. Boom, it goes on a skyrocketing spree. So they sold high, they bought low, and they're just lining their pockets, they're lighting their cigars. And tragically, the victims of crypto think that it's this new thing that's going to liberate the people from, the system. We're going to have our own currency. Oh boy, the system's manipulating you. That's what's going on. Exactly. If you make arbitrary, then the value becomes fiat arbitrary and not based on real scarcity. Yeah, there isn't any real scarcity. If people can go ahead and buy set up as 12,000 video cards and start mining it, there isn't a real scarcity. It's just like there isn't any scarcity of gold either. Fort Knox had to be Fort Knox had to be invented so that most of the gold has to be out of circulation for it to have value. That was the point of Fort Knox. And then we tied our currency to the price of gold. So that was the artificial scarcity. Same thing with the diamond mining. The diamonds are pretty dang common, but they take a lot of them just to put them in vaults. Exactly. Same thing with the dollar. I know all about that. I'm just saying that it's an illusion that crypto is the people's currency that the system isn't manipulating. No, it's just easier for the elites to manipulate it. Way easier because it doesn't have rules. So, yeah, Mike 8528, what you describe is why individuals should never speculate on resources. Most markets are manipulated. Ding, 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 ding. Yes. If you're not part of the elite hotline where they call you with the insider trading info, you're going to be the loser in this scenario. Well, yeah, I'm not an economist, but I know the game. So I can't speculate on, I can't weigh in on the gold standard, whether or not there's a good or a bad thing. Like the Wizard of Oz was basically a code book of an economic treatise disguised as a fun story. The Yellow Brick Road was the gold standard, and the Wizard of Oz was President McKinley, and there's all these codes in it, which kind of like Alice in Wonderland was the same thing. But, well, diamonds are manipulated, but they're still a girl's best friend. I was hoping we'd get a report by now. It's still going back and forth. It's now on the northeast, well, sort of the east zone of the Caldor. Going back and forth. I guess this will just take a little bit more time than anticipated. Yeah, Ron Britvich, sorry. Bitcoin mining uses more power than the country of Nigeria. That's not an effective system. Ding, 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 ding. And it's designed to use more and more power. And take more and more resources and more video cards. And kill them. E-waste was already a problem. If you think plastic waste is all straws, you're wrong. A lot of it's e-waste. People taking their laptops and their old video cards and their old computers and throwing them in the trash. A lot of that's plastics. But worse than plastics is metal going in the trash and not being recycled. Because that has to be mined, has to be smelted. Have to be new mines for it. Every bit of metal that's not recycled. If you are not recycling metal, you're not green. But many people will just take their vacuum cleaner and go throw it away. Most of my video production work I haven't put on YouTube yet is all teaching people to recycle appliances and electronics. So I've recorded more than 3 years of me taking apart household equipment. And the video series is going to be called What's Inside It? Where I just find broken electronics, mostly at dumpsters. And I take them home, I take them apart. And I show you how to recycle things. And almost every video begins, do you want to know what's inside it? Paul Coffey ? You're right, Ernest Hemingway. Wrestling Ernest Hemingway. I tried that. I started a laser disc of my friend's Wizard of Oz, and she showed me where to start Dark Side of the Moon. It's on the Lions, the MGM Lions third roar. And it does line up. The Dark Side of the Moon lines up perfectly until a certain point of the movie where it stops. But the thing like black and blue, you know, the Black Witch, you know, the Wicked Witch shows up and appears to Dorothy at that point. There's a lot of spooky things that line up. So what we're babbling about is any random topic. Mostly we got onto tech because I was talking about what my computer upgrades should be. But we are waiting for this pilot to talk to the other pilot. It's doing an aerial recon of the Caldor. There's really nothing to see on the cams. We're smoked out. For the most part. But that's good. Today, the smoke layer will moderate the fire's activity. Smoke layer means there's not much wind. So it's a smoke blanket on top of everything. I am delighted to look at Leak Springs and see that. That's great. All they need is more days like this. A race against time before the next big wind event. Problem with all these fires is just as they're about to get a handle on them, a big wind event and things like lightning and other fires breaking out on the state took away their resources. Then the wind drives them like crazy. You just need time to complete their defenses before the next big wind event. Complete the lines, complete their backfires, complete their backburning. and especially at night. We might have misinterpreted Wizard of Oz. I don't think there's ever been a clear explanation of exactly what it is, but it's mostly an economic treatise, or whatever that word is. Travis Murray, Wildfire, can I have the Gmail name? My Gmail is in the link of my video description, but I'll type it out for you guys. Pretty soon, that Chinese place is going to open, and I'm going to order my feast, guys. With your kind donations to Uber Eats for the gift cards. That's the best way to help me right now is food gift cards. Because if it's delivered, I don't have to go out and, say, stop, I'll be back in an hour, I'm cooking, So, Susie, hey, welcome. Despite the smoke insulation, it was very cold overnight. 35 degrees in Truckee in the morning. Wow. Was your breath freezing in the air? Wrestling says, I hope this weather holds up and things stay calm. I'm surprised all these years the ghost town of Bodie hasn't burned down with it being so remote. It actually already has burned down. Bodie was a ghost city. And there was a child who was playing with matches and lit the town on fire and burned most of it down. Yep, exactly, Bob. The meal I didn't get the other night because the restaurant closed at 9 and my finger was sailing towards the order button at 8:59 and then my finger landed on order after 9 and got canceled. But yeah, I want that food. Bob, the funny thing was I had to resort to a Subway sandwich because every food order, like 5 of them, didn't go through because every time I ordered them, the restaurant says, we're sorry, we're closing too soon. So I ordered a Subway steak sandwich, and what arrived was not correct. It was a chicken sandwich, but they charged me like it was a steak sandwich. And there was only 2 thin slices of deli meat chicken, not like chicken breast. And there was so much guacamole in it that it soaked through the guacamole and mayonnaise and honey mustard, that it soaked through the bread by the time it got here. And it was a lime green sandwich of just like soup. I picked it up and it started falling apart in my hands. I was so hungry that I inhaled it like a Saint Bernard would inhale a breakfast roll or a cinnamon roll, man. Just. There's a very good explanation to the Wizard of Oz, Paul Coffey says. What is that? LSD? Just kidding. It wasn't existing at the time.
Please copy as you'd like to request the Helco out of Truckee as well as 2 Type 1s using the Truckee route to Division Delta Delta and Mike Mike.
Helicopters?
Yes, Division Delta. 17 Alpha.
Oh, thanks, Susie. What's your take
Delta
on...
Delta was at Tallac, and then Mike Mike 17 Alpha. Correct.
Wow.
Always copies. We'll get on the phone with Truckee. Copy.
Nice. Were you in an airplane? Susie? That's over Truckee? Wow. Every once in a while a fire is beautiful because, well, most deadly things are. Neat. So, Susie, what is your take on the fire weather forecast? We should get up predictive services. We can watch the 4-minute groovy video. Yeah, let's watch it, guys. I think they come out every morning. I think it's ready. Fire weather webcast, updated daily during fire season. Okay. We got it. We got it with the Bossa Nova. Let's watch it.
Welcome to the North Ops Fire Weather Webcast for Saturday, September 4th, 2021. The most recent water vapor loop from GOES 16 shows ridging over California with a trough approaching from the northwest. The low pressure area spinning.
Sorry, record scratch. Did he say California? Oh my god. This guy is such a troll.
Well off the central California. From GOES 16 shows ridging over California with a trough approaching from the northwest. The low pressure area spinning well off the central California coast will be the disturbance that provides a partial breakdown of the ridge Tuesday and Tuesday night. A dry intrusion remains in place over the area, is indicated by the orange and reddish shading. It should also be pointed out that monsoonal moisture has pooled up over the Baja Peninsula. Visible imagery this morning shows an expansive area of smoke over the region. Heavier concentrations at the surface are found across the north and east. The marine layer is also evident across the Greater Bay Area, but it is rather shallow and will erode quickly this morning. Due to the poor ventilation today, large areas of smoke will remain and provide filtered sunshine. A dominant ridge will affect the region's weather through Monday night. The ridge will then shift eastward Tuesday and Wednesday as the previously mentioned offshore disturbance moves along the western periphery. A further breakdown of the ridge is expected late week into the weekend, although models have changed their tune quite a bit on the type of breakdown or incoming trough.
Okay, that's their video screwing up. That's not me. Let me go back a little. Make sure. Okay.
As the previously mentioned offshore disturbance moves along the western periphery, a further breakdown of the ridge is expected late week into the weekend, although models have changed their tune quite a bit on the type of breakdown or incoming trough. Confidence is high in the critical ridge breakdown phase, but much less so on the type of troughing following the initial breakdown. Unusually warm temperatures will occur through early week, with positive departures between 5 to 15 degrees, although areas of smoke will take the edge off the heat. Some cooling expected the latter half of the week. The models have fluctuated quite a bit on thunderstorm chances across the far northwest Tuesday and Tuesday night. Thus will keep a slight chance there. A monsoonal moisture signature is showing up for the latter half of the week and would favor the east, although confidence is also low for thunderstorm impacts. Any thunderstorms that do form during the week are likely to be on the drier side and have some movement. This GFS precipitation accumulation graphic is valid through 0500 next Saturday. The wind flow will remain on the lighter side through Monday. A few localized gusts between 20 to 25 miles per hour could be found within the Shasta Valley and coastal range on Monday. The wind flow will shift from a northwest-west-southwesterly flow to a west-southwest southerly flow between the weekend and Monday. This forecast image is valid at 1700 Monday. West, southwest, and southerly winds will increase area-wide Tuesday and Wednesday due to the partial ridge breakdown. Expecting peak gusts between 20 to 30 miles per hour, but localized up to 35, favoring the east. This GFS surface wind forecast image is valid at 1700 Wednesday. The air mass will be unusually dry through Monday night across the entire area as the marine layer will be suppressed. Expect interior minimums in the single digits, teens, and 20s, with poor to moderate recoveries at night. Humidity will likely increase on Tuesday and could remain moderated the latter half of the week. This forecast image is valid at 1700 Monday. The 7-day significant fire potential product reveals mostly moderate risk. The unusually warm and dry air mass near term will only exacerbate already critically dry fuel moistures and lead to extended active burn periods. Poor ventilation, however, will lead to a buildup of smoke across the region through Monday. Better ventilation expected Tuesday and beyond, while wind speeds increase. The possibility exists for high-risk conditions favoring the east Tuesday and Wednesday. Thunderstorm chances will also be monitored closely during the same time frame. In summary, an unusually warm and dry air mass with strong thermal belts through Monday night. Ridge expected to partially break down Tuesday and Wednesday and lead to increased wind and moderating humidity and temperatures. A slight chance of drier, fast-moving storms across the far northwest corner Tuesday and Tuesday night, but models have been trending drier as of late. Monsoonal moisture and thunderstorms a possibility the latter half of the week as low pressure digs into the area, but models have fluctuated quite a bit the past few days, thus low confidence. Possibility of continued gusty winds with the unsettled weather period late week into the following weekend.
Okay, that was a somewhat troubled daily groovy weather update, and that is straight from the horse's mouth. There are only two places, Redding and another place in Southern California, for fire weather forecasts. That those forecasts are what the fire crews get every morning and make their plans with. So Susie has things to add, and you know what? They were trying to say that when the everything got screwed up with their audio, that models aren't certain that the thunderstorm and lightning thing might happen for Tuesday. It's up in the air, and whether or not some other things happen. So Susie says, who's a meteorologist here, says that her photo was taken just south of Heavenly. Cool. Right now, the strong overnight inversion and cold temps are slowing the fire. Yeah. But there's still not much humidity recovery yet here. It will be a lot hotter today. And there's a cutoff low off the coast. This will be an interesting element. I'm not sure what that means. This is either a person trained or the National Weather Service radio or a bot. Notice that's predictive services out of Redding. That's not National Weather Service. They're a lot better. That is a fire weather forecast. So, he's definitely a person trying to ham it up as nasally and as moisturized as possible. I really take my hat off to that kind of trollery. So, the offshore disturbances are remaining upper level low of Hurricane Nora. Well, in this loop, the upper level moves on shore. Not all models agree. Right. The offshore low is blocking Pacific ridging, thus keeping the winds light. Okay. And the rest of what she's saying is winds will be terrain driven. Upper level winds are less than 25 knots. Okay. And they said that the 25-mile-an-hour winds, they're very somewhat possible, are up by Shasta anyways. So this is really good wind forecast, but it's just super dry, worsening the whole drought thing. And the thing people should remember about this is that with everything being so dry, a tiny amount of wind or a new spark could drive fires racing up hills just because it's being fuel driven, and that means just some plant on fire lighting the next plant on fire that it touches, lighting the next plant on fire that it touches, going uphill. Fire does not need wind to go uphill. So they're on watch. If we got lightning on Tuesday, oh man, it's a God help us kind of thing. So really hoping that they can do everything they want to do in case
Air attack, Placerville Hell Base on air-to-ground command.
That is definitely a human.
Go ahead, Placerville Hell Base.
Truckee Hellbase only has one Type 1 available, and they do not have a Helco. I do know that Alpine has some Type 1s if you'd like me to order up a Type 1 out of there, but neither one has Helco.
Oh.
Copy, yes, we'll take the one out of Alpine.
Hellbase copies. Would you like them to report to Delta Delta or Mike Mike?
Delta Delta for Alpine.
Hellbase copies.
Yeah, Susie, can you comment on the trend that absolutely irritates me of all of a sudden weather people this year are saying monsoonal moisture? I want to just bap them on the head with a Nerf bat. Can we please keep the word monsoon to what actually happens in the Himalayas, the torrential flooding, the death and destruction they have to deal with? Calling every little farting rain cloud a monsoon these days makes me really angry. Why are they doing that? This is not the Himalayas.
Division November, air attack, air-to-ground command.
To call our little things monsoons, it's kind of an insult to the horrifying situations and unique flooding.
Fire behavior where helicopters were dropping along 88 yesterday. Checking to see if you have needs.
Yeah, when I think of monsoon, I think of flash flooding, horror, death, destruction. Susie says, I agree, there's usually a short 2 to 4 week monsoon period in Arizona. Our situation is just the intrusion of more humid air mass. I know, it's just like, let's confuse the public. I still don't understand half of the terms of meteorology, and I found out you guys don't.
Just looked at that area. Visibility was good. Didn't see much in the way of smoke, but we could certainly get a helicopter or two out there to deal with the one we did see.
Where did you see it? We're only hearing one half the conversation.
I'd have to check on that.
And I'm on to you, weather people. I think you're all frauds. I found out you don't really study meteors at all.
Okay, I understand. The issue with moving them is as soon as we move folks around, then the smoke's going to shift, and then they'll be stuck.
Huh? Stuck? Yeah, I know that Arizona's got a flash flood season. Yeah, but I'm just irritated that like every little bit of moisture in the air is now called monsoonal these days. It's like, what's wrong with you people? It's like calling blizzards, like let's call every snowfall a blizzard. Then people will lose trust in what the heck you're saying. What's TES? Oh, thunderstorms? Okay, yeah. The ocean is still really cool because of La Nina, meaning the Pacific. It is very tough for any southern humid air to make it far north. It is quickly tempered by the cold weather. This is why minimal thunderstorms this year. That is a really mixed blessing. That means less rain, but less lightning, if I'm getting that idea correct. La Nina is a wild card. It's a wild card. El Niños are pretty predictable in what they do, but La Nina is a wild card.
Division, no. Air attack, air ground command. Regarding your desired recon out to 815, have you placed an order yet? Understand, thank you.
I was hoping we'd see some helicopters at least, but I think fixed wing just really might not be able to work today with the crazy smoke. Wrestling Ernest Hemingway, it's like when people back east feel a 2.0 tremor and call it an earthquake. Yeah. The public is so confused by scientific terms. A couple things just need to change. First of all, there's a huge difference between a magmatic earthquake, a seismic earthquake, and just the ground shaking. Sure, it all shows up on the Richter scale, or whatever scale they want to use, right? As a number. But there's...
Division, India, air attack, air to ground command.
Hang on. Like, just putting pressure on the ground can cause little ground shakes.
Cedar City, air attack. Just going to pass on to Division India that at the moment visibility is poor in India.
Okay, that's where she just flew over. That's Wrights Lake. She's now flying over Strawberry and...
Did you copy? Visibility in your division at the moment is unacceptable for helicopter.
Oh, man.
I understand, and I believe you have a couple of sling loads requested. Is that true?
What's a sling load? Hey, Bob, do you know what that is?
Copy. Can I get those lat longs from you?
We're missing half the conversation, but hopefully we'll get a little bit more information out of this recon flight. She's talking to ground crews, and their radios aren't powerful enough to reach the Broadcastify ham radio operator where we're getting this feed. Mostly we can only hear people in the air.
Copy, thank you.
I kind of wonder, Budgie.
Air attack, Placerville Helibase on air to ground command.
Placerville Helibase, go ahead.
So we were able to fill the Type 1 out of Alpine for Division Delta Delta, as well as the Helco at Placerville is acquiring about the visibility for Black Route, Division Mike Caples area when able.
Copy. Black Route looked acceptable, an hour ago. We're heading back in the area.
Helibase copies, when you in the area, let me know.
Copy. When we came in further south is
Always copies. Further south is better.
There's Kirkwood Meadows.
Man Romeo, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, a sling load is cargo carried beneath the helicopter attached by a lead line and a swivel. So I guess they carry it around on a rope. Yep, it's a Rockwell 690V. Flying at 9,375 feet. Around 173 miles an hour. So mostly air attack flies around Rockwells. And sometimes they're in a helicopter, it's pretty rare. And air attack is head honcho. Reroutes, tells all the helicopters and all the planes where they should go, what they should do. Tells the crews where they should go, what they should do beneath them. Tells them to be worried about fire danger, this or that. And they're the ones who mostly hear calling the shots on the radio. So this is air attack running around, I think. You saw Chinook flying around earlier? Cool. They're trying to get them as order, and they said that a couple helicopters were not available. So that kind of sucks. We're just waiting to see what's up. But they won't have any in India. Nothing up there by Echo and Wrights Lake. But then again, with all the smoke, they may not need them. Find some water. I think it's time to order some food. Maybe I'll be successful today. I'm pretty much on a scale between completely incompetent and expert at ordering food online. I'm somewhere beneath incompetent on the level of moron. Okay. Wait. Guys. Wildfire today has an article. And I like what I'm seeing. 747 supertanker slated to return to service? Wow! The retardant delivery system has a new owner. A company that provides aircraft for lease has purchased the retardant delivery system formerly inside of the 747 supertanker, the global supertanker, our hero airplane from last year. Logistic Air is now the owner of the tanking system that for years had interim approval by the federal government's Interagency Air Tanker Board to be used in a tanker. Global Supertanker's recently modified website proudly proclaims returning to service in 2022. Wow, cue the crowd cheering wildly. When I was covering the glass fire last year especially, that thing painted mountainsides red. We were watching it from cameras near Calistoga, and that thing single-handedly saved towns. Yes! So now the airplane we're watching is scouting around Carson Pass Highway. The text is too small to read. Wow, 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 wow. So I'm still not clear on what the snafu was for it not being available this year. Maybe Blanco Lirio will explain that. So, I'm reading the Wildfire Today news. The supertanker's RDS is comprised of approximately 20 tanks that hold retardant, like in the belly, you know, where the seats used to be for passengers. They hold retardant and enough compressed air to pump that retardant out of 4 nozzles that were in the belly of that huge aircraft. At various times, the air tanker had interim certification by the IAB to carry 20,000 or 19,200 or 17,500 gallons of retardant. Dang. The IAB and the U.S. Forest Service appeared to bend over backwards to find reasons to not issue full approval for the aircraft and that RDS. The IAB and the U.S. Forest Service appeared to bend over backwards to find reasons to not issue full approval for the aircraft and the RDS. Earlier this year, the supertanker's drop controlling system and other components were significantly modified to improve the delivery of retardant, including metering the volume of disperse based on ground speed of the aircraft. It then went through dozens of tests on the ground. The operators were waiting for it to be scheduled for the IAB's grid, or cup test, which measures the amount of retardant that hits the ground over a large grid. A cup test. Should they really fly over a big, like, empty swimming pool or something to measure the amount of retardant that hits the ground? I would love to see how that works. But before that cup test could take place, the owner, Alterna Capital, shut down the company and sold the aircraft and that RDS to 2 different companies. The 747 was purchased by National Airlines, who uses a freighter, and Logistic Air bought the RDS, the RDS being the retardant delivery system. The guts. Patricia, good luck on the food order. No negative talk about yourself. Thank you, Patricia. That's okay. But when I jest like that, that means that whenever I have a success, it's all the greater, right? A person at Alterna Capital, who was not authorized to speak for the company, told Fire Aviation that Global Supertanker had approximately 24 employees and contractors when the doors closed, and none of them are working for the new operators at this time. The person said Alterna will support Logistic Air in any way we can. Update to the article. Okay, so our scout plane is flying over Dogtown Creek in Caldor itself. Okay. After this was published, we received a call from a person at Logistic Air who asked to remain anonymous. Wow. They confirmed that the company plans to install the RDS in a nose-loading 747-200 when the aircraft completes maintenance after the first of next year. The aircraft itself will have to be modified, of course, to enable loading retardant and compressed air, and the plumbing and the belly nozzles will have to be installed. Then they will schedule a grid test, which they are confident it will pass. The final and most important step is applying for and receiving a new contract from the U.S. Forest Service, which is no easy feat. We are told that some of the former employees at Global Supertanker are expected to work in the new organization. I wonder really why all that happened. Why did it really not get approval? What the heck was going on behind the scenes? There's so many rumors. But I'm glad to hear that we'll, if everything passes approval, get a 747 Supertanker back in the air. That thing just paints mountains red.
Placerville, Helibase, air attack, air to ground command.
Okay, let's listen.
Air attack, Placerville, Helibase.
I'd like to request a Helco on Black Route to head out to the east zone for Division Delta Delta at Mike Mike.
copies, requesting a Helco, black route, east side, Delta Delta, Mike. Confirm.
Yeah, Blanco Lirio said it was too expensive for delivery. Well, they have to negotiate their contract, and I guess California or the Forest Service didn't want to pay that rate. But what's the rest of the story? You know? The Dan Daly, hey, the AC-90 is the air attack loitering around Caldor, assessing visual until 12:30 today in that Aero Commander.
Papa Juliet, Caldor air attack.
It says Rockwell 690B. Is that an Aero Commander? There's a helicopter in Dixie working the east.
Altimeter 3004. Air attack is at 9,500. You're cleared in, let's go 9,000 for you. We had a quick look over the lake, and at 9,500 it looks pretty good. If 9 doesn't work for you, we're climbing to 10.5. No other aircraft up.
This one is supposedly at 10,350. I wonder if we have a delayed feed. Susie says, when I fly around the Sierra, I should say being flown. I like going fast with big wings. I feel safest in the Pilatus PC-12. Ensures plenty of lift and glide and has strong variable winds.
On order. Not up.
In Flight Simulator, I prefer the SR-71, but you know what? The Sierras go by in a blip and suddenly I'm in New York.
As soon as you get here, we'll roll you over to East Roderbeck. TFR for now.
Okay. Do I say it right? Pilatus? PC-12? You're monitoring Dixie on broadcast. Fine. Thanks, Dan. Tell us what you hear. I don't think we'll have a lot of aircraft today. They already ruled it out for India, which is over by Echo and Wrights Lake. They're trying to figure out their orders for the day. Bob Fraser, our mapper, is at 17,200 over the fire. Cool. Red Sonia, cool name by the way. I love Conan. I think they calculate the wetted area of the weight of the retardant to determine the amount of liquid developed per unit. Yeah. The fact that's called a cup test is hilarious. Hi Sierra Bigfoot Hunter, thanks for the link by the way. I'm out. We'll post again later so new watchers will have a chance to look at them. Thank you so much for the map link. Or info link. Wow, this is great.
Casino, Green 6.
That's fine.
Crew 6, you're broken.
Yesterday, Mike was using Lake Tahoe. And do you have your ground contact 17 Alpha?
On Forest going on days off will be available on Thursday.
East, air to ground, tactical.
We were in 3D view, but I'm afraid of it.
It's better.
It was cool seeing Lake Tahoe in 3D view.
And to my knowledge, you'll be on the air-to-ground tactical east. Do you have that frequency?
Let's look at the Dixie.
Let me double check. I have 160 282875.
What's it like flying in a Pilatus? You know what I would like to fly in? A Global Bombardier 6000. That looks pretty sick. All right, let's check out.
Papa Juliet, you're correct. 169.
Oh God, the tilt. So this is looking at the Dixie scouting, although we can only hear one channel at a time. Thanks, High Sierra. Bonnie Bailey, lol, I just shut my cat in the cupboard. Could hear her crying, but didn't know where she was. Poor kitty. What was she doing in there? Okay, we all need to start a letter writing campaign. Please, Flight Radar, tilt the plane, not the horizon. I'm gonna toss my cookies. Bonnie says I was getting the box of cat litter out and left the cupboard door open. She got... Oh, poor cat. Susie says you don't want to be in a Global 6500 this year. The wings are too small. An earlier variant crashed in Truckee in July. Oh, was that the one? Well, they were doing a pretty hard, according to Juan Brown, they were doing a pretty difficult corkscrew landing. It's just not even good on a good,
36
on a good visual day.
Any of the Type 6s needed B services?
Hey Patricia, thanks again. I'll order the foods now. Thank you.
4-3. Any of the Type 6s needed B services? 1 second, let my firefighter look at the order.
So happy to hear the super tanker will be back in action next year if all goes well.
4 dude. Got it.
Thank you everybody donating to keep me fed. Alright. I'm ordering the food. Let's try this. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Yay, thank you, Kimberly. Do-do-do. Do. I have to every once in a while say something or people think the feed is broken because people tune out if there's no audio. Usually within about 45 seconds, assuming that the video is broken. They're just not saying very much on the radio, so I have to randomly say something like do-do-do Sorry if that's completely annoying. I could sing, but then you would all want your money back. Let's see here. Maybe I should have like a random chime or something. Or like a bossa nova version of Girl from Ipanema constantly playing. Back in the day, and also handsome. Ipanema goes walking, and we will make it this. That's my favorite scene out of a horror movie. What was it called? Below or From Below or something? A sea monster attacks a cruise ship. And tentacles of the sea monster try to reach for people.
Yeah, Kern, we have 2 Elcos. Negative, we have 2 total. 1 after the one that's been requested.
They're flying by Portola here. Towards Portola. That's Lake Davis up there, I think. Yeah. The Fool on the Hill. I don't like it when Paul sings, I'm sorry. I like Ringo. I like the Octopus's Garden. Because I would like to be under the sea. In the shade. Anyway, the horror movie is really bad, but it's good bad. Like you can watch it on Halloween at a party. I think it's called From Below, and it's about a sea monster attacks a cruise ship. Oh God, the plane's going backwards. Okay. Seasickness. And these tentacles of the sea monster are reaching for these guys, and it's going to grab them and eat them. And they take refuge in an elevator, and they shut the elevator doors, and the tentacles dent and pound on the doors. And the lights flicker. Now what's the plane doing? Oh my God. It just went down and backwards. Oh my God. And it's going up and down, or wherever it is, to escape the sea monster. And the lights are flickering, and there's wires everywhere that were torn. Oh God, what's going on with the plane? Okay. This program loses track of where airplanes are, and then it suddenly goes, oh, the airplane's over here, and just teleports it. Oh man. Anyway, in the elevator, the traumatized people are like, what was that? Was that a monster? And the lights come back on, and it starts playing Girl from Ipanema. And this guy goes, wait, is this music the Girl from Ipanema? And they look at him like, that's what you're talking about? There's a sea monster trying to grab us with tentacles, and that's what you're talking about? Trying to figure out this food ordering thing. But that's one of the best just movie clips ever. Maybe there's a clip of that on YouTube. Red Sonja, my hubby Prep Life had been doing initial attack with a dozer rig for 33 years in South Carolina. He wishes he could help. He's been on many details in the West. That's what I don't understand. Why don't they have an all-hands-on-deck call for volunteers across the country? When Pearl Harbor hit, they basically said we need to build a couple thousand ships. And at every train station in every major city, they had somebody handing out flyers saying, would you like to work? Report back in 24 hours with your suitcase to this train station. We will train ride you out to the, and bus you to the areas. We will build tent cities and then kind of trailer park cities. You will find work. We need your help. We organized during wartime. We've done that time and time again. Like, oh God, the airplane's going backwards. No. Okay, guys, I'm done with that. Nope. Okay. Why can't we do it now? There's plenty of like retirees who could do the basics of the firefighting, like the patrol and mop-up stuff, and dozer crews that could just help. And they're short-staffed. Why can't we do that? The fittest can go out there, the youth can go out there and do the hardest parts of the work. But you know what? There's a whole lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that the others can do. Leslie, Profiter, oh blah dee oh no blah blah blah. Yeah. So, okay. Going back up to chat a little bit. Me says, Tubbs fire survivor. That tanker came back and forth on the McClellan, and I can tell you firsthand, when a super tanker arrives, it's like nothing you've ever seen or felt. It gives you hope. Heck yeah, it does. Heck yeah. That's what we were cheering for last year. Were you here, me, last year? I think you were. And we were looking at the cams by Calistoga, and the blast fires trying to go north, and they hit that canyon where the Lone Ranger was hanging out too. And just red hillside. Hang on, getting a Uber gift card code. View your e-gift card. Okay, this is awesome. Somebody gave me an Uber Eats gift card through giftya.com. That's so awesome. GIFTYA. Thank you. Okay. Copy code. Okay. Add to Uber Eats. Get the food. Get the food. What's some other good elevator music? I'm a fan of that genre in general. Alright, since I'm looking down, we'll go back to 3D view. This is going by the Beckworth burn scar right now. They're going over towards, what is that? French Lake or French? I can't remember what that is. Northwest of Doyle? So the reason I keep humming stuff is most people are listening to the stream day after day. We're going to have a quiet day, knock on wood. Not too much aircraft, that's why there's not much going on with the radio.
Caldor attack, Helco, Settle, Bravo, Sierra, DFR.
Oh, thank God, I can stop talking. I have to say something, or people tune out within 45 seconds of a video being silent. So, just have to talk about something.
Bravo Sierra off from Placerville, black route. 004.
Can we really not hear that?
04 cleared 5,500 Leone dip. We'll call you when we get there. We'll stay on TFR. 04 getting on to Mike talking to 17 Alpha on east air to ground tactical. 4 Papa Juliet, Mike 17 Alpha.
Remember, the drinking game is Papa. Not Mike.
9,500 for 4 Papa Juliet. Copy that.
Put down your glasses. The drinking game is Mike. Sorry, not Mike. It's Papa.
7 Bravo Sierra air taxi. Additionally, 4 Papa Juliet will be using Grass Lake for their dip.
It says Truckee Sikorsky.
Golf Romeo Alpha Sierra or Grouse the bird. The first. Unit hailing on Victor, go ahead.
That's Lake Tahoe. It's over Heavenly right now. The Sikorsky.
Copy. 3004. You cleared in 9,000 or below. Also have 4 Papa Juliet. Mike.
Oh no, it opens at 11. Okay. We'll wait. Wait, can I order to... Oh, okay. Schedule an order for later. Okay. Chicken lettuce wrap. So our cameras are pretty smoked in. So we're not really looking at them. There's not much to look at. Although the helicopter might fly in front of this Heavenly one on the left. If the Heavenly pans around. I kind of retweeted some stuff that was pretty outrageous. Apparently, to go from Tahoe to Truckee on Lyft would be about a $78 fare. And I don't think they tried to price gouge anybody intentionally. They have an algorithm where fewer drivers in an area increases the price. Supply and demand, I guess. And more demand increases the price on a Lyft or Uber ride, pretty much. But it's illegal in California to raise the price of a good or service more than 10% during a crisis. It's price gouging. You should report it wherever you see it. And there's a screenshot of somebody's phone where they tried to get a ride out of South Lake Tahoe to Truckee or something, and it was $1,200. I mean, you could probably fly around the world with a round-trip ticket on some airlines for that, you know, on early December when usually nobody flies. Heck, I flew to Europe for $238 round-trip on one of those discount flights. It's because I flew to Europe on Christmas, and nobody likes to fly on Christmas. But Lyft said they were looking into it, but that's just kind of evil. 200 people. Air quality alert for Peanut, California because of the Monument Fire. Special weather statement in Markleyville. Let's check that out. Check it out. Fly me to the moon. That's it. Yeah, that's a good one. Me says yes. I moved from Santa Rosa to Cloverdale, and bam! Once again, super tanker, global crazy. Drops, people cheering with hope. Yes. Remember, whenever that plane took to the air, I put Flight of the Valkyries on. Super hope. And now I play it for Tanker 911 sometimes. So Markleyville has a special weather statement. Smoke impacts continue from the Dixie and Caldor fires. Air quality measurements, forecasts, and safety tips can be found at fire.airnow.gov. Plan for prolonged periods of poor air quality due to smoke until the fire activity is greatly diminished. Who knows when that'll be. Smoke will fill portions of the Tahoe Basin and settle into some western Nevada valleys during the overnight and early morning hours. Lighter winds today and into the weekend may limit the smoke dispersion in the afternoons and evenings, which will allow smoke to linger in valley locations. Go to weather.gov/Reno. Okay. Alright. Yeah, Santa Rosa is a tough place to live. 1 pound Michelinas are great for a cheap lunch. Yeah. Survived college with those. Dan Daly, Dixie Air East, things starting up. Air Attack and helicopters just had an extended chat on objectives and resources. Air Attack will order a lead to get it comfortable, and then it'll get lats 1 and 2 up. Oh, that's cool. Also, he will order scoopers.
Alpha 7 Bravo Sierra, Leone dip.
Bravo Sierra Air Attack. Copy.
Hey, Travis Murray, you're very welcome. Also, he will order scoopers. Yay! Yesterday, they scooped at Frenchman's Lake, ran up
The rotors ahead,
395.
use the 9,500, and we'll switch to rotor east.
Did the helicopter go in front of the cam at all? I was looking away.
Air Attack, Elko, Beth, can we kind of cheat the black and go direct towards the Mike area?
Absolutely.
We'll switch over to rotor east, and eventually we'll climb for 10,000.
Copy, acknowledge 4 Papa Juliet to rotor east.
Copy.
4 Papa Juliet, TFR.
Prep Life, thank you for your kind donation of my food supply. Yeah, thank you. So, if anybody wants the official Caldor and Dixie charity, are always pinned at the top of the feed in the chat. Remind me if I ever forget to put it there. And pocket change. From enough people gets me by, so I can keep doing this day after day.
Elko on rotor east.
Yikes, all about nothing. My doctor put me on an inhaler because of bad air quality.
Elko, TFR.
In my opinion, you should be able to bill PG&E for that because they created all this hazardous smoke from the Dixie. So, Dan Daly, I was just about to ask, should we switch to Dixie? But if it has choppy, horrible sounds in it, I won't be able to tolerate it. That's why we don't listen to Dixie that much anymore. It's just... That pounding sound was giving me a headache. That's pretty cool about the scoopers. If we have more scoopers, they were working at a Frenchman's yesterday. They ran up 395, turned south, dropped and repeated. I think they're at Chico and Gaston, Reno. That would be cool. Looks like the air quality indexes at Markleeville are about 500. Isn't that the maximum? Isn't this the chart
Air
just...
attack, East Helco, East Rotor. Caldor attack, East Helco, TFR. Okay, Beth, we'll assume East Helco and switch over to the East Rotor Victor and get a radio check from you. Attack, East Helco, East Rotor.
I think what Juan Brown's biggest takeaway from that analysis video, and I mean, the investigation is still going on the Truckee crash, was not only did they have poor visibility from smoke, which disoriented the pilots with spatial disorientation, they chose a corkscrew landing, which is hard on a good visibility day. They could have contacted air traffic and requested another approach and didn't. So when you have no visibility and smoke, you can reach stall speeds and not really feel it, not really see it. But what they attempted was usually something that most pilots don't even attempt on a good day. He did a good video on the scoopers yesterday. I wish I could show, like, his content every so often, but in reality, I mean, I have the link in the description, the Blanco Lirio channel description of my video. People should totally watch it on his channel, because what is polite might be to show little clips, but sending viewers to other good streamers is always a good polite thing. I learned so much about aircraft from him. He puts it in really good bite-sized chunks. Explains terminology to the layman. I like Mentor Pilot as well, and Kelsey, the 7-4 Gear channel. And he's just hilarious. Dan Daly, Dixie East Air says air attack continues. What I imagine is on the south flank of the fire between Lake Davis and Frenchman's Lake. Let's check some cams. Do they have any visibility? Now the stupid, let's see, Shasta Modoc. The stupid cams are mostly turned away from the Dixie over by Doyle. Don't ask me why. Constantia has dog dirt for visibility. Chillicoot is not much better. That's surprising. Look at the Beckward Peak. Beckworth? I have no idea how they could operate in this. North Portola is looking a lot better. Slope Mountain is looking a lot better. All About Nothing, I've been following Blanco Lirio from day one with his feed. Did I tell you guys how when I did this last year, and I did it the year before with Paradise, I was teaching people online how to use flight radar, CalTopo, these cams, and every other resource to track fires. The idea is to teach people to do it for themselves. I don't want to do this. I just want to fire educate people. And the way he was doing it was like exactly the way I was doing it. He had an aviation channel. He flew over fires in the past. Not that I've seen all of his videos by stretch of imagination. But then when he was talking about tracking fires earlier in the year, somewhat after I wrapped up my stream of last year. I got up on there and said, hey, well, I'm glad you're using the tools too, and I like having a rest. If you're going to monitor the fires every day, I'll just send my viewers to you and take a dang break. And I said, you forgot, putting on Broadcastify so that you can hear the pilot chatter as well. And I was giving him the tips because I kind of assumed he might have learned from me some of the methods. I'm not the only one who does this and knows about mapping and such. But the way he went step by step with clicking almost exactly the same buttons in the same order I do it, I thought maybe he was,
If doable, 17 Alpha was requesting a second helicopter.
We're still pedaling that way. We're probably 4 miles west of Silverjet, and currently at 8,900 climbing for 10,000.
So anyway,
we're climbing from 10.5 to 11, and we are over cables.
You get in there and identify grass dip and see what the air looks like between dip and drop and Mike, and we'll either have you do it or I'll see if I can hail Helibase and go direct.
Understand. And we're going to start looking at November, seeing if we can get something going in the 88 slot.
Cool. I wonder if this is a scooper plane. The Airbus helicopter, though, is usually just a watching helicopter. It's going over Thunder Mountain right now. So anyway, I was chatting with Juan Brown, like, dude, I want to buy you a coffee, dude. The way you covered the fires in the Orville Dam crisis, you're doing a good service for Butte County, man. And he never replied to me ever when I tried to reach out to him with stuff like that. Then it occurred to me, well, he might just coincidentally know how to do this and have no idea who the hell I am and think I'm a stalker. Dan Daly says Caldor Air looks like Air Attack and Helco doing Reese's, I don't know what you're typing there. I'm going to say recon of SLT, the Black Hawk from Truckee and Kirkwood, the Airbus from Placerville. The latter is probably an assessment of visibility from there to the fire. Yep, that's what we're looking at. They're chattering a little bit about ordering helicopters. No joy. No helicopter action on Wrights Lake today or Echo. Blanco Lirio made me, he owes me a new monitor. I'm never going to get the coffee out from in between the screen and the bezel, the plastic thing around the edge of the screen. So here I am one day looking at his fire updates from earlier this year. I think it was in July sometime, and he was at some sort of a pilot's thingy near Truckee or something at the airport. And there was a guy whose last name was Donner, like as in Donner Party descendant. And I'm drinking some espresso or something, and his friend, he was doing wilderness survival tips. And for anybody who doesn't know the story, he says, so if you crash your plane in the wilderness and want to survive, what do you need to do? Like, should you keep some food in your plane, like nuts or canned food? And he goes, no. The dude with the last name of Donner goes, no. In fact, all you need in the wilderness to survive is to bring a passenger and barbecue sauce, and I projectile sprayed coffee out of both nostrils all over my monitor.
East Telco, Air Attack, TFR.
Go ahead.
Silver?
Pretty good, totally doable. If we want to start routing things out to support your other target, I think it'd be fine.
Thanks.
Yep, best tip ever, 1,000 out of 10. Yeah, that guy deserves a Kathryn Award for sure. I would never be such an unkind human being as to make a joke about something like that, but that one of the descendants of the Donner Party makes a joke about cannibalism is just... My jaw is still on the floor. Oh my god. So yay, we just heard that they approved helicopters to work on a Silver Dip, which is Silver Lake over by Kirkwood. Yay. Yay. Mr. V says one could survive a long time that way. Oh, only if you kill your friend early, though, before they begin losing weight. Oh my god.
November Papa Air Attack, Air to Ground Command.
Yeah, maybe that canned food should be used to fatten up your friend first, right? He'll eat it with gusto and think you're making a sacrifice. And
I was just about to call you to check in between Hellbase for...
Little does he know you're
we'll
sharpening.
place the order. Do you have a ground contact?
Little does he know you're sharpening your knife over there in the corner.
Brief CC identifier. And are you specifically requesting type 2?
Havoc, you're evil. If it's somebody you hate, it's a different story. Wow. Always bring somebody you hate on board your airplane. Oh my god, Havoc, you're evil. The Donner Party happened in 1848, though, Sister Golden Hair. And so the guy with the last name of Donner, the Donner Party got snowed in. It was a bunch of pioneers in wagons that got snowed up in by Truckee. In California's worst winter in recorded history, when the snow was 24 feet deep. They ran out of food. They couldn't be rescued until next July, so they spent October through July in the high Sierras, in tents mostly, a couple of cabins. They could turn out like Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner. How did we get on this topic? Okay, paging new subject. New subject, please respond to the white courtesy telephone at the airport.
Placerville, Hell Base, Air Attack, Air to Ground Command.
Air Attack, Placerville, Hell Base.
Request 2 Type 1s for Division November Papa, utilizing Silver Dip, ground contact 2200 Charlie.
Now,
Base copies, requesting 2 Type 1s to Division November Papa, dipping a Silver Dip, and ground contact will be 2200 Charlie.
Affirm.
Your tail numbers will be 3 Tango Hotel and 8 Charlie Hotel.
3 Tango Hotel and 8 Charlie Hotel.
Yay! The 2 Type 1 helicopters have just been requested for Silver Lake.
Division November Papa, Air Attack, Air to Ground Command. For tail numbers. 3 Tango Hotel and 8 Charlie Hotel, and then 2200 Charlie on West Air to Ground Taxi. Additionally, November Papa, is the Section 12 area, is that a priority over the 88 swap area?
Okay, slop area means where the fire crossed the line. 88 and 89 are the highways. So this is Helm's Deep. They need to stop the fire here. And they basically have during red flag days, which is insane. Insanely good work. They don't want the fire to get east of Highway 89 here, or 88. Because then it would run for Nevada and try to merge with the Tamarack Scar and cause all kinds of havoc. So, 2 Type 1 helicopters have been ordered for Silver Lake Dip, which means they'll work on structure protection and holding the fire at this location, over by Caples Lake and Kirkwood Ski Resort on the Caldor. Type 1 helicopters are the largest, fastest flying, and the most expensive helicopters used on wildland fires, according to the National Interagency Fire Center. Type 1 helicopters can typically carry 700 gallons of water or retardant via a bucket or a snorkel that fills an internal tank. A snorkel is that hose that dangles off the bottom of Sikorsky's, like an umbilical cord. These helicopters can strategically drop thousands of gallons of water or retardant with pinpoint accuracy, while working closely with ground personnel and other firefighting aircraft. Helicopters refill their buckets at dip sites, such as public lakes, reservoirs, or any other water source that are deep enough for the bucket. Tanked helicopters with snorkel capabilities can draft from open water sources. Helicopters with buckets can pull water from water sources that are deep enough for said buckets. Some Type 1 helicopters can also transport up to 15 personnel to an incident. Others are only used to drop water or fire retardant or move firefighting supplies and equipment. And by the way, when they're moving equipment, that cargo stuff is called a sling load, meaning they have a big, like, crate and a rope and a swivel, and they just tow it around on the rope. Type 2 helicopters are very effective initial attack resources. They can transport up to 9 firefighters at a time. You know, basically if Type 1s are bigs, Type 2s are mediums, and Type 3s are smalls, you know. So Type 2s are very effective initial attack resources. They can transport up to 9 fighters at one time. These helicopters can support fighters on the ground by delivering up to 300 gallons of water to the fire line in a bucket or in a tank. Type 3s. Although they are smaller, they have a higher cruise speed than a typical Type 2 helicopter and can arrive on the scene in an initial attack wildfire faster. They are capable of carrying 4 to 5 firefighters at a time and use 180-gallon water buckets. Unless you are flying the hideously ugly K-Max, which has a room for 1. Remember, the K-Max deserves only ridicule for how completely ugly it looks. There's just no excuses. Whoever designed this should be summarily sent to the gulags. In the ugly helicopter contest, I think we have a winner. So, if we wait for the Chinooks or whatever arrives here, we might be able to put it in 3D view and
Elko, Placerville, Hell Base.
See exactly where they're dropping. It's cute in an unattractive sort of way. Dusty, hey, welcome. You mean like a baby bird is kind of ugly cute? I can see it. Get to the chopper, Sister Golden Hair says.
Hellbase copy is 1 Type 1 to Division Mike. And there's going to be 9 Romeo Hotel.
Get to the ugly. 3 winters I have got to stop falling asleep at my desk. I think I should finish the job in my bed before I'm stuck permanently looking down at my pot belly. Poor you.
Hellbase copies, that's our only Type 1 bucket still sitting on the ground, or without emission.
Bonnie Bailey says, I like the little guy. Well, mother's instinct, right? Mothers love even ugly babies. Dusty says, have you ever seen a good pilot making bucket shuttles in a K-Max? That little bugger can fly circles around any other chopper. Yeah, probably, because they designed it like an ugly mosquito buzzing around people's ears. Is that why they ridicule the Australian pilot? Because he's in this thing all the time? This is east zone of Caldor.
Elko Air TFR 1 able.
We can see the Kirkwood area, and we zoom out a little bit, you can see the lake, see?
How about if I give you one of the bucket ships that's been ordered for November Papa, and then I'll grab for Division Mike.
Function over form. Yep, that's why we love them anyway, even though they're hideous.
First one that lifts, we'll send your way. Is it realistic for you to talk to him on Victor at Leone Dip?
It's 10:59.
Get him to Leone and see if he can contact you. We'll go from there.
It's 10:59. I can order my food. A feast. 3 winters. You know you're getting old when you sleep while sitting and there's multiple loud cracks when you straighten up. Report to the gym, sir. A stationary exercise bike. Mr. V says, my mom loved my brother that way. Ooh. Shots fired. Dusty Smoke, it's like Michael Jordan playing one-on-one versus Shaq. Okay. One of my favorite commercials ever was Shaquille O'Neal as a jockey in the Kentucky Derby. And it's like him riding a child's bouncy horse. You know? And the other jockeys are like da 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 da, and he passes them and he's smiling and he's just huge on the horse. Jockeys have an average height of and weight of me. They weigh between 95 pounds and 104. And they stand about 5'1" to 5'2". Well, it's computer generated, but yeah, poor horse. He would need a Clydesdale or something.
Go ahead.
3 winters. That's right. It's Australia for you. What have you been doing?
004.
If I stay around, Kathryn will have me looking for food at 4 a.m. Well, 3 winters. Don't you want a juicy steak right now? Some steamed vegetables. Can you just inhale that steam? Oh yeah, the carrots and that broccoli and that cauliflower. Oh, is there a little bit of butter on it? Oh, you can smell that melted butter. Oh, is your crab arriving? Oh, that snow crab. Oh, you can hear it cracking open and just smell that. Oh, is that a bib you're putting around your neck?
Elko Air Attack 1 able T-Park. You need release.
Stop, Three Winters says. No, I think I need to torch you a little more. I think your appetizer is arriving. Oh, that fresh baked bread.
We got that to 12. We've got relief coming for us at 12:30.
It's hot out of the oven. Oh, whipped butter.
Have you called in your replacement order yet?
Oh yeah, it's sourdough.
Placerville, Hello Base, air attack, air to ground command.
It's slightly moist with a little bit of...
For your order for Division November Papa, you're going to be getting 2 Hotel Tango instead of 3 Tango Hotel.
Okay, thank you. 2 Hotel Tango.
East Helco, Placerville, Hello Base on air to ground command.
So we're waiting for the scoopers to come out, then we'll see them. Wow, on the Dixie, that'll be cool. Dusty Smoke says, what's the most popular Australian breakfast food? Glad you mentioned bread, the one thing I have easy access to. Yeah, there you go. Sorry. I shouldn't torture you like that. Ooh, Kerrygold butter. Yeah, that's good stuff. When I used to have good, healthy breakfast, I would have the Thomas, man, this is making me hungry. The Thomas bagels. No, the Thomas English muffins. I'd put that in the toaster oven. I'd put the butter in a little tray above the toaster oven, and that would melt it. You know, bing, come out of the oven. The toaster oven. Then I'd put the butter on there. Then I'd take blackberry jam on the top. Yeah. Vegemite. Ah.
Placerville, Hello Base, air attack, air to ground command.
Air attack, Placerville, Hello Base.
French toast, yeah.
Request Helco relief over the fire, 1200.
Requesting Helco relief over the fire at 1200.
Affirm.
Hey, do you think I'm good enough to do food commercials? Maybe somebody would pay me to do that. Because all these other streams that sell out, you know...
Helco, Placerville, Hello Base, on air to ground command.
They interrupt their broadcast for a commercial sponsor, right?
On air to ground command.
An inch.
Copies, can you just relay to him that he's going to be getting the Black Hawk 3 Tango Hotel instead of 9 Romeo Hotel?
3 Tango Hotel.
Three Tango Hotel just isn't cool like the call sign of Dirty Bird is. Day-old sourdough makes bomb French toast, I imagine. 3 Winters, Vegemite on toast, spread it an inch thick. I'm joking, please don't do that. Hey, 3 Winters, which celebrity was it that tried to promote Vegemite or something and slathered it on and pretended to like it as tears was coming out of his eyes or something? I thought that was hilarious. Was it somebody like Benedict Cumberbatch or something? It was an ungodly amount. You're supposed to like spread it thin or something. Big boy, hi. Morning. We're waiting for the helicopters to come out. We can't really see anything on cameras. It's just smoked in. But the scoopers might be coming for the Dixie. And there might be some bucket ships on the Caldor. have to babble endlessly because there's not enough radio traffic. Most people tune out after 45 seconds of not hearing audio on a stream. So I have to say something.
For Whiskey Lima, air attack.
Thank God I'm a windbag. With an endless source of random stuff to talk about. Yeah, Three Winters said, yeah, we've had a few people try it like that. It's Big Boy says it's real hazy in El Dorado Hills. It will be like that till at least Tuesday.
For Whiskey Lima, looking to pop into our TFR near Grover Hot Springs. Air attack, copy.
FDUL/25 seasons miss it. FDUL? What's FDUL? Dusty says, wow, looking at the InstaWeb overall map for Dixie Fire, most of the east side fingers close to joining with the Beckworth Sky. Yeah, Dusty, that's what they said. They said on the updates this morning. I started my broadcast, by the way, with the 7 a.m. Dixie West Zone morning operational briefing. And they were astonished, A, that the fire got hung up on the ridges and didn't cross 395 because of that miraculous break in the weather and the midnight miracle. And they said, we're actually trying to figure out what to do with that. All their plans were like, what do we do after it crosses 395? And now they're like, So they said that around here-ish, you can go back and watch that. Hit the live button to come back live if anybody does. They don't have the time to make a dozer line, and we're still going to have a powwow about this. And they said we figure it'll just merge with the Beckworth Scar there. Hey, welcome back. No, was it Tom Hanks? Maybe it was. Food unit leader? Okay. Yeah, Big Boy, they had some issues in 50, actually. They said the next video we watched was the Caldor morning ops, and it explains all of that. You're still having some hot spots. The southern one is the one that's looking the best, the southern edge, like Omo Ranch. But they still are seeing smoke from well interior. They told the crews, just let it burn out. Just keep patrolling the southern border. Make sure.
Whiskey Lima, Caldor air attack, TFR.
Make sure it doesn't cross. That's the main thing.
Any chance you wound up with Caldor map today?
Hang on.
Just alerting you to a bit of a helicopter operation going in the northeast corner of our fire today.
What the hell, Uber Eats? It's saying I can't order from my restaurant that is currently closed, but then it says it's actually open. It opened at 11. What's wrong with you? Alright, I'm adding that cucumber salad. I'm adding that sirloin beef skewers. I'm going to order a feast so I don't have to leave very often to get food. Sorry, I have to make it irritating noises like do because people think that the feed is broken if there's more than 45 seconds of silence in general. So, let's see. Rice plates. Oh, there's that chicken porridge. It'll be good for stomach. Ooh, king mushroom. Yeah, let's get that. I mean, I would sing, but you guys would all take your donations back and probably sue me for the pain and suffering. Yeah, poor Three Winters and his Vegemite slathered breakfast. Three Winters says, I like that one of the leaders on the Dixie brief acknowledged that much of the contained edge had the ability to flare up in certain conditions, keeping it real. Yeah. Mike Wink is a good speech maker. He deserves a freaking Emmy for his rousing speeches during our red flag days. Holy mackerel, that was good. Sue for hearing loss, yeah. And perhaps sending people into a momentary coma. The brain's way of shutting down to protect it from pain. Okay. What was I going to get? Little sandwiches. Okay. Yum, 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 yum. Oh, onions. Or chives. Please. Add it to the cart. Chicken porridge. What's a custard bun? Cantonese custard bun. Hey, hang on, phone.
Air attack 2 Hotel Tango on TFO. 2 Hotel Tango, air attack.
Hey, we're just off of the Hell Base, head to Silver Dip via the Bark route.
Copy 3004. You're cleared in 5,000 or below. Air attack's at 11,000. Black Rock to Leone Dip, and then hail me once you're at Leone.
Okay, we'll be 5,000 below and Black to Leone, and we'll give you a call there. 2 Hotel Tango.
Whiskey Lima, go ahead. All players are still in the same area on the east end of the fire.
Elko, Placerville Hall Base on air to ground command.
Placerville Hall Base, air attack, air to ground command.
Yeah, air attack, request from Hell Base Manager requesting a visibility check for Helispot 15.
Hellbase, air attack, air to ground command.
Air attack, Placerville Hellbase.
H15, roughly 5 mile visibility.
Hellbase copies, thank you.
Hellbase, is this in regard to a requested recon with Division November Papa?
Negative, this is between AOBD and branch recon.
Understand. Lima, Caldor air attack, TFR.
Air attack, Hotel Tango, TFR, beam Leone
For Whiskey Lima, repeat. Do you envision coming back into the TFR?
Attack, 2 Hotel Tango, TFR, beam Leone for Solar.
Copy for Whiskey Lima. Unit hailing air attack on TFR.
2 Hotel Tango, we're beam Leone, and we're heading to Silver.
Copy, you're cleared in 8,000, air tax at 11,500. You'll be working in November Papa with a ground contact of 2200 Charlie.
Okay, you cleared in 8,000, November Papa, 2200 Charlie is our contact. Switch to East Road or...
Thank you.
Attack 3 Tango Hotel.
3 Tango Hotel.
3 Tango Hotel that Leone is tracking to Division Mike Mike.
Three Tango Hotel air attack, current position?
Just passing Leone.
Just passing Leone. 2 Hotel Tango is in front of you.
Copy that. I copy that information you gave to him. What else ever setting are we using, and what's our ground contact for Mike Mike?
3004. Going to hand you off to Helco on East Rodervik. Do you have that frequency?
3004, and we'll contact East Helco on East Roder.
If you guys aren't able to talk this far apart, I'll hang on to you until you get there.
Tango Hotel. Charlie Hotel on TFR.
8 Charlie Hotel, air attack.
And air attack 8 Charlie Hotel is off Placerville and route Silver Dip at this time.
3004, you're cleared in 5,000 and below on Black Route to Leone. And give me a call when you get to Leone. You have 2 Hotel Tango and 3 Tango Hotel out in front of you.
3004, 5,000 below to Leone, give you a call, and we got 2 Hotel Tango, 3 Tango Hotel ahead of us.
I'm sorry if that was very quiet. I just had a call from another fire expert and got a take on things. So I get several calls throughout the day, and I'm so lucky to have people in chat that I've met that call and explain, what their opinion and take is on things. So should we switch to Dixie? Because these tankers are really hanging out there. I want to do the scoopers. We've been listening to Caldor, and there's not been a lot of action. They're pretty smoked in. But I'd love to hear about what the Dixie scoopers are doing. The MD-87 took flight, and I think they're working over by Portola. Here's one of the BAE 146-200As. Do these have a nickname that I can give them? Because that's a whole mouthful right there. But I'd love to look at the scoopers. It's suddenly very quiet, the comms. Okay. Alright, let's go switch to Dixie and see what we can see. Let's see, Lassen County Fire Special. Yay! Okay, we're on Dixie. Oh God.
Give me a call when you get a moment.
Copy, give me a couple minutes here as soon as we get to the field station.
Mad Dog is what the MD-87s are called. The Mad Dogs? Or is it just this one? Or is that a reference to McDonnell Douglas? Mad Dog. Is a line of 4 scoopers at Hurlong? Cool. Oh my God, we got a scooper train, guys.
Yeah, lead 5 attack, yep, cleared right into the work area. Attack 10,000. We've got 9,000 into the work area.
When I see scoopers, for some reason the Spy Hunter song plays in my head. Oh, he must be on a drop right now.
And 95 into that Quincy IP, and then descending, and I think everyone else could go through Nervino, and then out to Reno Stead.
This is hard to listen to.
Can you inquire if there is an excavator in staging or excess resource?
It's doing great, Jesus. It's doing great at Tahoe.
Into that lower portion, just make sure we're maintaining separation with the 6 exit.
Oh, hi, Opus. Yeah, I slept for 16 hours. But I woke up around 11, so I'm getting tired again. But I'm ordering my feast. Hopefully it'll arrive this time. Thank you much, so guys, for feeding me. Everything's looking great. In a nutshell, fingers crossed.
But, you know, to be honest with you, I think everything that they're burning right now, they won't have a red good exit. They're going to be riding the ring down there. So I think where you are and where they're burning, it'd be a lot more efficient to do it with loaded.
This airplane is, decided to gear down and just go tobogganing. It just crossed 395. It's like, who needs wings? I'll just gear down. I'll just slide across the landscape. I'll go underneath the air. I'll go underneath the ground.
Yeah, I think that's as slow as we'll be able to take the fixed wing retardant where you're orbiting that turn in the road. If they can go straight out down the valley, that's going to be a good exit for them.
This scooper is a hipster. It's decided that flying is too mainstream. It's not cool any longer. Now, in reality, the flight radar program loses track of the scoopers when they get so low.
No contact, division kilo on EVAC
29. There's a Hercules.
Click out of there whenever you guys are ready to start making the run.
I don't know. I don't know how much.
Scoopers are Frenchmen, back to where we were working yesterday, 7,500 below. Should be no factor to you guys on the run.
This helicopter is by Mount Lassen. Check that out.
We just started at the Saddle Green side of a road that the ground crews will be burning.
Copy. Do you have an engine that's loose or you kick loose to cool off the stuff before the fallers come in and fall it? It's up above the safety zone. It's pretty flat.
The tank to work out of the MRV in Division Papa. Helco lead, I'm going to clear the lead low up.
Chicken. Ew. This Chinese restaurant has chicken gizzards on a stick. Chicken gizzards.
Stay green side of that road, and then the dozer line cuts off the dog leg in the road.
Hey, Super B.
JJ's on time with them tonight. Alright, they can get me on tack.
What is sago? Burmese and Thai dessert. Huh. That sounds soothing for the stomach. Sago is a starch extracted from the spongy center of various tropical palm stems, especially those of the is the major food source of the people of the lowland New Guinea and Moluccas, where it's called saksak, rabia, and sagu. Okay, let's give it a try.
Engine 2429 Sierra.
Since the cams are smoked in, we're watching aircraft. There's a scooper. Super scoopers. Sorry for the horrible radio. They're working the escarpment.
You know the location of where they got that spot over? Negative. There was traffic on your tack regarding about a half of conversion acre over the line. I didn't catch the location nor the unit identifier. Back out. I copy I'd be right over by Davis.
Chili oil wonton.
Trinity, Eagle Lake Crew 8 on command 99.
Quebec, Brand 16, tracking 90, Charlie. Their units are working that Bravo. I copy 65 Charlie's on the slot. The location again, please. Yeah, Pop Training. Go direct with 65 Charlie on tack. Check out the lookout and the line going down the south end. Quebec copy.
Division Sierra, engine 2429 on command.
To the south end, coming up towards the lookout. Go ahead. You want to stay at 9500? Caretaker's on scene, and once they drop it, you can take a quick lap through there, have a look for them. More help.
Find that last pile of hose that the 9th Division gave us.
Okay, copy. When you're done, come back to 140.
Okay, copy.
I'm placing the order. We're following the scoopers.
Tanker 40.
Once again, this scooper decided that flying is for losers. Let's just go coasting along Honey Lake. So that's a C-130. Let's follow that one.
Romeo Sierra, command.
Where's Isaiah? He loves these things. Beckworth 2 cam has a smoke shot. Okay. Let's check it out.
Coming in, Johnny
Ugh. Ugh.
Just to make sure, you did get the scoopers in and out of Frenchman and back to where we were working yesterday, right? 7,500 below.
Wing tips? What are wing tips? Just generally, does that just mean...
That's their route of travel over there. And they're modern air tactics, and I'm talking them on the TFR.
I know we need to pay whatever ham radio operator is doing this to just get some better gear and filter that stuff out. I'm going to go and say. Oh, I know, Wotho. I'm just being theatrical. I do like organ meat. You know, steak and kidney pie. Just the word gizzard, you know. Just, they could have called it a more appetizing thing, just saying. I mean, sometimes I get a stomachache and my gizzard hurts. I don't even have one. Dan Daly says the N21 November 21 Charlie Golf is lead-in. You can get an idea of what's going on by selecting November 42 5 Delta Tango. His track is where he looked and where they're working the LATs, large aerial tankers. Cool.
Getting on the finger that we can get over there.
We do have a bit of a plume showing up from Chillicoot cam.
Division Lima, Division Kilo on command.
Ooh, Portola. It'll be a quieter day, but it's still a day. 9% humidity.
Yeah, are you in a position to meet me at that Kern campground? It's just past the division break. It's going to be probably about an hour before I get there. Okay, yeah, no worries. I'll meet up with you a little bit later. I'm going to get an excavator to work, and then I got to make another loop, so I'll tie in with you this afternoon.
It's not going to happen from the bottom up, that's for sure. I'm not going to say it's not going to happen from the top down, but to be determined, by the operators that are coming down it. Check on the availability of either Helco or come up into division or back to evaluate the air. We've got the Dixie going in the last several hours, and if you need for a couple drops, if we can get something up.
Your holder topic will relay the message to Helco. We'll get back to you.
I'd love to see that too. Let's see if we have any. Photographs.
Copy you after papers about aircraft. Still trying to make contact with Charlie Corcom to get the details. I'm making my way up to Sandy cutoff now where I believe it's lost at. Yeah, as of right now, we don't have work for him as far as what we have up here, but we'll be sure to let him know if we do.
I just want to point out we have this interesting brightly colored fire progression map for the Dixie. It's pretty impressive. You can download it. Let's see. 9:04:21. It is September and the Dixie fire is still raging. Started on the 13th of July. 13th of July. Okay, here you guys go. Look at that crazy fire progression map. See, where's the key? It's color coded on how many acres per day. So on the 3rd, yesterday it spread 17,000 acres.
Yeah, where have you guys started making your way out?
Affirm and repeat your identifier.
Deepest red is yesterday.
That's utility 2223.
Why that sound? Why?
So just confirming you guys are rolling, heading back to camp now.
All oncoming day shift resources are engaged. Night shift should all be in.
That copy. The antelope crews, are they rolling? Are they heading towards camp, leaving the line?
You're speaking with Antelope Division.
Oh, our smoke outlook looks horrific. Old station. Old station, Mineral, Chester, Susanville, Portola, like unbreathable, horrifically bad quality air. Not too bad in Orville, Chico, Paradise. It's pretty bad in Doyle and Bernie too. Chester is straight up unbreathable.
Go for battle, Creek elevate. Elevate with Helco requesting 1 tank type 1 to Crescent check. Contact Helco for MRB operations.
Okay, let's see if the scooper will go down in the lake.
Battle Creek elevate. We got 1 type 1 tank for the MRB. Can you repeat the check? Crescent check.
We have some interesting photos like scoopers on Lake Davis on August 30th. Dang.
Can also make a quick loop up in there over the burn.
Wow.
So the MRB with Crescent check. That will be filled with 350. And I have placed and filled the order for 1 Charlie Hotel to start the retardant work.
That scooper, they lost contact with it because they're too low. Darn it.
Any other helicopter that you need to, I can pick up 510 and 512, no problem.
I wish it would show it skimming the ground. We're just not going to see it. That is one heck of a photo.
Ordered 1 Charlie Hotel. He'll be inbound to Lightning MRV in the next probably 15 to 20 minutes. And yeah, just let you know to be ready for him. Go ahead.
Now that's a Pulitzer right there. Lake Davis scooper plane.
So the DC-10s are available at McFarland. I'll defer to whatever you guys want, you know, as far as airspace, number of aircraft. But I do believe we can get them if you want. Yep, if you guys want to make a few more runs and see how it's going, and just let me know if when you want me to place that one.
Here's a hello dip from earlier. This was August 19th, but you get the idea. Here's an image called hose cleanup and rollout. Oh, and rolling. Now that's a lot of hose to clean. I mean, that is so much hose. You have to assign it to different area codes.
Engine 2615, 61 Foxtrot.
B girl, yeah, Super B.
I should be able to hit him.
Only KCRA has ever done that. The live footage of the helicopters from above, and I don't know if they'll be out today, but they have their old live broadcasts on KCRA's YouTube stream. They have done some incredible work the last 4 days. I just can't show you much of their clip because copyright. Blanco Lero posted a video of the scoopers filling up from the lake yesterday. That's cool. I just don't have permission to use his stuff either. But I have a link to Blanco Lero in the chat. Emily B., I don't know if anyone got updates on the humbug.
167 on scene if you guys can clear the area.
They called it a slop over. Well, the humbug was an accidental new start. I don't know why they'd call it a slop. Why would they call it a slop over, Bob or Dusty?
I'll pick him up and see what that's.
Yes, Emily, I was reading about that earlier. I read that to this chat. They took the.
Tender 1061, 61 Foxtrot.
It'll be a new 747, but they took the guts out of the old one. Oh, Kristen Sotelo, does the bear cub have a mother? You saw one at 4 a.m. in the backyard. He's been passing through almost daily. He's little, but managed to destroy your gate. I mean, is he a suckling bear cub? Because you would need to call wildlife rescue for that. Yeah, I don't know why I mean, live on the radio we heard that it was oh god, the engine, the airplane. Looks like the C-130 is making a drop. Almost due east of Doyle. Ah, pull up. Whoop, whoop. Pull up. Terrain. Terrain. Okay, come back later and see us see Pro. No, there are two around since the Tamarack. Wow. They're not sucklings then? Hey, Rebecca, last 15 minutes of the Dixie plume were explosive. Oh god, I can't stand this radio sound. Not sure. Yeah, can you take down their tag number and call Fish and Wildlife to be sure? Because if they're not weaned, they'll starve.
It'll be a minute before I can get back over there. If you could just flag it for me, I'll take a look at it when I go by. Y'all flag it, you'll see it. It's burning out through the front. About, I'd say, 1,000 to 2,000 yards up from the road on the right-hand side. 53 Golf copy.
Yeah, I don't know which road they're talking about, but you're right. The last 15 minutes of Portola. Ooh. That is blowing up.
5014, take 12.
Wow, look at it bounce.
Charlie, we're back. We went ahead and hit some hose on 36, put out hot spots. We currently work in a hazard tree, and we're heading our way up to 283.
Highway 36 to a hot spot. Look at the smoke bounce as it's trying to make a pyrocumulus. This is not a loop. It just, when I play the last few minutes, it bounces 3 times. That is scary. It's like it's breathing. They actually do know when I'm sharing copyright video. They, inside of every video is a magical, invisible string of numbers. Like that. Just, you can't see it, but it's in the pixels and stuff. So, whenever they upload a video to YouTube, YouTube notifies them if somebody else is using it. Yeah, really. So if you download music from, say, Amazon, they impregnate inside of your MP3 file a hash string of numbers too. If you then shared your MP3 that you bought with the internet and other people download it around the world, then the lawyers knock on your door and serve you because your name is basically in the MP3. Or the string of numbers ties you back to it. So the moment that you put something on YouTube, I get notified if somebody else steals my stuff. He is scalded when I open my blinds. Yeah, please, Kristen, let me get you a number to call. Those cubs are they're gonna need medical attention, especially if they're tagged. Then
Antelope Group 1641 on tack.
That's Caldor fire that you're at, right, Kristen? If you keep putting water out for them, they'll stick around. And have them come by at night.
Tonight, many are remembering a beloved.
On track.
Where did I put the? Hang on a second.
I advise you.
You're at, yes? So you're in...
I'll go up about 20 right here and just kind of see if I can, just see how much is coming out with me and see what the rocks looking like before I get to that bigger patch and then call it from there.
El Dorado County Animal Services, South Lake Tahoe Animal Evacuations. No, that's for people. Hang on a second. There's Animal Services. Oh, I can't stand that.
Sierra's off Eagle Hell Base, 7,300 inbound for Eagle Helco on West TF1.
Oh, Alpine County. I was about to give you El Dorado. Okay, hang on a second. I don't know how much this radio I could tolerate. Oh, that plane's going backwards. Oh, that plane is going backwards. Okay. Okay. This hipster plane has decided that flying forwards is no longer cool.
Yeah, we've got another Type 1 coming, and I suggest getting the dozers rolling and knock that stuff back in.
Hang on, I'm still getting the phone numbers. Do they not have their own website?
The Butte Lake area, kind of down lower off of your for visibility.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't stand it. We're not listening to that anymore. I can't do it. Okay. I'm going to try to reconnect to El Dorado County because the Dixie fire, I'm sorry, that radio is going to drive me bonkers. I've been listening to like 48 days of that sort of sound and I just can't do it any longer. So right now I can't reconnect with El Dorado County Wildfire. Just try to refresh the page. Okay. Maybe that'll work. Alright. Let's see. Alpine, Tulum counties, San Joaquin. Del Norte, Humboldt. Okay. I think I found it. So, I think this is your number, 916-358-2900.
Caldor,
For
Camino.
covering fish and wildlife for that region. Yeah, they may have picked you to save them, you know. Rhonda Hay says, so back to the menu description of chicken gizzards, just occurred to me that they could be used the equally accurate term entrails. Any takers? Oh yeah, barbecued entrails. That. I'll submit that to the committee. Oh, gee, Araya, thank you. I didn't even see that you already were calling. The Wildlife Disaster Network number? Okay. B-girl, not getting much done here. Grass needs cutting and laundry piling up, and I don't even care. Yep. Yep. So we're listening to Caldor now. I just can't do the Dixie. It's just going to drive me insane. Let me adjust my...
East Telco, air attack, TFR 1 able. Sounds like you guys might be working it out, but 17 Alpha hailed me a few minutes ago requesting a second for Mike, and I told him we're still just checking out the air.
Now Portola is just... Dixie is blowing up, at least on the cloud.
Are you looking at the stuff interior to all this?
Jeez.
Hotel, do the air, he didn't like it anymore. I think the hotel's still okay, but it looks like it's probably pushing them out soon too.
Over on the south side at the moment, and it's a little better, but I can see how you guys are just in it.
And we can't get in over the roof.
Yeah, especially if those bears are going around.
For a 12:30 transition with the other air attack, so if you want to call it, you call it.
Oh.
We'll leave that as a standing order until you say no.
Papa Julia makes your way out here and it's no joy. Could you tie in November? We'll keep them coming in.
I'm concerned about that Portola image.
7 Bravo Sierra, TFR.
7 Bravo Sierra.
Contact with Helibase.
Yeah, those bears are definitely in need of rescue. If they're running around human habitations looking for food and water and stuff, they'll definitely need to be taken to a special rehab center where they're not habituated to humans, so that they can be rewilded, released into the wild. If they keep hanging around homes, they'll become habituated, and that'll be the worst outcome for them, But they have ways of treating them and keeping them wild.
Go 7 Bravo Sierra. Bravo Sierra, you check that.
Bears are...
El Dorado 363, looking at a sling site. Division, Mike. Drop that one off my plate. El Dorado 363, Division, Mike, for possible sling site. Yeah, bridge is starting to deteriorate pretty good here. We already had to kick one Bravo hotel out. He didn't like it, so we'll take a look and see what we can do. East Telco, TFR.
Go ahead, East Telco.
1330 release. I let 7 Bravo Sierra know as well.
Copy, do I need to call that in?
Call it into Placerville, so we can see that as well. We won't be able to hit them from here. Just that way.
The good news is that bears are some of the easiest wildlife to rehab and release for a fire. So there's good hope for them. Yeah, you're afraid of bears? They can do some damage, but mostly you're just if you surprise them.
We'll be right back.
Did you see the home video of the bear letting himself into a car? We were watching that. There was a bear that got inside of a car that was walking away from a wildfire and just stands on its hind legs, opens, palm up, sticks his claws underneath the door handle.
Papa Tango on TFR.
Papa Tango, go ahead.
Papa Tango off, Hello Base, en route Division India with a swing load.
Hey, you're cleared in on the route to telephone. Will 5 and below work for your initial?
004, Route 50 to telephone, and yeah, we can stay 5 or below up to telephone, 5 Tango.
Copy. Air attack's at 12,000. There is a recon ship that will eventually be working their way from the east side of the fire toward you in India.
Copy that. We'll keep an eye out for them.
You know what? There's so many different videos of bears getting inside of cars that apparently they're doing that to look for food. They actually know how to open car doors.
Papa Tango, 5-4 Echo is no longer effective.
Papa Tango, copy.
5 Papa Tango, 7 Bravo Sierra. Just coming up, I'm just north of Highway 50. I see you on the fish finder approaching 50. Just keep it left to left if you're just going to keep on the other side of that 50.
Copy that. We'll stay on the south side of 50 and we'll be looking for you.
Yeah.
5 Papa Tango, air attack, TFR.
Go ahead, 5 Papa Tango.
Who were you just talking with?
Bravo Sierra.
No, don't feed bears. God, no. A fed bear is a dead bear. That is, you feed bears, you will kill them. They'll habituate to humans, figure that humans are supposed to give them food, keep approaching people. They'll go into campsites, they'll freak people out, they'll try to get inside tents. They'll smell something. If humans don't give them food, then they get angry at them. They will constantly go through trash cans, walk into apartment complexes, and once that happens, they'll just be euthanized.
2, we'll talk to you later.
Never feed a bear, or you will kill it. No. The appropriate action is what we're recommending, which is let Fish and Wildlife go get them. And then they'll rehabilitate them without getting them habituated to people. They have ways of doing that, like keeping them in little areas with little swimming pools and things. And they'll pass food through.
November, Papa.
They'll pass food through like a little door, so that they don't get used to people. And then they can be watched. Yeah, Lori, they're working right now at Caples with helicopters, but no, it's not really contained over there. It's a hot spot down at 88 and 89 by Caples, so it's an ongoing battle.
Affirmative, deconflicting aircraft. I'll get back to you momentarily. Juliet, go ahead to air attack.
Yeah, Kristen, don't call random, wildlife rescue centers. It's usually Fish and Game that has to do bears.
3004. You're cleared in for now 9,500.
Because bears, that is a serious proposition to capture them. Animal rescue centers, that's where you bring the animal to them, Fish and Wildlife is who they would call to go get the bears. No, it's not hard to access.
Don't have anybody headed at you at the moment.
They're helicopters. So they're dipping out of Silver Lake.
Telco is still up.
If you just listen to the radio, they're talking about those. We're listening to Caldor's radio. So 2 Type 1 helicopters, which are the biggest. Oh, God damn. Okay. So, sorry, I will never be able to finish a sentence, so I just muted it.
Back?
Hang on. She said no intention of coming back. Well, who isn't coming back?
Division November Air Attack.
What Facebook? You got to call Fish and Wildlife, Kristen.
Place the order. Smoke is flopping back and forth at this point. So far it hasn't impacted H-15.
Did you get a good phone number, Kristen? Did you call 916-358-2900?
November Papa Air Attack. Haven't seen it in a few minutes, so I'll come back and take a look.
916-358-2900. Yeah, I don't think they are currently over it. They got approval, and so
Stand by, November.
this, I don't know if something happened.
Go ahead, Engine 6.
Oh, there they are. There's a Sikorsky right there. See, sometimes the helicopters get so low that this program loses track of them. But you can see where they're kind of flying.
Okay, what direction from that drop? Absolutely, ma'am.
Yeah, also, that's a good idea. Police non-emergency number would be a call as a plan B, yeah. No, they're not tiny babies, not this time of year. They're possibly weaned, possibly not, but they tore down a fence, Coho Val. And they have burns, so. No, in August there are no tiny bear cubs.
Division Ida, Air Attack, Air to Ground Command. Division Ida, Air Attack, Air to Ground Command.
Wow, Kristen says last week a big bear opened all my next door neighbor's car doors. She didn't have food, maybe the kid's car seat attracted her. Oh, that's freaky. You have a call in? Okay.
Air Attack, 5 Papa Tango on TFR.
I'm just concerned that you called a rescue organization. They can't do a thing about bears.
Air Attack.
It's
5
Fish
Papa Tango, telephone check.
Fish and Wildlife
Yeah, I'm
has.
still trying to raise Division Ida to know, to find out if they're ready for your mission.
I'm never gonna. I'm not talking anymore.
Yeah, ground contact they gave us was Echo 4483.
Okay, copy. Echo 4483. If you want to continue in, I'll keep trying to hail Division Ida to make sure they're ready.
See that?
36. A little on this.
We got lots of craft in the air, surprisingly. But not as much as yesterday. Smoke is got a thick blanket. But that's good. That will moderate the activity of the fire. Yes, the food's on its way. 1 minute away, it says. Please wait a moment. Give the driver a opportunity to leave it at the door. Yeah. Oh my God. Kristen says one bear broke my driver's window before the tamarack. Just pushed the window down into the door. $700 for a new regulator and motor. Holy. Smitty 560. When I lived in Greenville, I used water bucket traps to keep bears out of the garbage, and found out it worked on people too. So was that like a water bucket with a string on the garbage can lid? Oh man, Smitty, you lived in Greenville? Oh man. Bob says bears come to my house for the apple trees, but only this time of the year, of course. They climb into the trees. If there aren't any on the ground, they're very shy. We keep the trash inside. Wow.
India, Air Attack, Air Ground Command advising you, Helicopter 5 Papa Tango is inbound for your sling mission. Are you ready for that?
5 Papa Tango? That is a suave call sign. Okay, Kristen, I hope you get a resolution with the bears. With the burrs. Oh boy, oh boy. I think the food's here.
Copy, understand. Just looking at all the other divisions, smoke is flopping back and forth, so we're still just being really cautious on bringing folks out in helicopters.
Oh.
Camino, Aircheck 140.
That's probably because if the ground crews are on it, they don't want to splash the ground crew.
Coming to beam like Folsom and route to the Caldor. We'll be monitoring, enforcement. Copy.
40, confirming your tail numbers. November 414 Delta Foxtrot.
Yeah, Dixie might be coming to life.
Oh, back up. 0. Got your positive head up.
Yeah, Smitty, there's a lot of things people have told me, and I have not slept very well since the 14th when I began covering these. I think I've met around 600 people.
Tango Air Attack, TFR.
Keeping people...
Tango. 4483 is in position, and they're waiting for you.
Copy that. We're about 5 minutes out.
Yeah, please don't be offended, guys, when I'm trying desperately to put a name to the information about individuals. A lot of times I remember once people remind me. Yay, it's here. Be right back, guys.
Go ahead.
Air Attack, Air to Ground Command.
Attack, Fosterville, Hell Base.
Division November requesting a recon from H15 at 1330.
Division November is requesting a recon at H15 at 1330.
Affirm.
0, affirmative.
Thank you, Aircheck 140.
Additionally, under your monitoring command, the negative contact with Caldor Air Attack.
Aircheck 140 has down, try to call them off air tactics.
Copy.
440, Air Attack on air tactics.
Actually 140.
140.
I'm showing about 14 miles from the west. We're at 9,500.
Copy 3004. I'd like to bring you in at 13,000. We are at 12,000.
Yeah, copy 13,000. 3004. You're at 12,000. What kind of duration do you think we'll be looking at this altitude? How long is it?
To be able to bump down to 12, possibly 11.5 or lower.
I copy. That work. We do have a little supplemental oxygen, so we're not pressurized.
Okay, if you're at 11.5, what can we do?
Coming at 13,3004 until we can figure it out after you bump out. Camino was trying to get a hold of me.
Okay, I was trying to hail them to check on our release. Thanks.
I'll let you know where that's in.
I'll get a hold of you.
One 140, Caldor air attack on air tactics.
Go ahead.
We could just bump up to 13 if you want to come in at 12.
I'll work. We'll come at 12,000. You go to the 13.
Affirm.
Engine 443, 5 Papa Tango, they're tactical. It's better, about a minute out.
Division, November Papa, air attack, air to ground command.
Go, Tango, off.
To do a transition with another air attack. I've placed the order for your recon at 8:15 for 13:30. And if you could relay whatever your other mission is to the incoming air attack. A 2 Hotel Tango air attack on West Rotor.
Hotel Tango.
On ground station.
30 minutes.
Charlie Hotel, same traffic.
Charlie Hotel, 40 minutes. Come around, we'll be looking for. One of your sling sites, where are you in relation to the one? Oh, I got you down there. You got both of you.
Well, I like this guy a lot better. This guy, air attack, has pizzazz. He's amusing. He's like Kennedy Steve. You guys ever watched a Kennedy Steve video? He was this rock star ground air.
Attack 140's come on, please, to the given lap long. We're looking for you at 12,000.
A rock star air traffic
Copy,
controller.
We're at 13. We're basically over Silver Dip. If you're ready to copy who's up, nobody else is using air tactics, so we might as well use this.
Kennedy Steve, the myth, the man, the legend.
We have East Helco up, in helicopter 509. They have placed a relief order for 1330. They have 4 Papa Juliet lifted truckee working their way into Mike.
Guys, the drinking game is Papa Papa, remember?
Are you ready for me to continue?
Go ahead.
3 Tango Hotel, also in Mike under East Telco. One Bravo Hotel had been up working under East Telco. He went back to Alpine. It's starting to get a little smoky in there, so that's going to be something to keep a close ear to if those guys start chirping. And then Air Attack has 2 Hotel Tango and 8 Charlie Hotel working in November Papa. They have a ground contact of 2200 Charlie, and they've been using a Shaler dip with a ceiling of 8,500.
Okay, I'm headed that way.
Helco has been using 10 and 10.5 depending on how soupy it is over there.
Helco's been 10.5.
They've been between 10 and 10.5 as the smoke conditions allow.
TFR.
And Papa Tango, Air Attack pilot, go ahead, TFR.
Papa Tango, off of the swing site, en route back to Helibase for the second swing via telephone check.
Should we head towards?
November Papa.
Headed back to Helibase via telephone check, thanks.
Okay, yep, we're in Papa headed towards November. Looking for you.
Copy. And just for further information, 54 Echo is down at Alpine. They came up for a recon. They were trying to go from November and go clockwise. They got to, maybe Alpha, and had to turn around for smoke. So they may be trying to come up again. Five Papa Tango just completed a sling in India, and they're headed back to Placerville on the 50 route.
Go ahead, sir. So now we're in Division November, kind of head towards the cabin tip. Coming on the fire bridge here.
Turn and get behind you. Copy. Have you been able to pick out what 2 Hotel Tango and 8 Charlie Hotel are working on in November Papa yet?
Looking for them.
On the north side of 88, there's a little finger of activity that's well north of 88, but they're wanting to keep that tamped down and not give trouble, so they're working Shaler also on the north side of 88.
I have the dip there.
Copy. Charlie Hotel, air tax.
Charlie Hotel, we got a light coming on as intermittent, but we'd like to head back to Westlaw at this time, get it checked out.
The Charlie Hotel, returning Placerville.
Perfect. That's very particular routing.
Correct. You have 5 Papa Tango that did a sling out of India, and they're headed back to Placerville. Keep eyes out for them. They should be well ahead of you, though.
Yeah, the Go 17 color code. Sorry, is in the kitchen. Oh, my food arrived. Thank you so much, guys. That's a color code for how long ago the detection was made.
Charlie Hotel departing in November to Placerville direct with a light.
Okay, copy that. We'll be looking for him.
Uh, 140 air attack back with you. I'm sure you copied 8 Charlie Hotel returning Placerville direct with a light.
Okay, with the light. Copy that. Talking to them on a rotor Victor or CFR Victor?
While they're transitioning from Placerville to say Leone Dip, we keep them on TFR. Once they get to Leone Dip, we'll roll them over to West.
And is that route does it conflict with the East Elko or West Elko? Is West Elko up?
Negative. It'd be cool if they were. No, they're down to 2 Helcos, and so we've got East Helco up now, and they already have the relief ordered for 1330 for the one remaining Helco in camp. In Helibase, Placerville.
Any conflict with that route from Placerville to the work area?
Okay, for folks going out to East Helco country, been routing them on black route, so they're staying to the south and working their way over east and getting in there. Hotel, go ahead.
Yeah, if you could let Engine 6 know that we departed, we kind of abandoned there.
Air attack, Placerville, Helibase on air-to-ground command.
By Placerville, Helibase, engine... Charlie Hotel, air tax on rotor. Engine 6, air attack on air-to-ground tactical. Okay, 8 Charlie Hotel had to abandon you for a light. 40 Air Tax back with you. Any questions?
Are you talking all divisions on their air-to-ground TAC or command?
Been talking to divisions and folks hailing us on command. I just had to switch to attack to let somebody know that A Charlie Hotel abandoned them.
Division, were you talking to for the copters?
Division November Papa.
November Papa is the name, or is it two different divisions?
Same guy. He's covering two divisions.
Copy that. And that's on air-to-ground command. And you've been talking to ops on air-to-ground command as well?
I had one conversation with ops on West Command.
Command? No?
Negative. Closest thing would be East Elko.
Are you able to get over there? You able to fly over there? Visibility okay?
We were earlier. We were just keeping track of November Papa because we're their direct supervision, and with the smoke flopping around, just trying to keep eyes on them.
I understand. But most of the work here in November Papa for the air attack, and then East Elko is and Mike is that mainly all the air assets.
Affirmative. East Elko has aircraft working in Mike and Delta as smoke allows. So not exactly sure where they're working at the moment, but between those, that's where they are.
Understand. Was there any request for any retardant operations later?
No, but I did get word that Hope MRB is back open, and I had positive comm with them.
Hope MRB. You think everything, we can fly pretty much everything due to visibility for air attack?
That's your call. I wanted to be able to keep good eyes on the two in November Papa, just because of the distance and the amount of smoke in Delta and Mike. My preference was to keep good supervision on two different groups.
I understand. And so coming and going, TFR, and then working station, helicopters go to Rotor Victor. And when do you do a frequency change for them?
If they're headed to East Elko, when they get east of November Papa, trying to get them to switch to East Rotorvic to talk to Elko. They couldn't hit them way back at Leone Dip.
Copy, East Elko when they get to the west of November Papa?
When they get on the east side of it, so when they get past the operation going in November Papa, then have them switch.
Copy.
Attack 5 Papa Tango on TFR.
Five Papa Tango, you calling air attack pilot?
Yeah, just letting you guys know I'm in contact with Helibase. I'll give you a call here when we lift with the second plane.
Okay, thanks. 5 Papa Tango off the list, thanks.
Fuel and return.
Unknown. We need to depart for fuel.
So you were controlling that aircraft. Did you want to fuel and return?
3 Tango Hotel was with Helco.
I understand. I got it.
I've been here for a couple hours and I still don't have it. It's 2 Hotel Tango that's under November Papa, under you.
Yep, I had that. You're right. My bad handwriting.
Now I get it. And 3 Tango Hotel is RTB.
Now I'm ordering aircraft. These aircraft coming up Blacksville. It's called Blacksville.
Affirm.
Jennifer, Placerville, Helibase.
Yeah, Placerville, Helibase on air-to-ground command.
Copy. You want to call Camino, and I can take the fire if you guys are outbound.
We're clear. I was just about to call West Ops on command just to let him know that smoke is flopping back and forth and that we're just being cautious. So, your call.
Can you call command, and I can grab Camino if you want.
I'll give it a try.
Yeah, just confirming you still want a Helco relief at 1330.
Okay, Charlie Hotel on Florida West.
You're outgoing.
I don't know where Clover Valley is, but those plumes are by Lake Davis, visible from Portola camera.
Voice copies.
It's fire's finding new fuels for sure. I mean, look at the
Hey, Charlie Hotel on West Rhoda.
that's kind of ominous. It's a quieter day.
Air attack on TFR.
That doesn't mean quiet. They've got lots of scoopers and stuff. Yeah, there's Tanker 912.
Well, while I have you, Placerville is still asking if 1330 release is still warranted.
Yeah, I hate that, Dana, where I know that they saved a lot of cabins. We just heard that live over the last 5 days at Caples and Kirkwood.
There's K Charlie Hotel on TFR.
But I did hear them say the fire in the cabins right there.
Affirmative on 1330.
Please go over and help them. So we know some were affected and or lost. But I don't think that many were. It's just
14017 on air tactics.
It's hard to know.
I think I copied that. Elzo's asking if we can take the shipment Mike Mike.
So he can go scout India.
You've been talking to him on TFR, Vic?
Sure.
I'll take it. If you can call Camino, tell him that I got it and you're outbound. And did you give West Ops a brief?
No, it got super busy in the last 45 minutes.
Do you think you got time when you're outbound to give him a quick brief while I try to figure this out?
Okay, I'll let him know.
Hotel, where is it? Hey, Charlie Hotel is in contact with Helibase.
Frequency change.
Charlie Hotel.
Do you want to return?
Negative, sir. We got a flickering light we're going to check out. Right.
Hellbase, Air Attack 17 air to ground, command.
Air Attack Hellbase, go ahead.
Okay, 140 has the fire as Air Attack 17 returning. Affirmative, keep the 1330 release for Helco for now. And not sure if you copied that 8 Charlie Hotel was returning to Placerville with a light.
Hellbase copies, keep the 1330 Helco relief, and 8 Charlie Hotel is coming back with a chip light.
Affirm.
Air Attack 5 Papa Tango on TFR. Papa Tango just off Hellbase en route to Division India for with the second sling. We got 8 Charlie Hotel in sight, and we'll pass behind him, and it'll be Route 50 to telephone check.
Okay, copy. You're already been on that route. Is this your second swing out there?
The second swing for 5 Papa Tango.
Got you there, Papa Tango. Thank you, sir.
No worries.
355, Tire 1. We are approximately 3 minutes out. Know if you guys have got an LV set up. Let us know when you hear it to you.
Reaching West Ops on command.
Okay, copy. Any information I need to get them?
No, just be prepared to field a question from him about the smoke.
Copy. I got a swing load heading to 5 Papa Tango's heading to India. Is that any conflict with East Telco? I'm trying to look at the map, find India here.
It should not be a conflict if East Helco returns the way he came in. From the east side, head south, and then cut across on the south side of the fire.
Well, he knew the route. And what altitudes were you giving him over there? The 5 Papa Tango.
He was solo over there, so I was checking with him what he needed. And he's already been to that swing site at least once.
Connor 1 copy.
Tango, Caldor, Attack. Go ahead, 5 Papa Tango.
Just trying to get all out. What else?
We were 5,000 below to telephone check, and then we'll need 9,000 below once we get up to the swing site.
Crew 3004 on the altimeter.
004 for 5 Papa Tango.
East Telco Air Attack. 30 seconds. And I can take your ship. I'm just kind of getting a lay of the land first time out here. And I believe, what did you have at Mike?
That next one down the line there.
AU's got a new start in Boylston, just west of the TFR. And for yourself, Beth, you got 8889 and 230 coming out of Grass Valley, right?
Copy, we've already passed him.
A new start? A new start? Where's Loyalton? No, not allowed.
Let's put some water on that.
north of, where's the parking lot you're talking about?
What? Record scratch.
I have five Papa Tango on a recon, or on a swing load to India right now. He needs 5,000, and then once he makes the ridge, he needs 9,000 below. Call him on the one. You want him on rotor?
I'm sorry.
Air 1 copies.
Did they say new start at Loyalton? Or near Loyalton?
And 5 Papa Tango's already around.
I don't see a heat signature.
Looks like that pellet spot's open. We're going to put it right in the street. It looks like there's a little slope where the fireman is standing, so we're going to put it right in the street.
Caldor attack. Get around me.
Air attack, Fosterville Hall Base.
Cancel release Helco. Did they restart out?
Hall Base copies, cancel, release Helco. They're just getting in the helicopter, so we'll get them canceled.
Hell Base, AirTech, just so you know, AirTech will be controlling all the rotors for now.
Hall Base copies, AirTech will be controlling all rotors.
East Elko, Slipper. 10,000 coming out of Quebec towards November. We're going to still have to stay south of the fire to get around the smoke.
Yeah, Bonnie, if you can enable dark mode on everything, including Windows, oh man, it'll help your headaches. So I'm still wanting...
I'm going to turn in a helispot for Cedar City when I get back. And then, other people did want water, swing sites, all that stuff, but it's just no joy right now.
Okay, copy. All I have working out of the cabin dip in November Papa is 2 Hotel Tango. And they're at 8,500. So if you want to come over, I'm at 10,500. You can come over here. If you want to come at 9,500, you're cleared. 500.
What we've been doing, there's another one there. Yeah, there's just one a little down from the road, or down the hill just a little bit. I think it's the last little bit.
Tango, West Rotor. Air attack, 5 Papa Tango is telephone check.
Tango AirTac copies. And you're going to have East Helco heading into India. He'll make contact with you on East Rotor.
Okay, copy that. We'll have East Rotor up and be monitoring.
The West Rotor through that area up there.
Tango copies West Rotor. We're up and monitoring.
Oh, my bad. Hey, can I get the frequency? I think I got the wrong. West Rotor.
Rotor 124075.
4075, thank you. South Rotor. I don't even think there is one, is there?
Yeah, it was. Everything was north and south, and then they decided to change it, so we're following suit now and just changed the names, and they changed some frequencies, so yeah, I think we're good today. We'll see what happens tomorrow.
Okay.
Hotel. 3 Tango Hotel in contact with Pottsville.
Oh. Diamond Springs? I thought it said Loyalton. Or is it 2 new starts? No fire, you're not allowed. This is why everybody in the West, not just California, needs to have an A, B, and C evacuation route plan and a D shelter-in-place plan in case fire just shows up on your doorstep like this. If this is a dead-end road or only one way out, you've got to have a place that you can go within walking distance or hopefully a very short drive. That's a good place to be. It's my houses, what?
2 Hotel Tango, can you confirm that frequency? I think you guys should have been on east over here. This is Helco.
Okay, so we have a new fire.
Had you on a West Rotor over out of Cables where you're just working?
Just south of Diamond Springs.
Helco to it over. Helco, CFR. So yeah, what we briefed you is, I don't know if you got the Air Ops map with that line on it. This is over here is supposed to be East Rotor, and then there was only a couple of helicopters. Maybe they just went off west, but we were on East for sure over with Mike. We would be on West for sure over by Rice.
I understand that. Yeah, I get a little different information, but I got the line. That makes sense. I'm running out of AM radios here. So I think I'm going to keep us all on West. Since I have them both.
I mean, and I think what we were doing like yesterday is if Helco was up and had a bunch of stuff up there, we just had that frequency on West. And then if you had a bunch of, if you just had 1 or 2 down here, not a big deal, but it was the times where it wasn't that, it was really hard if everybody was on the same. So, 509.
A call from someone else. my map showing is east. Everything working November Papa and Mike should be on east Elko Road. Correct?
Those had essentially the last 10 days over in Wright, and that whole west side, Elko's just been running it, and they've had west rotor and TFR.
Five Bravo Echo. Pay attention again. So stay attention again.
Unfortunately, we have a new fire start, and it is just south of Diamond Springs, which is somewhat southwest.
West Elko, West Rotor 124075.
In the hills south
West
of
Elko,
Kingsville.
5 Papa Tango on West Rotor, go ahead.
Coming over Highway 50, heading up towards Wrights Lake, Division Hotel area.
Okay, I'm going to mute them for a second. It's a region just southwest of Placerville. There's a place called Diamond Springs south of that. There's a place called Kingsville, and just south of that, right next to Highway 49 in the hills, is a new fire start that just happened.
Lower to 8500.
Give you 9, and we'll come in at around 9 or 9:05, and we're looking for you. We got the truck check inside, Joe got you.
Copy that, yeah, I'm just to the west, it's coming up on 7. Looks like you're 12, 2 miles.
On the scope, we're looking for you. Copy. Where are you heading up to? You want to swing 1 or 2?
Off the line to the south of the fire's edge at 9,000. 04, and we're at 10,000. Yeah, advise when landing is sure, advise when you're ready to lift, and what intentions where you want to go.
India, West Elko, air to ground command. West Elko, air to ground command.
Oh boy, that's 2 pieces of terrible news.
Vision India, West Elko, air to ground command.
New fire south of Kingsville here in Diamond Springs, and a burn injury, planned evacuation.
Came over from the east zone, only got a little bit of fuel left, but wanted to check the viz and got 5 Papa Tango coming in for a sling load. Checking in with you and seeing what we can do for the rest of the day for you.
We have a burn injury on the Dixie fire. Medics and MP on the scene. Division Quebec, and a new fire start just south of Diamond Springs, west of the Caldor. They've been inspecting it with one of these airplanes, a lead plane. It's been circling it. Hopefully they'll get to it immediately.
Priority 1, the MR
MRB. I don't believe, unless you know different, an MRB ever got set up here. It's over in Hope Valley, which is not going to work with smoke. Priority 2, yeah, we can. Yep, that's going on right now. So, yeah, we can definitely work bucket works in here. We'll get a couple helicopters coming, and then we'll get a relief, or Helco will be coming up. And, yeah, we have a ground contact for working.
Papa Juliet, air attack, rotor Victor.
Placerville Home Base, West Helco, air to ground command.
West Helco, Placerville Home Base.
I was thinking they were going to talk about rerouting aircraft.
Is requesting West Helco to right, or a new Helco to Wrights Lake, and also additionally adding 2 Type 1s, tank door bucket, 5 minutes after 7 Bravo Sierra lifts.
They're going to be coming up for relief Helco. So look for them on the outbound, clear back direct.
We're looking for them and clear back direct for Papa.
Up here.
I think it's good to work out here. Actually, right here is probably the best I've seen it the whole route out. So.
Yeah, let me know if the air is not good coming out, but otherwise we're going to start with 2 Type 1s in here. You got another sling, or is that it?
Hit for a sling mission, so we'll put the bucket back on. We'll be sitting elevated waiting a call.
Appreciate it. For 1 Charlie, West Helco, air ground command. Minutes before them to help you out. Start them with 2 Type 1s, and then we can probably supplement. I'll let them know the priorities, just helping you guys out up top with buckets, and then as soon as you got the folded tanks, snap tanks set up, then we can help fill those.
Julia, air attack.
They're available, and we can start filling.
Juliet on the TFR. Air attack. On the west rotor.
I wonder if that helicopter is going to it or if it's just going to Placerville.
I'm trying to make my way over to you. I'll try to pick him on west rotor. Look at your workstation.
They're not even talking about sending aircraft. Maybe ground crews think they have it?
West Helco on TFR. I'm no longer east, I'm west. Have my relief coming up here. 2 Type 1s behind them. Gonna be doing some work up in the wilderness and filling snap tanks.
And sorry about the confusion again. So 4 Papa Juliet is on east rotor.
Oh, good. Caldor Doctor said, California Fire Scanner just posted quick 2-acre vegetation fires southwest of Diamond Springs in El Dorado County. Aircraft were just released in the area of the Stopeway and Courts Drive. It was the Stope fire. Well, it's still smoking. It's happened within the last hour. I thought I heard something about them saying new one. It's definitely ongoing.
Attack 2 Hotel Tango on TFR. We are in contact with the elevator.
All about nothing, you say something like that again. First, last, and only warning. That's not cool.
Air attack on TFR. Yeah, air attack 2 Hotel Tango. We're in contact with elevator.
I witnessed a plane crash. The pilot did not make it. Plane crashed on a house after a air show. I was driving by at the time. All these emergency vehicles went past me. This man screaming, my wife is home. Thank God later she came back behind him because her car was in the driveway flaming up good too. Thank God she came up behind him and tapped him on the shoulder and said, honey, she had walked to the store.
With air up, yeah, we were told they were going to be coming up, but that's all we were told.
Looks like aircraft might be arriving. Nope, that's Amazon. Amazon Prime plane is flying over. Okay. Some of these helicopters were low on fuel. They might fuel up at Placerville first. Yeah, I know, Deborah. Hey, Mom, how are you doing? You saw a mid-air collision. Oh, man, was that an air show? Anyway, we have a new fire. Just trying to keep an eye on it. And it's west of the Caldor. South of Diamond Springs, south of Kingston a little bit. Just off Highway 49. I'm still eating it, Bonnie. It's great. I finally have some good food. Thank you. And more for later. I'm looking for my mushrooms. They're somewhere here. In this mess of skewers. And a rice plate with veggies. I ordered king mushrooms. Oh, there they are. Yeah, these are great.
Air attack, 5 Papa Tango on EFR.
Mini sandwiches, an assortment of kebabs.
Papa Tango is telephone check in contact with Elevate. Traffic for Con Air 1. Going to Kaiser.
Thank goodness it's not a windy day. That's all I gotta say. So it's around 2 acres at the moment, but I don't see any helicopters hitting it. I could put them out with a single splash almost. Do we have the places we can donate to you on here? Yep. It's here on I fixed it. There's like a little dollar sign. And thank you so much for thinking about me. Then you either, if you want to make a super sticker, you can choose an image, I guess. And super chat is type in a message. And it's traditional that the host of the show will read your message aloud, but keep it family friendly, you hear? Thanks for thinking of me. You're my favorite fake person. Dana says those in Kirkwood wasn't sure he walked around it this morning. Uh-oh. I'm really hoping they get a handle on this new thing. We do not need a new fire west of the Caldor. Immediately the air attack, not air attack, but one of the lead planes went over and circled. Tanker 912 and Tanker 911 are going back to McClellan, looks like. The best thing we can hope for is an immediate splash response from some helicopters. They're most effective on everything in the air when a fire just begins. That's why they usually immediately reroute some of those so they can get back to the main fire. And since you're my favorite fake person, maybe I should buy you a coffee. You're really cool.
Through Tango Hotel on TFR. Through Tango Hotel is at only is it tracking direct to grass dip.
Check copies and give you 9,500 below 3004 in the altimeter. And currently you have 4 from a hotel working out there as well.
Have that clear 9,000 and below 3005, 3004, and 4 Papa Juliet over there in Mike.
I was trying to. I think ours is a lot worse up here.
While it might seem like it's bad that a lot of aircraft can't respond to the Caldor because of smoke, it's kind of good that smoke is all over the place, keeping the fires less active. It's different. The Dixie's kind of blown up. It has more aircraft, but more activity. Smoke blanket settles over because there's a lack of winds. The winds are the main thing you don't want. But if you look at Portola's cam, there have been several plumes that have developed kind of concerningly. Quite concerningly. Let's do a 1 hour. They're kind of weakly forming, a weak version of the pyrocumulus cloud. And if they're weak, they might be prone to collapse, which, can you imagine lighting a top hat on fire that's like the pyro cloud? And then taking your fist and smashing it? That would potentially throw embers and the wind in a 360 degrees around the collapsed column, and firefighters generally go defensive if they see that might happen. I think it may have collapsed already. I think we got to go back to 1 hour. That was a 15-minute time lapse, but let's go back 1 hour. See the poofing, and then, oh, there's one of the planes. Poof. And poof. These columns don't look very stable. It's even hard to see, but watch here and here. You can see the vegetation rocking a little bit in the wind. At least it's not fierce. But it's still a day of 9% humidity.
Camino, Caldor, attack.
You can see the tankers every once in a while zipping past.
Requesting a relief air attack over the fire at 1500 hours.
Irving 1-5.
Thanks, Bonnie. I think you need the colon after HTTPS.
Irving 1500.
Yeah, affirmative, 1500. Over the fire.
So air attack over the fire, any specific type?
So, one of the things is ironic here.
Caldor East operation. Caldor air attack. Air to ground command.
Is water vapor can trick the satellite into thinking it's rain. If you click the water vapor map, the Dixie is producing a huge amount of it. And so when you trigger the rain detected by radar button, this is the east side of the Dixie.
Not confirming any specific IP for the relief.
Negative. You can give the given landmark is forward.
Fire attack, man, copy.
We'll continue to monitor this little fire. Hopefully we'll stay little. South of Diamond Springs. Starting in a little neighborhood like that, it's probably somebody's weed whacker.
Division, Mike, Caldor air attack, air to ground command. And November, Papa, Caldor air attack on air to ground command.
Oh, we have video of Caples Lake water. Hey, cool. It's bad quality, but water drops.
Caldor air attack up on air to ground attack.
Nice. That's a Sikorsky. With a snorkel.
Just to transition there, trying to get my bearings, and I can't get a hold of Mike where the conference working.
That's Caples. It's just posted by CAL FIRE.
Copy, and so it looks like you're in the Palm Leaf area. Copy, got that. And how's the air over there? Well, just advise
Okay, looks like Douglas County Sheriff. Oops. Lost a tweet. Said something about evacuations being downgraded. That's always a cool thing. Trying to figure out where that tweet went.
Loco 7 Bravo Sierra, TF4. Go ahead. Off the ground, Placerville. Headed your way. Where are we going?
Funky Town?
Yeah, I believe east or west Telco was requesting you the Wright Lake area.
Okay, West Telco. We'll head West Telco, I'm assuming 50 route over Division India.
Well, they said Caples.
Yeah, West Telco, DFR.
Should I say that was Silver?
You have 7 Bravo Hotel. I'm right now, break 7 Bravo Sierra, West Telco, DFR. West Telco, 7 Bravo Sierra. 04 5000 up to telephone, and then contact Helco will move you up to right where we're at to 9000. 004 5000 Black Route, contact Helco at telephone. 7 Bravo Sierra.
Looks like it's staying small. Fingers crossed.
We'll be looking out for 5 Papa Tango.
They're on the ground.
Yeah, Cal Fire, get your legs straight. Irony, because I don't know my legs.
Placerville Base, West Elko, air ground command.
West Elko, Placerville Hall Base.
Papa Tango, make it back to you.
Affirm, he's on the ground.
You got tail numbers for those type 1s?
Yeah, it's going to be 9 Romeo Hotel and 48 Yankee. You got 48 Yankee spooling up now. 9 Romeo Hotel still getting ready.
Copy. Sierra, you guys up on the west rotor yet?
Let me know if 9000 works. And you're cleared over over the berry. And yeah, just let me know if you need to check anything else out or leave the area. But all I have working on this site right now is the 200.
I was thinking this one would go over there, but maybe.
Traffic to air attack, is that black hot stuff? Go ahead. Delta, Delta, and was he working out the MRB?
I am retweeting a bunch of journalist images that I can't show you on the stream of the Echo Summit area, etc. It's hard to see if there's a plume anymore on the Portola cam. The new fire is looking small still, fingers crossed. Maybe they don't need air attack.
Trying to get over there. How's the air look?
My Twitter
Caldor,
is
air attack command.
my Twitter is K Wildfires.
Caldor is it?
Can you come up towards Division Papa for a priority mission?
Frequency?
That's unknown.
Wow, I like this tweet by Zeke.
Air attack here, you up on air to ground command. Told me to come up for priority traffic.
So what Zeke Lunder has said in response to a guy named Andrew Davidson, no relation to me. Andrew Davidson said, if you watch the Wildland ZKO briefings, it's pretty clear that we are just letting the Dixie burn because it's mostly national forest or private timberland without towns. Blah, 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 blah. So Zeke Lunder goes to respond, we're not just letting it burn, it's kicking our asses every day. We could have all the firefighters and resources from the Caldor too, and it wouldn't materially change the outcome. The Dixie fire has been beyond our control for 50 days and will continue to be until the weather changes. Truth.
West Elko on air to ground.
Nobody is letting anything just burn.
We got a report that there's spotting on Division November across Highway 88. If you could head over there.
Let me get the map.
Negative. That's air attacks over there, and we got Elko coming in to work it.
Negative. I'll go with air attack. Thank you. Air attack, Placerville, Hell Base, on underground command.
Yeah, go ahead. I copied 88 near where?
Yeah, it'll be Division November off Highway 88.
Bravo Sierra, telephone check, 5,000, CFO. Bravo Sierra, cleared up to right, and let's move to 9,500 for you, and I'll meet you over on West Rotor. 7 Bravo Sierra. Sierra, you up on West Rotor? 7 Bravo Sierra. Yeah, have you come into right at 9,500? 9,500 will meet you at right. 7 Bravo Sierra. Let me know when you want a lowdown of what we got. We don't have anything on station yet, but we got a couple coming.
Decimal 1375.
I've already made contact with.
Copy 30.
Be working same area as yesterday, right dip or one of the other lakes around there. Working up high with 94-1 Charlie. $94.41 or $9.41 Charlie? Told me 94-1. I've just been calling him 41 Charlie. Priority 1 was to fill flivets and pumpkins that were to get swing loaded out. It looks like they just got toilet paper, so so they're chasing that down.
What? Toilet paper? Is that sling?
Just bucket drops or tank drops up high, working with the crew.
Is that sling?
Flivets and pumpkins drops up high for 41 Charlie. The pumpkins and blivets did not show up. There is one pumpkin in Bloodsucker. I advised them that if they're not able to do water tenders down there, move the pumpkin out into Bloodsucker and we can fill that for them. There you go. All right. I'll help them chase down the blivets and the pumpkins that didn't show up. So I'll hit them up when we get back to base, and I told them to go with air ops, but I'll make some phone calls when I land. Yeah, we're at 7,000 climbing for 9.5.
Okay, let me fix chat mode.
One VLAT. Unable to fly over the Dixie. I was just wondering if you could use them.
Okay, sorry guys, slow mode is off now.
Edom, that's 4454 and 4483 for ground contacts. Those two ground contacts are north or south of Bloodsucker? Heading up the hill. Get out before we ordered the world. So yeah, that's just why you got two coming right now. Understood.
Yeah.
We'll get in here. Wendy, are you short? You need to do a drive-by?
I have a link to Zeke
Division Papa operations on air to ground.
in the description of this video. He's pretty smart.
Back to Hotel Tango on CFR. Stan, what route were you guys taking back to Hell Base?
I'm glad, Dan. It's a long time to wait.
Once you get up here and we leave, we'll just head south of 50 and stay out of everybody's way. You'll just head south and pick up the 50 and make your way in that way. We'll still wait for you to get out here, though. Yeah, we're over Ice House right now.
Tanker 914 working the Dixie.
Operations or Division Papa?
Rated. We decided we wouldn't.
Okay, I'm over Silver Lake, and is this that predominant smoke column on the, what I'm calling like the south side of 88 there?
Tango on TFR Victor. Air Attack 2 Hotel Tango, we're off the Hella Base, headed to Leona checkpoint and then on to November. And I'm going to have you come over to Silver Lake. Are you familiar with that? So Tango, are you familiar with Silver Lake? Yep, you're coming in a little broken. We'll give you a call in a bit, but yes, we are familiar with Silver Lake. We were going to go Black to Leona and then up to Silver Lake. Silver Lake, we're going to be working in that area. 8,500 below 3004. 5 and below 3004, got it. To Hotel Tango. For a Yankee, West Toco. Or right, yep. Yankee cleared up to 9,000, direct to right. You have relief. 7 Bravo Sierra in front of you. You'll have 9 Romeo Hotel behind you, and we'll move you over to West Road. Yankee copies all traffic, switching. West Toco, 9 Romeo Hotel. We're on TFR.
What's the good ground pass? Division Papa?
Bravo Sierra, truck check, 9,500.
Copy. We're just coming up to the high point of the fire, that fire that's in the brush patch up there. Yankee copy. So doing a brief or relief right now, so you'll have a new voice in a couple minutes.
There it is. Is it, well, there is multiple, you just want to cool it down so it doesn't jump. Is that what we're looking at?
Air Attack, 9 Romeo Hotel, TFR.
Retarded too.
Yeah, it's 9 Romeo Hotel, inbound to right, yeah.
Right a beam of the retardant line, fire's edge, right towards that first little pyramid.
Just flew over that. Still don't have you.
A mile south of Bloodsucker, northbound.
I got you.
So your targets are everything that's kind of running up that southeast aspect of that rock knob.
Right below that, that's where the sling got put in, and that's where the highest bunch of people hiking up.
Seems pretty straightforward, Matt. And then just continue working up that vein of timber into the desolation, or we're going to feel comfortable with some of that stuff up there.
Like I talked to them yesterday, probably going to have to try to figure out a way to bring it back down into that bowl, tie it into that cold black. Otherwise, it'll just keep skunking around and popping around for the next few months and all of that.
We'll chase that hot edge that runs up that pyramid and work our way towards where it's got granite on both sides, and just keep working it. Get more coming.
You got it. You copied it for a Yankee. Stay up, and I have not heard from 9 Room.
9 Room Hotel Town. You want to take the elevation, we'll take the fire.
TFR.
West Elko, 9 Romeo Hotel on west rotor.
Just finished the transition. Yeah, got you on rotor now. Location?
Looking at 16 miles from right dip.
Is that telephone check?
Yeah, right near telephone check.
Okay, man. Plan on climbing for the 9,000, right dip. You'll be number 2 behind 48 Yankee.
9,000 for right dip, and I'll be looking for 48 Yankee.
Elko.
The 48 Yankee, we're just rounding the north side of the right south dip at this time, they round.
Copy that. 9 Romeo Hotel behind you, waves. We're overhead now at 9,500.
We can bump it up a little bit. We're 8.5 now. We'll climb it.
Okay, I'll move it. Now, what's the elevation? I got 8. It looks like it's about 8,001. 17, does that sound right, or is that the ridge? I think I got it here. Helicopters at me, if I can have you at 9,000 on low, but it's at 85 below.
Okay, you want 5 for Echo 9,000.
Charlie, West Elko. Got 2 heavies coming your way. The first one is 4-8 Yankee. I understand you're going after the hot edge as it runs up along that pile of rocks and back down into the timber and back into the wilderness.
Well, Tanker 914 has decided that flying is for losers. All the cool planes go gear down and go tobogganing.
Have them switch over to air-to-ground tactical for target description with 4-8 Yankee and 9 Romeo Hotel. Back to Hotel. Holiday, air attack.
This is the current camera view.
Placerville Holiday.
Well,
Spanish of 8 Charlie Hotel, and how many Type 1s do we have available on the base?
looks like the camera moved away from it. But it never looked like it...
1 tanked Type 1 and 4 guard ships on the deck.
It looks like it stayed small. Thank goodness. This is the last image that we have. Yeah, the last 4 days I was live for 3 days straight with only 5 hours of sleep, so... I don't know how many hours that is, but I just slept for 16 hours to make up for it.
34, 54, or 44, 33, air tap. Elko.
So a guy, Brandon Rinneman, the journalist, said, a lot of people mistakenly think that you can put out wildfires by using enough hoses or aircraft. Generally not. And he goes on about using tools. I replied and said this. Trying to put out a forest fire with aircraft is like trying to put out a fully engulfed shopping mall fire with a bunch of spray bottles. It doesn't matter how many spray bottles you have, it's not going to work. Well, I can't see the little fire anymore, but thank goodness. This is our last image of it, and it was just barely wispy. So hopefully they pounced on it.
Thank you, end of the depth. Call me when you're off. I'll give you your ground contact on there. Ground contact.
Fingers crossed, Lorna. Pull up, yeah. So the funny thing about
Charlie,
this...
West Telco, Air Ground Command.
Funny thing about those hills over there, if a plane gets too low, this program doesn't know where the plane went and just decides to put the plane on a direct path, like a straight line of the direction it was. And usually that's toward the lake, and they all go sledding down the hillside to the lake.
Refill bloodsucker or to... If you have it in bloodsucker.
What is bloodsucker? So now Tanker 914 is flying over Port Tola.
Approved H-15, and I got 2 Hotel Tango inbound 8,500 below, direct to Silver. Just advise when you're ready to lift.
I'm retweeting a bunch of Sentinels, 2 Sentinels pictures that a couple journalists have taken. Wow. Brett Forrest tweets, 6 arrests have been made in South Lake Tahoe in connection with looting. All of them were residents who did not evacuate. Police tell me each arrest came from the public reaching out and seeing activity on their doorbell cameras and surveillance videos. So, that's the real reason. That's the real reason a lot of people stay behind.
Sorry, I missed a lot of that. Status to be Charlie Hotel.
Hey, Charlie Hotel is still down mechanically. Just got off the phone with them about 20 more minutes, maybe longer.
I was telling people about...
And again, how many Type 1s do you have on Hellbase?
People should get...
A total of 5 Type 1s, 4 of them being guard ships.
Over top of the area.
See that guard ship?
Throw them in a pit with the bears.
4 of the Type 1s are guard ships.
Understand. I'll go right back with you. And that's not including 8 Charlie Hotel.
Negative, not including 8 Charlie Hotel.
Just kidding.
So, fair attack. CFR.
4-8 Yankee. What's the play right now?
What I really meant, don't ban me YouTube, is why don't we make them do community service? In which they feed the bears to help rehabilitate them. Yeah, that's what I meant.
4483 on air ground tactical. 483 air to ground tactical switch. 509 on TFR or on West Rotor. 09 Nelson. Contact with Hellbase, we'll switch to TFR.
What a beautiful flight here.
Down that recon ship there. If you come on into Silver Lake and you'll see just kind of the south side, you'll see a pretty big, kind of the biggest column there of the lake we're going to have you working.
Air attack, Placerville Hellbase on the underground command.
Yeah, Bob Fraser said if we did throw them to the bears, we'd only have to do that a few times to make an example. Oh my God. Bob, you have a savage in you.
So, I got you inside there. All right, so all the way to the top of the rocks and work my way down. We're at it.
I think I should just march them through the streets naked and drive them on with cattle prods with a sign around their neck saying,
come up on airborne tactical for 48 Yankee, please.
I'm a looter and a loser. Okay, so I just tweeted some cabin protection efforts going on. A journalist just tweeted that over by Wrights Lake. They have a whole bunch of hoses going towards the cabin, which is great. And we keep looking at the Logtown cam, and
You got my Chinook and Silverlink?
it's not looking at that fire anymore, so I hope it's doing well. Let's check El Dorado County.
Ground contact, or you want to just kind of hit the head of the fire towards the highway?
Yay! Kingsbury is pretty much gone into a warning instead of mandatory evacuations. Wow. So cool. They have...
Jump 88 there, on the lake side of the highway, right?
They're getting more confidence about it.
Yeah, 48 Yankees, I'm on the hotel. I'm not 2 miles from the dip.
Ooh, Frank, you're savage too. No, we can't feed looters to bears because they are trash and we wouldn't want the bears to... We don't want to encourage bears to eat trash or be poisoned. Oh my gosh.
Division Papa, air attack, who's going to be the ground contact?
Yeah, Larry, there's somebody here who can help you.
You can contact him on air-to-ground TAC 164-1379.
You could go to CAL FIRE right here, the Amador El Dorado unit, and ask them questions like which crews do which place to link them. And a couple of people like Dan come in here and monitor the fires with their own radios. They might know. Did you actually think I was serious, Daisy May? Okay. I'm sorry, I just don't think criminals should have that many rights. Everybody has rights until they forfeit them, including the right to vote and your right to freedom. I mean, putting people in jail and in prison is violating their rights by definition. But you lose them when you get convicted.
Not going to be in Division Mike.
You no longer have the freedom to pursue happiness when you're in prison. You have the right to remain silent, but not like...
You don't need in Division Mike, correct?
Not to resist arrest or go to prison. I don't think we should spend money on prisoners if we have to. A lot of times, a better deterrent is humiliation.
You know if 9,000 below works, and I'm just working one ship right here. You saw where the spots were out of Silver Lake between the highway.
Too many prisoners don't mind going back to prison, especially if they've been there a long time. But public humiliation is actually a really good deterrent.
Papa, Quebec. As long as you stay out of Mike, and just advise you we have one Chinook working out of Silver Lake. You saw the spots by 88.
No worries, Daisy. Oh, tarring and feathering? Yeah, I don't think...
That pile of boulders shaped like a pyramid due east of your dip. Tell me when you have that site. We're turning over it now, coming at you.
tar and feathering, I thought was just humiliation too. It's cold, you know. It's like cold tar. It just takes a long time to wash off. Unless I'm mistaken.
Air attack on TFR.
I don't think they ever evacuated the prison, no. I'm not sure. Some people said the prison was already evacuated due to air quality. I have no idea. Dusty said it was cold if they felt cold tar if they felt lenient that day. Wow, that's medieval. Yeah, send him to rake the forest. You know the funny movie Cool Hand Luke?
Air attack on your rotor base. Air attack,
Yeah.
West Delta.
Yeah, exactly. Tarring and feathering was reserved for the board of a certain power company.
Air attack, West Helco, TFR. I'm going to order some type 1 from the Helibase. Will this route conflict with you if I go straight Placerville direct to Silver Lake? Helco, TFR. Copy. TFR. Okay. I just wondered if this was conflict with your operations at all, your routes. I'm going to have some type 1s come out. Placerville direct to Silver Lake Division, Papa.
Cool. Silver Lake is...
You want them black route, 5,500 to the 88. That'll get them to you, and there will be no conflict with us.
Nice. The Type 1s are coming out again. Look at the little K-Max.
Route 5,500 to 88.
What a cute.
I don't know what you're talking about. I do think you might be working on the west air-to-ground tactical, though. Can you confirm?
What a cute little ugly copter.
Okay. On 164137. That's the west, and I understood, dude. I think this is your first time on the fire, right? Affirmative. Looks like I can change this over. 75. That's the designated east air-to-ground tactical. We're sharing the air-to-ground command. We each have a tactical west and east, and you're on the west. Okay, I'll get off of that. Can you confirm the east one?
Oh, yeah.
Ask how else I can help you. Good luck.
The K-Max?
Is it a 169287?
The K-Max is also a hipster.
1692875.
But the K-Max isn't considered cool because all the other tankers were tobogganing down the slopes before it was cool. He's just really a follower. There is no hope for the K-Max ever being considered cool, I'm afraid. He will always remain the subject of ridicule and derision. But yeah, the Pete's Dragon movie, didn't they? Oh my god. Okay, now it's resetting. Ah! Okay. Okay. So I watched the movie Pete's Dragon, and they tar and feathered the evil kidnappers, the child traffickers, wherever they were in Pete's Dragon, and they were just sitting there. It was cold tar, you know. It wasn't necessarily hot. That would probably be fatal. The little copter that could. It's just trying hard.
Requesting the port guard ships via black route and contact east. Contact air attack on east rotor.
So the program loses track of the helicopters.
And also, for your information, you do have a Black Hawk and a Crane at Alpine Helibase. Just letting you know that you have two Type 1s sitting at Alpine Helibase. It's a Black Hawk and a Crane.
Pete's Dragon was not a cartoon.
Two Black Hawks to Alpine.
Only the dragon was cartoon. It was one of those horrible, like, movie live hybrid cartoons, like, on top of a movie. Now, like Mary Poppins had, like, cartoon penguins, but, you know, Dick Van Dyke was dancing with them. Which is goofy to the max, by the way, but really cool. Tiernan Deal says, anybody flying is cool to me. Flying over Wildfire is so cool, even the little copter that can. Yeah, but, you know, the funny thing is that the other pilots make fun of it.
West Telco Air Ground Command.
Which is just awesome. Kind of like the way Kennedy Steve made fun of all the ground crews and the luggage things at JFK.
Stan, your sling loads of blivets and pumpkins did not arrive. You got something else?
Amber, you have the runner-up for sleeping after this. I think you slept 10 hours? I slept about 16. Oh, God. My headset just scared the living crap out of me. It's a low battery warning. Almost jumped out of my chair. Yeah, Mary Poppins was a live-action movie with cartoons in the middle of it. Puffin stuff and witchy poo stuff, and I am so happy I never saw that. Like, one of my baby boomer friends was like, HR Puffin stuff was good, a classic children's show, and I looked at it, it was so bad, I wanted to just, you know, if I had been chained to a chair and forced to watch that.
Concert on the west, he's back on east, air to ground tack 1692875. If you guys want to contact him, he's at 2 Hotel Tango.
I'd seriously consider taking a hidden cyanide capsule in my teeth to escape that show.
So I have four guard type 1s coming out. We'll cool this thing down pretty good for you to get here.
I would crack under the pressure. I would tell my torturers everything they wanted to know. I would betray my friends. I would sell out my government. I would beg them to put me out of my misery.
So I got four guard type 1s. I'll let you know when they're here.
Let's see what the KMAX is doing. I think it's working Silver Lake. No, Echo Lake. Or, no, Wrights Lake. So the good news is there was a tweet, and I retweeted it. They have all kinds of hose lines hooked up to protect the cabins around Wrights Lake. I tweeted a whole bunch of other stuff.
In India, West Telco, Air Ground Command.
Yeah, you're a trooper, Amber. Thank you for holding the fort, helping me with Smitty, everybody else, Dusty. Yeah, Dusty says the tar and feathering of Pete's Dragon was definitely a real-to-life, non-child-friendly tar and feathering, I'm sure. I swear, guys, I'm not lying. You could do it with cold tar. It was a humiliation, not a torture. I watched... Okay, there's the most hilarious, like, Everything Wrong With Movies channel. You have to watch it. It's just commentary, like, it's a fast-paced commentary, like, ripping apart all kinds of movies with really dry, sarcastic humor. And he does Everything's Wrong with Pete's Dragon. And I'm like, why did I like this? This was my favorite thing as a kid. I, like, memorized the entire script and sang along with it and danced as a kid. And looking back at that movie as an adult, I'm like, what the hell? There's like a child trafficking ring talking about singing along about killing the child if Pete won't come with them willingly. It's like, what did they want him for? The implications. There's like a song about them like boiling him alive and cooking him. It's like, what?
Placerville Home Base.
So he apparently goes insane and like has an imaginary dragon friend. I would too if a child trafficking ring was singing about cooking me and pursuing me. What was Disney thinking though? I mean, and then they did a live action remake, which I'm terrified of seeing now. Mickey Rooney was in it, and he's always cool, but looking back upon Mickey Rooney's career, I'm not convinced he wasn't, like, completely drunk every moment of every movie he was in. Either that or high. You know, Ringo Starr had an interview about his time with Thomas the Tank Engine.
Helco, Fosterville, Hell Base.
Aircraft order when you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
And 4 mediums, buckets, Division India. And while I have your ear, I'd like to put an order for relief, Helco 16.
Oh God.
He's requesting 4 Type 2 bucket ships to the Division India and relief Helco at 1615.
Good copy. West Helco.
Yeah, you can't
Your
even...
4 Type 2s will be 516, 2 Delta Hotel, 0 November Whiskey, and 1 November Echo.
Thank you.
Wait, did Dan actually sign off because we were joking about tar and feathering and watching Bambi and being traumatized? Come back, Dan. We won't talk about Bambi anymore. I'm sorry. Did I insult Witchy Poo in your favorite childhood terrible, extremely bad production? No, we lost Dan. Crap. Really? What was he upset about? I'm now worried. Maybe his favorite copter is the K-Max. He's gone to the K-Max support group. Oh, Amber says the federal prison in Hurlong was not evacuated. I am right across the road from it. That's kind of... I don't know what to think about that.
This might be one of the ground contacts looking for bucket support. I just ordered 4 mediums to come out with buckets. Do you have a target different than where the large helicopters are working that we could support you with?
Amber says I have to make a run to town for supplies while I can. Big hugs, thank you. What about Lassie? Yeah. Dude, here I am as a kid, and my parents famously...
the pyramid-shaped pile of boulders, right?
My parents famously decided that any animal movie was...
I got it, and I got Blue Mountain. And just to confirm, do we want to chase that kind of ragged edge in the timber more up into the desolation wilderness until we kind of rock out?
I think prisons are pretty fireproof, though, a lot more than other places. Pretty wide, open, expansive.
From blue to blood, and when we see stuff up here that we'd like to put out, if roles were reversed, we'll go after it. Where we've got some more continuous timber stringers with the risk of torching off.
A stringer with a risk of torching off? Translate. I was saying Lassie, though. My parents famously...
As you know, the granite becomes more prevalent, but the gut of that draw up towards Lake Aloha, there's pockets of all of that, but there's no real
Dude, Air Command,
I don't see a threat from that.
the K-Max is on the scene. There is no threat anymore.
GFR, guard 821.
Probably 70 acres of timber and continuous surface fuels, right?
Or a black route over to Division India. November.
Yeah, Division November. Not far from Papa.
We have it in the box.
That's after you get on 88, go direct to Silver Dip. And I'm going to give you, I'll give you 8,500 below. And right now I have 2 hotels. Hotel Tango works these spots will laying out when you get here, but I'm going to move him over once you guys get closer.
We're en route to the Silver Dip via the 88, and we'll be looking for 2 Hotel Tango at 8,500 or below for guard 821.
Thanks. And you guys are flight for?
Either the other guard ships are still spooling up. We're coming out single ship right now.
841.
821, and then you got like guard 863, 865, and the Chinook coming. I can give you their numbers momentarily.
That's good. In India,
821, 863, 865, and who else?
India, they originally said they couldn't have any copters up there, so I'm glad they have some now.
Guard 821, you're going to have guard 862, 865, and 867. Guard 821 is coming out single ship right now.
Yay!
Oh, yeah, hit 88, then I'm going to put you on the east rotor.
Well, that's really sad, Smitty, about that tar thing. Well, if that's the case, I don't think I'll make jokes about it anymore. Yeah. I really thought that was a humiliation thing. I mean, feathers, you know, like, how silly is that?
Hotel Tango working with you. He said he did have a ground contact. It was a 0-1 golf, but he hasn't been able to get a hold of it to make sure the line's still clear.
So maybe we should do Elmer's glue and feathering.
Available on east air-to-ground tack.
Oh, here's a myth busted.
004.
The notion that hot tar caused severe, sometimes fatal burns is based on the assumption that tar meant asphalt that we use on roads, which is typically stored in a liquid state of about 300 degrees Fahrenheit. But in the 18th century, tar meant pine tar, used for several purposes in buildings and maintaining ships. As any baseball fan knows, pine tar doesn't have to be hot to be sticky. Shipyards did warm it to make it flow more easily, but it starts to melt at 140 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's well above the ideal temperature for bath water, but it's really far from the temperature of hot asphalt. It could be hot enough to injure someone, but other victims of tarring and feathering didn't mention severe or lasting burns among the injuries. Rioters probably applied the tar with a mop or a brush, lowering its temperature. Some people say it was mostly done over the top of people's clothing. There is an image of it. Anyway, new subject. Back to making fun of the K-Max. But in reality, it actually looks...
show you still on the east zone?
It actually looks like it's doing a great job protecting the area. Helicopters can single-handedly save more than 50 structures in just a couple hours. I've seen that before.
Okay. Division India, do you have their rotor vest? That's going to be West Rotovik 12407.
Dusty is saying I'm taking all the fun out of cruel and unusual punishment. Dusty, you savage.
Guard 862. Guard 862 and 865, so we're just off of Placerville, just about to pick up the black route en route to Silverdip.
Good.
And once you get over 88, 8,500 below, 3004 on the altimeter, and you'll have guard 821 at scene.
Guard 862 and 865 would be Black Dip, Leon, then we're going to be south of 88, will be 8,500 and below, 3004 on the altimeter, and we're tracking guard 821 is just ahead of us.
Yeah, Kennedy Steve, yeah. It's looking good today, Catherine Talley. It's looking good today, knock on wood. There was this new fire. It was over here.
Helicopter 11 November Echo.
By Diamond Springs, but I think it's going okay. The camera even turned away from it. It just looked...
Departing Helibase, taking the 50 route to telephone.
We can't listen to Dixie because the radio is driving me insane.
And we're 3004.
Dixie poofed up today a bit, but it's hard to see on the cams anything that's going on. So we were tracking the airplanes. Oh, I just read that the tarring and feathering was not asphalt tar, it was pine tar. Just really mild. Just kind of like a sticky warm glue. Oh, we were talking about looters. I thought it was a humiliation. Some people were arguing that it was like a fatal thing, but really it was not. It was not tar from asphalt. It was pine tar. For caulking ships and using as a glue. That's okay. Pine tar soaked in whale oil. I bet that smelled great.
AirTag, you copy 11 November Echo.
So, they're so confident now about the King...
Yeah, I just want to make sure you heard that I was departing Helibase on the 50 route to telephone.
I mean, you can see there's a little bit of...
And you're to contact the West Helco on
There's a little bit of sway, a little bit of a breeze in South Lake Tahoe Basin, but they're looking much more confident at it now. They put in a bunch of hand line to protect the Nevada border. Now Kingsbury is under just evacuation watch.
Potential dip for you in 9 Million Hotel. Come off the drop, catch the retarded line working north, away from your target, and I'll bring that to
People may have not noticed the smell because showers weren't invented back then. Oh gosh, guys.
H24 Golf 48. CFR.
Anyway.
I'll put you on East Rotor Victor. Do you have that frequency? Got East Rotor Victor.
If you'd like to satisfy...
With 2 hotels.
If you would like to satisfy your curiosity about tarring and feathering, well, I have the resource for you. Here is the link. Pictures and everything.
All right, I stepped on you on that first part. You want me to contact East Rotor Vic, and we're going to work with 2 hotels. first.
Right, he'll show you what's going on this side. He'll be working right near the lake, and then I'm going to move him to his previous.
I will contact East Rotorvic now, 133.025, guarding 21.
Right here, there's a skip spot right out right my right door.
If you guys are talking about that subject, you're probably about 20 minutes behind in the video, and you should probably hit the live button. Because I went beyond tar and feathering, and I went back to making fun of the K-Max.
Wait, Angie, how do you feel about that dip site? We're actually just going to figure out if we're allowed to even dip in a little bit in this area. Never thought of that yet.
We haven't located you yet, so we're at.
Placerville, Hello Base, West Elko, there's ground command.
Elko, Placerville, Hello Base.
Do you know if we have permission to dip out of any of the water bodies within the Desolation Wilderness?
Stand by 1.
More water below it.
No problem. Thanks.
Let's check Douglas County.
West Elko air attack, CFR.
Effective September 14th, 1 p.m., the following areas are no longer mandatory but remain in evacuation warning. Upper Kingsbury South, Upper Kingsbury North, Central Kingsbury, Lower Kingsbury. Mandatory evacuations have been lifted for the following areas.
Air attack 516 TFR. Go ahead.
Lower Oliver, Kale Drive region and roads, Lake Village, areas south of Elks Point Road and all around Hill area.
516 off Placerville, 50 route for telephone check.
But City of Tahoe remains under mandatory evacuation.
Contact the West Elko on West Rotor and hold time on CFR.
Read all about it here.
Break West Elko 516 TFR.
Yeah, it's not crossing the 395 with an astonishing break in the weather. This morning, beginning of my video, if you want to rewind it, make sure you hit the live button afterwards. I started out with the Dixie fire warning meeting, and Mike Wink was like pretty much saying we're astonished that 395 wasn't violated by the Dixie fire. They said it got hung up in the hills due to a kind of miraculous change in the weather. So he said we didn't even have a plan yet for it staying up in the hills, so we've got to rethink that. But he said that it would merge with the Beckworth Scarp because there's no way to get in between it, and there's no time to make a line. But it's a miracle.
Papa Tango off, Placerville base, en route to Division India with a sling load via Route 50.
The target is about 4 miles east of that.
Yeah.
Another funny news.
004 will switch over to West Rudder and West Elko.
West Elko 516 TFR.
They identified the wrong lake.
Attack 17 TFR.
This is Silver Lake, and they said it was Cables.
Is that too small of a dip for 4+2? Should I scale that order back, you think?
7 is 10 miles to the west of the TFR.
There goes a Sikorsky.
Airtax over Silver Lake 10,500. You're cleared in 11,500. 3004 in the altimeter.
3004, we're cleared in 11,000.
right below that knob, but further up canyon along the hot edge in the trees. There's a lot of water sources out here. I just don't know what water sources those are going to be. I'm waiting on confirmation I can dip out of the wilderness. The right tip has multiple sources with it, and there's that one really deep pond just on the west side of the main shallow right tip, and that's a great spot for the 205. You got Dark, Beauty, and Right, those three right there. Dark is the westernmost.
4 dark chips on order. Actually, 821 should be coming on soon. But I got 865, 862, 867 coming out of Placerville for the Silver Disc.
On West Rudder.
Did get that one. I sure will.
The K-Max looks like a baby opossum, says Bolt. Oh yeah, it's all kind of ugly.
West Elko.
Yeah, 5 Papa Tango just got handed over to you from Air Attack. We're en route to telephone check and then en route to India with a sling load going to Sling 1.
You want to see me with the possum I rescued?
3004, you're clear. Say again, are you telephone check?
We're still about 8 miles or sub-miles to the west telephone check.
Okay, 5,000 for you, 9,500 for us. Call me telephone check for further.
Call you at telephone check by Papa Tango.
Yes, affirmative. I'm going to transition with the air attack over. I'll advise the new air attack. Take a look.
I can see the resemblance.
Charlie, West Elko, Air Ground Command.
And that's Sioux City Hot Shot.
Tell on TFR.
Air 110 November Whiskey on TFR.
5 Papa Tango inbound to Sling 1. Don't know what's in the sling, but we got more stuff coming to you. Do you have a ground contact at Sling 1?
17 air attack on TFR.
I know, Big Dog. Who would have thought that weeks ago that we would consider the Dixie might threaten 395? I mean, I did, but I was just hoping. Please, God, no.
West Elko, TFR. Caldor.
Pink feathers. Tiger Lily. Pink feathers.
November Whiskey is up on TFR now. Still about 3 or 4 miles out from telephone check.
November Whiskey or 516, West Elko, or Rotor Victor.
West Elko 516, got you now. Just had telephone check for I assume Rice Lake.
Elko's 9,500. You'll be number 3 behind 48 Yankee 9 Romeo Hotel.
417.
Go. 37.
Or do you want to just go to air tactics?
That would be much better.
November Whiskey, West Elko on West Rotor Vector. Howdy, copy?
Copy, okay, but wasn't getting anybody on the TFR frequency.
Bolt says, now I wouldn't go so far as eating one.
3 miles west of telephone check, inbound to the right dip.
5,000 until you reach telephone check, then step up to 9,000 and jump into a daisy chain at Wrights Lake. We're figuring out a second dip to try and separate the mediums from the heavies.
What do you mean, Bolt? Are you saying you wouldn't buy this?
8,500 below for guard.
I just sent like 500 cans to your house as a thank you. You're not going to eat it? They don't taste greasy. That's a myth.
Help me pick a dip to segregate you and 4-8 Yankee from the mediums.
You just have to feed them a bunch of apples, and then they taste better.
Lake's over there, a beam of Wrights Lake where you're dipping now.
Seriously, I can't get my money back now. It ships from China, and
Place for 4 mediums.
you know how long that takes? It takes like 30 days. It's past the point where I could take it back. You have to eat it.
West Falco, 5 Papa Tango on West Rotor, we're telephone check.
Papa Tango, say again, what's the check?
Telephone check for 5 Papa Tango.
Come on up, and you got rotors in front of you working out of Wrights Lake, dipping and dropping on the fire's edge. We'll have to hold them short if they're in the way to get you into your sling site.
Good, more help coming for Wrights Lake.
Hotel, West Rotor.
Although I don't know what they're talking about. I mean, when you have a KMAX on the scene, you don't need the help of Type 1s, obviously.
5,000 till you hit telephone, climb to 9. You'll be number 6. And report to Wrights dip. Helco's overhead at 9,500.
5,000, telephone check up to 9,000. Keep linking up with everybody else at Wrights dip.
Try and find a way to keep the mediums working in one general area. The targets are all going to be close, but we'll try and put the 2 Type 1s in the spot separate from the 4 of you guys.
The other hotel copies, and obviously don't know what the situation is over there, but we found a canal just a little bit north of Wrights yesterday that kept pretty good separation for everyone.
Yay, more help coming.
You mean the river that feeds into Wrights?
Yes, sir.
Possums taste like Spam? You said possums taste like Spam? Well, maybe I would like it.
Hotel, Helco.
Bonnie, I'm not hungry anymore. She was about to. Were you just about to enjoy a ham sandwich? And sweet potatoes?
Tell you what, we'll try to work the canal with the mediums, and then if we have to create some more space, we'll maybe split Wrights Lake in half. Thank you.
Big Dog says, Cat, I think you have a warped sense of humor. But I won't hold it against you. Well, you better not. Or I'll come after you. I'm just kidding.
Anyone on air tactics?
Who's there? Look upstream where there's a stream that drains into the top of that reservoir. Kind of meanders. There's a bunch of oxbows. We'll be overhead of that at 9,500. 9 Romeo Hotel dipping out of the main lake itself. We're going to try and offset the mediums to dip out of the canal.
A canal?
Yeah, that's where I was last time. I'll give you all I want to see.
Bonnie is putting away her chicken nuggets. You were going to eat Spam, Bonnie?
Got you on air tactics.
Air tactics is 163337, right? I talked to you earlier on it, right?
Water along the fire's edge. That's called blood sucker, like mosquitoes.
Hey, Bonnie. You just won the Kathryn Award.
2-1. Working out Silver Dip, working for Division Papa for spots between 88 and Silver Lake Break.
They just said they were going to dip out of a canal to give more room for the other tankers.
About 9 miles to the west, about 2 miles from Ice House.
You have a lat long for 21, right?
I've been there twice today already to
That's when you went in there the first 2 times.
Dipping in the canal.
4483. Yeah, thanks.
Sheeler dip, break.
Purple.
I've got the aircraft in the distance.
Purple Flowers always says we used to eat Spam after surfing with Grandpa.
And I asked about the status of that Charlie Hotel to have him come back out, but I haven't ordered his release. I haven't heard back from the Holidays if he's fixed yet. He went in for that chip light break.
I would like to sit down and record the story of your life.
What did you inquire about?
Charlie Hotel went into that chip light, and I haven't heard back on his status as far as going to get his replacement, so that's done, I guess.
Copy.
The 4 guard ships working out of Silver Dip for Division Papa, and for now, 2 Hotel Tango. Second Sheeler working for November Papa break.
So you're going to have all the guard ships work together, is that correct?
So we got 4 Papa Juliet, load and return, Truckee, and we call it the lake route. They're just hugging the west end of the lake there, back for Truckee. Break.
Follow the retardant line up the hill till it disappears into the rock. That high point's blue. Drag water down that hot edge towards Bloodsucker Lake at the bottom.
I got 5-4 Echoes, been on the recon. He's just leaving 815 for Alpine. So, everything over here on November Papa and out of Silver Dip, 8,500 below, and still got 3 Tango Hotel, 4 Papa Juliet on 9,500.
Next few hours over in Station Delta Delta and Quebec.
1,500 for the copters working at Mike. 8,500 for everything else over here. Right.
The aircraft talking about working at Delta Delta, say identifier.
426 F1 7500.
At 17,000 feet, 17,500. Yeah, just confirming you're at 17,500 feet.
We're at 17,500 for Condor 26.
I copy.
Delta, trying to get over there is pretty smoky. Black Hot Shot was requesting some bucket work. They said they were working with a 4-1 Bravo Hotel previously, and they'd like to get him back. But then we had a jam over here as per operations breaking.
Let's go to the target that's lower on the hill, sort of between Blue Mountain, the high ground, and Bloodsucker. Do you have that with in a brush field with a retardant and a few isolated trees sticking out? Yeah, come down that, pick up that retardant line that ends in the black, and then I'll bring your eye to it.
Yankee.
Go ahead and sheet the black. Go ahead and pick up the black edge and get interior of the hot edge and make your way into your swing site.
Friends, I must charge the headphones. I can't hear anything.
Is that you in the black now?
I cannot hear anything for the next couple of minutes. Charging the headphones.
7 o'clock, 6 o'clock now. It was kind of the area I'd like to start working, where it's a kind of a mix of brush and timber in there.
Yeah, we can make the drop.
Come around, 516, come around in a right-hand turn, make your way back to the black edge, pointed towards right.
So I don't think anything else has changed since you've been out here. That's not all I got. You got anything else?
So under your control is 821 3 November Whiskey, disregard, 867 2 Hotel Tango 4 Papa Juliet. It's on a load and return for Mike from Truckee. 3 Tango Hotel working in Mike with 01 Golf.
That 3 Tango Hotel has a 1505 on fuel.
What tip are they using in Mike?
He's probably being no fuel now.
Understand?
And they're using what they're calling the Grass Valley deal. I couldn't find it.
Okay, Grass Lake, got it.
I think it was Sioux City hot shots, but they wanted the same thing. The Tolac hot shots wanted work at Conner and Delta.
Copy. Tolac and Cedar City looking for helicopters. Got it.
I'll let you help me keep all those mediums kind of on point in a daisy chain from the canal bit. Yeah, we are. That's a firm. Figure that out.
Also, 5 Papa Tango off of the swing site. We got the 2 mediums and the 61. So we head back to elevate the next one.
The Blake, stay in the black. We got 48 Yankee at your 12.
48 Yankee, and we'll pass behind them.
Yankee, would it, could we just kind of keep those guys working in the middle and you guys create sort of a big orbit, like a small racetrack inside of a big racetrack? And we'll just focus your target on the upper third of that target area, from between the top of the peak down to the foot of the slope where the swing load went.
48 Yankee, copy call. This stuff burning in here is really just, there's not a whole lot of active fire. It's a lot of smoldering heavy timber and with the rough stuff.
I think they were growing woozy because the swing loads didn't come with what they're supposed to. So here shortly, they will have a pump show, and then I think it'll put us out of work. Mill Hotel, safe traffic. Is that wide pattern going to work for you, sir? Go air attack rotor, Helco rotor.
That's 5 Papa Tango.
Again, number of slings remaining.
As far as I know
route left as well. Supposed to be livets and pumpkins or tanks too.
Okay, I will ask Elevate about that, and we're passing check westbound.
Yeah, when you come back next time, same calls, and I'll kind of hold you short or slow you down at truck check so I can figure out how to get you into the black and get you to your swing.
Yeah, good copy.
All that.
Repeat. So go ahead, give it to me.
The Tango Hotel is got one more drop that he's going to be looking to call you to get routed back to the map. Fuel and return break. The shipboard kind of Hotel is heading over to Sheeler, his previous assignment that he's working when you were here. And guard ship should be coming into Silver Dip here pretty soon.
Okay, so 2 Hotel Tango lined out 821, and then you picture all the guard ships working together with 821.
Yeah, I think the last ship just got off the Black Route. Heading in.
Yeah, and that's Division Papa. Who's their ground contact?
I'll acquire his number and know who you're working with, so I'm not sure. Are you, who are you? For the orange rotor now. November Whiskey, if you have the medium approaching 516.
November is going in to make a drop behind that one.
I don't know if you copy what we're doing there. Just like kind of what you were doing, they're routing in on TFR, and then I told them once they get cross 88 outside of Silver, just switch to rotor, to east rotor.
Copy.
Need anything else?
Then a left-hand turn, and you're way in the black there. Fire's edge is at your tail. Whiskey, it's pretty close to where we were working yesterday, just slightly up to that right on.
We'll stay at 10,500 till we clear the TFR.
Okay, if you could let Camino know.
Camino know you got it, and we're out now.
That's your 12, almost in the flats. You'll see timber and brush. That's the target area. Your right door, sir. Off your right door, where the timber hits the brush, you see a little bit of retardant there. Yep, right door 2 o'clock. Keep coming around right. 1 o'clock. Any of those targets in there, hot edge.
You get another Helco over there. See how you feel about it.
Copy.
Air Tech Intel 1-2 on TFR.
Intel 1-2, Caldor air attack.
On McFarland, shooting for a 210 flight level over the Caldor.
Copy, Condor 26 is at 17500.
1-2 copy, thanks for the heads up.
Helco, the off the deck. How about we do a left-hand daisy chain out of right, out of the canal, and we'll start all the mediums down a beam of bloodsucker and just work that timbered edge to the north, and we'll keep the type 1s up high. The hot edge closest to bloodsucker, pick up that hot edge and work to the north towards the wilderness. So that you may have my mistake. Copy. Helco, air ground. Boys. .454 or 41 Charlie, air attack. Helco, air ground. .454 or 41 Charlie, Helco, air ground command.
Papa Tango on TFR.
Camino Air Attack 140.
TFR 1 able.
Come here.
Papa Tango, just crossed over telephone check, in contact with Hella Base.
Returning to Sonoma ETA 1550 hours, 1550 hours.
Air attack 140, Camino copies.
Once you return to tip. Dixie. Anywhere in there is a good drop.
Run over the ridge line to the north and southbound. Let us know when you're in this place.
What you do now is make your way in a wide pattern to the right. We're going to do left-hand patterns out of the dip, from the dip to Bloodsucker Pond, and then from Bloodsucker Pond to the target up towards Blue Mountain. So we need to keep all the rotors, yourself included, in a left-hand daisy chain. Left-hand daisy chain off the drop, so there's no confusion in how it is. The route behind everybody else in a left-hand off of the dip. From that point north, any of those targets to the centered edge are viable. Everybody keep going, left-hand pattern. Does that make sense?
Camino, Air Attack 17, Forcenet.
Pick up the canal. Once there's room for you down there, and just keep everybody in front of you that's making a left-hand turn. Do the same behind them. Left-hand rotation.
Copy. 1520.
Copy.
Looking for you. So your suggestion would be the Type 1s in the dip you're acquiring now. Dip out there in the black. You're looking at 516. KMAX in the 61 right here. You guys get right and get a big, wide left-hand pattern. Oh man, we'll give it a run. And I'll probably just work the heavies on this stuff right in here. other targets that I would. Time remaining on station for it, Yankee. But we'll bring you up here into the
The line's still clear down here anyway. Smoker was.
Papa Tango on TFR. Do you know what altitude they were working at? Yeah, I believe they're 9,000 and below for 5 Papa Tango. Copy. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking for you. No joy. Blast. Blast. We're looking for you. We had a target further up the canyon. If you see on the smoke in the wilderness, you'll see like 100 acres of trees pointing up right into a big granite bowl. Do you have us overhead?
Keep taking a look as we can to try and get you something.
In the wilderness, where it's just kind of 1 mile east of where you've been dropping up high. There's a lake down here in the timber. Coming back to the east side. We're looking for you. We are turning left hand. Tell us if you've got us inside. We're looking for you. Yeah, it's not very deep in the black, and the air is clear where we've identified it there.
Thank you. Nose high, you see us, follow us, please. Gotcha. You want to fly over it right now? Just so you got me in sight? Okay, I'm going to start orbiting over the top of the spot right now.
Sounds very big.
Stop.
Left door right now. Just off your nose. The talus slope there.
Tango Hotel, go ahead.
Tango Hotel's available only for Placerville. Are we a fuel hold or fuel return?
We'll send some things away and work out a right.
Thank you, Captain. Where's the reception?
Going to keep you on the target up high where you were working, as you were working down the slope from the rock knob.
Howdy.
The hotel, Helco. Go ahead. Over the new disk site with 48 Yankee. Yep, if that looks like you could do it, you guys work it out. This will be what, your last step?
Our suggestion would be to one at a time.
And then you're a fuel and hold.
Type 2 rotors working out a right. Drop no further south than the north end of Mosquito or Bloodsucker Lake. Got firefighters and hose lay south of Bloodsucker, so any drops need to be north of Bloodsucker.
Check 140.
Check 140 from me.
Make contact with Sacramento ETC. I'll be switching over to Command 1.
Air Attack 140, thank you. No copies, 1530.
West Elko, 5 Papa Tango on West Rotor.
Papa Tango, Elko.
Yeah, 5 Papa Tango, telephone check inbound with another sling for the swing site.
$9,000 if you need it, 9,000 or below. and route up and call me at truck check, and then we'll have you keep the black to the sling.
Copy that. 9,000 below. We'll call you at truck check, and then we'll keep the black. And that's elevation. We do have one more swing after this. To do the blivets and the pumps have been requested.
Did you pick up that pond that was out here on your last approach? It's called Bloodsucker. It's close to the edge. Doesn't have very much water in it.
I saw it yesterday.
Drop a medium bucket from Bloodsucker, the north end of Bloodsucker, to the high ground. So if you can make your way into the black from truck check south of Bloodsucker, and then approach the swing in the black on that.
Copy that. No problem.
Placerville, Hello Base, Air Attack, Air Ground Command.
Hello Base.
Well, when he's fueled, I'd like to request him to Division November using Silver Dip.
Division November, Silver Dip.
Over.
The drop is turning to Hello Base. You could swing wide, sir, of the canal there where the mediums are dipping. Swing to the right, and then direct to Hello Base. Call me landing assured. Be advised, Flight Papa Tango inbound from Hello Base with a swing. He's telephone check. Tango, Helco, did you copy direct 9 Romeo Hotel, departing, returning to base?
Same copies, we'll be looking for him.
Yeah, 3 Tango Hotel's gonna have to shut down and fuel. Would you like 7-3 uniform?
Affirm.
Always copies.
Location rail.
Air Attack, Placerville, Hello Base, on air to ground command.
Go ahead, Hello Base.
Just letting you know, you do have 2 Type 1s out of Alpine, which is a lot closer to Division November if you'd like one of them.
Sounds good, let's do that.
Always copies.
My apology if that's no joy. We won't repeat. How about a right-hand pattern? If so, out of right link to your same target.
Union 62 Hotel 2, back with you here.
Air attack, Placerville, Hellbase, under your command.
Go ahead, Hellbase.
Type 1 is going to be 5 Hotel Tango out of Alpine Hellbase.
5 Hotel Tango, thank you.
Geez, that didn't look fine.
I was told to the north of everything north of Bloodsucker was fairground to blue on the good direct.
Charlie, Elko, air to ground. Are you still dropping on your firefighters, sir? I'm trying to bump the rotors north. Maybe I'm unclear on where you're at and where we can drop. So no personnel. Sucker.
Pilot, stand by real quick. Hold on, road suspect, stand by. 5
Papa Tango is inbound to your sling site now. One more after that.
Direct to the black, down contact with the sunset.
Hey, pump check, direct to the black, and we'll get a hold of the ground. Top 10.
Offset half mile east of the Bloodsucker target area.
Copy that, half mile to the east.
Okay, I was under the impression that all the guard ships were working together. Got it. Head Papa. You will drop down in altitude and try to size it up. From my current altitude, doesn't look promising. Placerville, Hellbase, air attack, air to ground command.
Foxerville, Hellbase.
If there's a second Type 1 still at Alpine, I'd like to request that helicopter for Division Papa. I end with helicopter 867.
Pattern out of right step.
And to Division Papa, working with 867. Can be 1 Bravo Hotel.
5 Papa Tango, paragraph. And then 4483, 5 Papa Tango, paragraph. Yeah, we're just coming up on you guys.
Fuel and hold. For 1-1 November, thank you.
Zero November Whiskey, you go first, that was blocked. That was blocked, go ahead. Delta Hotel, you say?
40 minutes.
Copy, 40 minutes.
Engine 6 to Hotel Tango.
Tango or Helco.
I got a swing that's going up to the top of the hill here now. I got point.
Your decompression for it, Yankee approved to go high. We got you inside. Feedback.
November, air attack, air to ground command.
On the hill here with a swing for you, where you at?
We're up a lead and ask them to check the air. It looks it's a little soupy at the moment, but they may have a different take. That'll be 1 Bravo Hotel. They have not listed yet. They'll be coming out of Alpine.
Actually, I think we're about done. We're going to head back to the hell base. Maybe we can figure something else out here. much, too many fires going. And
Camino, Caldor air attack, force net.
Caldor air attack,
request a lead plane to South IP at 10,000 feet.
Hey, sir, are you off the drop there with your plane?
is that going to be sling 1 or sling 2? Totally broken. Repeat your traffic. That one out. I think we've got a Helco relief here shortly, and if you know what you need, where you need it, I'll let you work it out.
Helco, 5 Papa Tango, truck check outbound.
The truck check outbound. Thank you, sir. Call when you're positive at Hell Base.
Call when positive Hell Base, 5 Papa Tango.
See 509 outbound here shortly. He's supposed to come out for relief, so heads up for that.
Keep an eye out for him, 5 Papa Tango.
Six, Helco when able. Let's get more comfortable. Put you on a fuel and return when you're done, plus one more, and I'll just bring 2 out here at a time here. One we have heavies. A learning moment. have you on a fuel and return also with 516. You guys do November Whiskey return step down telephone check. And, call me a telephone check and then call me landing assured Helibase.
Helibase, West Elko pilot, standby. Helibase, West Elko.
Per branch 10, they have a large stovepipe in Division Gulf that they're requesting water drops on.
Okay, stand by. We'll just about in the transition here. Division Golf, do you have any more specific target than that, or is it obvious?
Yeah, that's all I was told. Division Golf.
Copy, thanks. Elko, Dorado unable. A report and a request for a heavy down in Division Golf. I'm going to grab 4-8 Yankee here when he's off the drop. And you'll run what remains up here until you time out for fuel return.
With all the Type 1s work in the same area, is there a way we can... 509 West Elko pilot, standby. Helicopters in there then, because they can't talk to the folks.
West Elko, TFR. Placerville, en route your way. 004, hold on to 5,000 till you hit telephone check. Call me there. We're overhead. 95, making our way to Gulf for a new request. 04, 5,000, telephone. We'll call you at telephone. Matt, how about this for creative? How about... yeah, I tell you what, we'll head to Golf. We're going to bring 4-8 Yankee with us. And I heard a little bit about that stovepipe. Yankee, West Elko.
West Elko, air taxi TFR.
Drop. Are you off the drop or on the drop? I saw you dip out of that alternate lake. I think that's called Dark Lake. I'll have you grab a tank there, and we're going to ask for a new target in Division Golf back towards Placerville. So grab some water and then come down 50 route, and I'll pick you up in Division Golf. So on the gap there, the issue wasn't the size of the road, just that the passage about 10 feet off of it, so that foot line would be a lot easier.
Elko 5 Papa Tango on TFR.
Papa Tango, Jeff traffic for Elko on TFR.
5 Papa Tango in contact with Hella Base. We're west of telephone check.
Yeah, thanks. Call me line and assured Hella Base.
Tango 509 TFR, more than 5,000 feet outbound telephone.
Okay, we're looking for you. I got you on the screen. Shouldn't be a factor.
We got you as well.
Understand. We'll look at both options.
We got you in sight. We left my left.
We left fire.
West Elko, GFR. 509. We're descending to 8,500. We're currently over in Golf, looking for a stovepipe in Golf. That's all the details we got.
We're just coming across the canyon towards telephone 5,000.
Tell you what, we'll stay south side of the 50 if you want to take north side of the 50.
Grab the north and continue to right. You're up to right lake, correct?
Continue up to right. 516 to Delta Hotel. Timing out in another 10 minutes. Stay or on a fuel and return. Right. Contact us when you guys are in touch with Elevation. Elko.
Elko 509.
0 November Whiskey and 1 November Echo outbound for Elevation.
Copy 2 outbound.
Yankee West Elko, rotor vent. Checking in, you head this way. 509 will be inbound and making their way up there to right. Watch out for the Cobra.
Is that telephone?
Golf. West Elko, air to ground. Understand you had a request. You've got a stovepipe somewhere. Do you have a hazard tree? What do you got? Where is it? Yankee, West Elko, Rotorville. The request from Branch 10 has, they've changed their mind. They don't need us now. I understand, yeah. So if you're cool with it, we'll pedal back to the target up in India and put you back to work up there. And we'll escort you up. Perfect. And break 509 West Elko, Rotorville.
509 West Elko, we have Fort Yankee in sight.
Okay, what we were doing, I bit off a little more than I could chew. We got it sorted out eventually with the help of the rotors. Small lake, west side of Rice, I believe it's called Dark Lake. Fort Yankee identified that. We'll keep him, I had him dipping out of that, a right-hand pattern to the target's highest on the hill there, Blue Mountain. Medium's working out of the canal that feeds into Rice and working left-hand patterns for Bloodsucker, and then left and north away from Bloodsucker, targets on the low end there in the timber.
Okay, stand by for a meme.
Papa Tango with one remaining sling, sling 1 and sling 2. I was bringing him up to obviously telephone and then hold him short truck check. Let him go direct from truck check, cheat the black, get in the black, and make his way to sling 1 and sling 2, about a half-mile right offset of Bloodsucker in the black. 516, fuel on return, New Delta Hotel, fuel on return. Probably your last drop was 0 November Whiskey. And I believe 1 November Echo is outbound for fuel and a hold.
You're going to do with 0 November Whiskey?
November Whiskey was fuel and hold.
Division November, air attack, air.
Okay, guys, stand by for a meme. I think this is pretty good. We all need a breather, right? Let's see what we can set up here. Okay, we all have to have a little humor or we're going to get crazy. So, yeah, I'm back. My headphones are charged a little bit. But, yeah, sometimes you can tell that it's a National Guard helicopter because it says G807, meaning Guard 807. When it says blocked, that's something military too. And they're working uncomfortably close to Old Station right now. It was pretty elegant though, I thought. You know, just I don't think at this point that we should even consider other Emmy awards for my coverage. I'm pretty sure you should just hand it directly to me for the kind of absolutely stunning footage that I can provide you. Yeah. I mean, come on. Nothing else can compare. What Sarah just shot, you know, I mean, that... me. It's all me. I bring you the shots. I mean, that was genius. I mean, I don't mean to sound arrogant, but that was genius. Well, you know, maybe just, maybe I'm just extremely talented. Yeah. No. We were going to go insane, but I wonder why they're so close to Old Station. They've got really uncomfortable. Let's look at the heat signature. We haven't been listening to Dixie because of the incredibly scratchy noises that we've been hearing from the Dixie communications. But we know they're struggling up there, kind of by 44. And the Dixie got kind of hot today. But man, no, just in all seriousness, what Sarah shot, incredible. And I wish I could have narrated this. Thank you for sharing this with us. Let's turn on the sound. This is what...
Air operation.
Wow.
So we've got the scoopers doing a drop on the wow. Guys, this is incredible.
Yes, on the wow.
I'm with Matt Henderson of On Fire Photos. I'm riding along with him again today. And let's see.
You're riding with Matt Henderson?
Really, this is a pretty unique opportunity here to see the scoopers do this type of direct attack.
Your voice is so cool.
What's really neat is there are 4 of these aircraft flying in succession and directly attacking this fire. And I'm kind of on hill, so I apologize.
Oh no! Sarah's mom is named Karen, and my chat was just making fun of the Karen making fun of Sarah. Oh my god. Chat, shame on you. Shame on you, chat. No, I was doing it too. I'm so sorry, Sarah. I'm so sorry, Sarah. I'm a pet person. I was calling that troll a Karen all day yesterday. You were so kind to not call me out. Oh God, I'm terrible. No, what you shot was incredible here.
So I'm just learning. Sorry about the shaky camera. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, where's CNN?
There's activity going all around.
There's not sticking their necks out for this dangerous, footage. They thought that this highway was going to be breached yesterday, and you went and got in front of it. That's awesome. Look at that.
Yeah, this is, here we go, is another drop up there. So I am just beginning to learn a bit more about the air operations when it comes to firefighting. And what we're witnessing right now is the scoopers doing airdrops over the Dixie fire. And look how close they get to this, you guys. This is what they would consider a direct attack. You can see why. I mean, they drop down. They drop right up in it. Oops, sorry. It's very, very cool.
Sarah says, "You guys ever know what my ADHD brain looks like?"
We're off of 390.
You can compare it to the amount of tabs Kathryn keeps open at once. I have ADD too.
Highway 395 in Furlong. I was corrected earlier. I mistakenly labeled it or identified it as Janesville, which I believe is a little bit further north.
Yeah, you know what? This is the Janesville branch, though, that's working on the whole air operations here, like all the way up and down this corridor. So when you hear them talking like Janesville this, Janesville that, that's what they're all up and down here, so.
It's 395, and, let's see. And they've got very active air support.
So that example was really good shot. You don't usually see this. So that was the lead plane. He goes out in front of the tankers, and they can't see down like they don't. Helicopters kind of have the ability to see under them with little windows and cutouts in their doors, sort of thing. But the passenger jets and others can't see down. So for the VLATs, the very large aerial tankers especially, the lead plane goes in front, they fall in behind, and right where they should drop the retardant or the water, there's a little puff of smoke that the lead plane puts out right behind it. And just like at an air show, and he captured it beautifully.
It's 395.
Sorry, I need to talk over you just a second. I don't mean to. But behind that puff of smoke should be where a tanker shows up. And so all the tanker has to do is put their nose right into that smoke, and as soon as their nose hits it, they hit the button to do the drop. So that's cool you captured that.
And let's see. Oh, it's smoky now. Ooh. So I don't know if you guys can see here. Oh, there you go. The flames. Haven't really seen anything
Sarah is turning into Cat Jr. No, you don't want to be me.
So far. The wind is very mild. A little bit of a breeze, but it's generally higher up. The higher up you go, the stronger the wind gets, so I don't know what it's like on the ridge. But as of right now, down here, very mild. And I mean, looking at judging by the smoke columns,
yeah,
definitely a little bit more windy up there, but it doesn't seem to be too intense.
Yeah, that's a LAT, isn't it? A large aerial tanker.
And they were doing some retardant drops. As you can see, the red line right there.
Cool.
And
okay, guys, what we're doing is we're rewatching Sarah's, our very own Sarah's. And man, congratulations. This is great stuff. Sarah Luna's footage. She went to Furlong Junction yesterday where all the paparazzis are afraid to go. They'd rather play it safe and hang out with the Kardashians, and apparently so would all the big media. And so this is where the fire was supposed to come over that hill and sweep over the place where she's standing. By all rights, it was going to, but these little break in the weather got the tankers up there, and Sarah was there to capture it. And you could see the fire trying to come down off the mountain, and they are putting it out every little spot. This is incredible what you shot here.
There's Matt and I met. And over there we've got the helicopters doing some more air support up there. So very active. I've never witnessed air operations quite so busy.
Yeah, you actually captured one of the most incredible aerial firefighting days that we've seen on the whole stream the last 2 months. The way they back-to-back them in like that over like really crappy visibility. They were turning around over the lake over there, and when they turned around, they said that we can't see anything, and they were just going by where. And they were flying blind, as the air traffic controller called air attack in the sky was just telling them, like, turn to this heading. And they're like, okay, we can't see. That was such an amazing risk out there that all these pilots did. So you captured an amazing day. Really cool of you.
So much going on. There's been constant activity from the helicopters. And
well, there's one of the spot fires.
Matt's laughing at me. But no, there has been constant activity from the helicopters as well. Like I'm not sure where they're dipping, because I don't know this area very well at all.
Look at the copter.
Caldor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt your video. Hi, Isaiah. Oh, just a heads up, you won't be here tomorrow. Monday, you'll be camping. Will you have fun doing that, Isaiah? We saw more tanker action. Look, you have to see Sarah's video. Look at this. I'll share it with you. This is incredible what she shot. It was all the tankers in action. Look at this, defending 395 yesterday.
Caldor territory is my neck of the woods. And we were going to go out there. I think we're still going to go by Caldor. I'm currently staying in Reno as I'm displaced because I just lost my home to the Caldor fire. So
we're going to help you.
Any of you guys, if you're evacuated and you're impacted by these fires, I totally get it. I understand, unfortunately. And I know this, somebody was on my live stream on Twitter a little while ago and corrected me because I was incorrect in my location that I had, where I said I was located.
Yeah, and get your link to your GoFundMe, and I'm sure everybody would love to help you out here. And this, can't tell you how much I respect you, girl. This is, a lot of people would sit at home and just mope around or sit at the side of the road and put their head in a drink or head in their hands and then grab a drink, and you went to the action and you're giving hope to other people because this is such amazing work you did. So, man, Sarah, you are awesome. But don't tell Matt Henderson that you know me, otherwise he'll probably get mad. Long story.
Said it was in Janesville, but we were actually in Herlong. Janesville's a little bit up north. So, but yeah, I know Dixie's just been going on, it just seems like forever. I'm so disoriented with the timing of these fires at this point. I really started paying attention.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know it's out of order. I don't mean to do that to you, but I want to show Isaiah some of these amazing shots. Look, Isaiah, look at this.
There. So I am just beginning to learn a bit more about the air operations when it comes to firefighting. And
wait, Wicked says the fire is still coming down the hill. We saw him hit it with more aircraft. How's it looking right now, Wicked? Lots of firefighters there at the junction with dozers and trucks.
What we're witnessing right now is the scoopers doing airdrops over the Dixie fire. And look how close they get to this, you guys. This is what they would consider a direct attack. You can see why. I mean, they drop down. They drop right up in it. Oops, sorry. It's very, very cool. Very cool. So we're off of 395, Highway 395 in Herlong. I was corrected earlier. I mistakenly.
Let's see. She's got
one. Come on.
She's got
5. Wow. I'm so glad. Matt. So I'm with Matt Henderson of On Fire Photos. He's been. I've been riding along with him a couple times now. Twice on Caldor, and this is my first time on Dixie. And Matt's followers have been absolutely amazing. A really fantastic community, helping me out with some very generous assistance to begin my rebuilding efforts from the loss of my home to the Caldor fire last Saturday. So been riding along with me.
We are going to build you back up. We are. People have taken notice. This is incredible. You are on your way. I wish it was under better circumstances, Sarah, but this is amazing work you're doing.
As I mentioned, I'm new to the
wow, look at that.
Air operations aspect of wildland firefighting. But so Matt said it's not something you see every day to see this many scoopers, and apparently usually when the scoopers are used to provide air support, they are in more remote locations, not right next to a highway like this. So this is a very cool opportunity, and it's neat. There's nobody else out here.
Yeah, this was like filming D-Day or something when nobody else is around.
But let's see where they go. Okay, sorry. But yeah, look how close they get. They get so low. It's incredible. It's really cool.
When they get that low, we lose the ability to track them on flight radar because they drop off.
That is
the radar.
Definite skilled maneuvering. So watch, they're gonna do another drop right here. Look how close they. So this is what you would call a direct attack on the fire. So look at this. It's amazing.
And at this time of night, they usually are gone by now.
That's incredible. Incredible to see in person.
Yeah, I met visually blind Malcolm. I mean, we heard them live saying we have no ability to see through the smoke, and so they were given headings.
There's also been helicopters. Let's see if I can spot one. Where did they go? There's also been helicopters up along the ridge the entire time, just doing. And I didn't realize it was. I didn't even realize it was Labor Day weekend, and that's why. So things are super pricey. So I was like, whoa, how is it going to be this much for a week? But anyways, that's besides the point. So I was relocating. I did not get a chance to really do my research and my reconnaissance on what was going on with Dixie Fire today in this area. So, all I know is what I see, and what I see is they are doing some very aggressive air operations today.
All you know is that you got amazing shots, man. Just awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. We were so much on pins and needles not knowing exactly what's going on. And all we do is we see these planes like this and the very, super accurate, totally super accurate footage like that one plane flying backwards, and it was actually a helicopter. And when these scoopers go down like this and they get off of Frenchman Lake, we actually lose them because they're so low to the ground. Either their transponders or whatever cannot be picked up anymore, and the program loses them. So, cool. Apache Jack says, am I the woman covering the wildfires from last year? Yes, I was last year, about 1 year ago today. It doesn't even feel like that. But last Labor Day was the Labor Day firestorm. So, yeah, thanks for the compliments. But look, there's a star rising here. I'm not the only one covering. We got people like Sarah Luna, and, man, look at her doing awesome work. And here we are checking them out from the air, but she's on the ground and in harm's way, Like, I'm glad you did the research and knew, how that was, that really was putting yourself in danger. So you're very brave, and we admire you very much. Thanks so much for sharing with us how, what's really going on, because that's the number one thing. It's like people come in and they're like, well, is it lost? Is it lost? And no, it was saved yesterday, and you were there. Awesome job. It's about time for the airplanes to start peeling off at least some parts of the fire, and we're hoping that they'll continue to work other places. Looking at the cams, what's going on there currently is probably they got smoked out. The good news is that new fire that was just south of Kingston, south of El Dorado Hills, I think it's a done deal, I hope, because this is the last images that we saw before the camera even panned away, and it looked really wispy. Thank goodness that start didn't happen on a red flag day, or we would have been in trouble. We'll take all the lucky stuff that we can get. So, oh no, really? There's a big fire now at Kirkwood. So loading up and headed that way. You be safe. You be safe. And keep looking at your phone. I don't know that Matthew does enough of that. I've told him, hey, Matthew, turn around because you're driving right into flames, and he didn't see me before. And he turned his car right to it, drove to it south of Markleyville, then turned around. Maintain better situational awareness is what my best advice is. You know, it's hard. Like, even if you have to have two cell phones, try if you can to look at the hot spots and such, and listen to that radio. Get yourself a 800 megahertz spectrum radio. Maybe some people in the channel can help you, but never turn that thing off. If something comes on the radio that says the fire's doing this, the moment you hear that, you go. So yeah, stay safe, girl. And you know, we're rooting for you. We can't wait to see it. We know you're gonna get good stuff, but you can only share your footage if you're alive. You know, I hate to say that, but don't ever forget, you being alive is much more important than anything. So we'll check out the Leak Springs cam right now. I don't see anything terrible going on. Well, let's turn on Caldor Communications, and you know, you can. I'm going to give you my number to text me, and you know, if you have a question, I'll try to monitor that. But Caltopa is showing Tahoe Ski Ranch hotspot, not Kirkwood. Yeah, I don't see that on Caltopo either. But we know Kirkwood has been well, Kirkwood area. It's been an area of concern today around Silver Lake. Oh, Apache Jack. Oh, hi. Thank you so much for the kind support. You wanted to subscribe last year and didn't find me. Well, I'm glad you found me. How did you find me? I always want to know that so I can help reach others. Last year I didn't put Wildfires by my name. It was just my regular YouTube channel, and I hit the live button. You're bringing out the good gear today? Good girl? Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of fire still going on. It's a better day, but it's still not a done deal. So we all have to check in every day between the hours of 11 to around 6 on the most active times for the fires. And if somebody doesn't have time to constantly listen to the channel, then, you know, I would tune in like once every hour on the hour from 4 to 6 or 4 to 8, depending. But here's to hoping that we have an easier week, an easier time with the fires. Of all the days, Sarah, I would say today's probably the safer day to go. So I'm glad you're not there on a red flag day, you know. So, yeah, Godspeed. Stay safe and Godspeed. They ran until sundown yesterday. Amazing. Let's see if there's any copters or anything down there by Silver Lake. The feed won't play. Okay, we got feed. Scratchy.
Air attack, air to ground command.
Alright, let's
hear. 1 Bravo Hotel, 5 Hotel Tango is off Alpine. They're positive AFF over Markleyville, and they're unable to reach you on TFR. We're talking to Alpine Hellbase right now, just trying to clear it up.
Yeah, thank you, Apache. Glad you found us.
Listening to TFR and talking to others on it.
Always copies, talking with Alpine, that they do have the TFR frequency 118625, and for some reason they're able to get you.
Okay, we'll try to head over that way, get closer, see if that's the issue.
Always copies.
So that's a helicopter flying over Markleyville, trying to figure out how to get over to the fire, requesting like a guidance.
My apologies. 3004.
004.
Yeah, it looks like the Tragedy Spring area is where they keep circling. Oh, the fires are out of control, and you sounded like the woman I heard last year. That would be me, especially if I went totally insane, staying awake for 22 hours at a time and got goofy at night with sleep deprivation. Then, sir, you come back to the right place, because very similar occurrences.
4454, go ahead.
Thank you for your kind support.
The hotel is cell phone check for Placerville. The hotel, copy, still in hold, and frequency change back to TFR. Thank you. Oh, switching over to TFR. Hotel.
I remember you now. You were in chat.
I copy that.
Yeah, you were in chat. Sorry, I have the memory of a goldfish sometimes. You'll be at Caples, Kirkwood, and Silver Lake in a couple hours. Great. Yeah, check in with us. I mean, like, if you have time. We're listening to Caldor because Dixie is just garbled and scratchy all the time and causes a migraine with the crazy amount of scratch. So we'll see if we can get any camera over here, but really the only thing we've got is really far zoomed out stuff like Leak Springs, which just isn't there. Hawkins isn't facing the correct direction. So we're totally dependent on brave journalists like Sarah and Luna and people like Matthew Henderson to go out there, and Craig Philippot to have the balls that the mainstream media, excuse my language, doesn't have, to go cover this.
Division Papa, air attack, air to ground command.
Sarah, you've outmanned a lot of the male journalists.
To my knowledge, no longer have any rotor working around Tragedy Springs. Bringing in a lead to size that up.
All right, let me try to give you my phone number on the Twitter.
Aware of any rotor working around Tragedy Springs. Copy.
And we can't, at nighttime we might get a little bit of nighttime vision. We sort of see the smoke off in the distance. That's looking at the general area.
South IP inbound for Division November at 10,000.
A-15 at 10,000 and air attacks at 11,500.
There's 2 Delta Hotel on deck. Alright, copy that.
5 Papa Tango, we're looking for 48 Yankee. We'll come in behind 48 Yankee and we're ready for me to move those planes around. Yankee's just coming over the ridge on the north side of your area where you're displaying it, and we'll come down and got you in sight. Echo 2 Delta Hotel on TFR.
The hotel with Echo.
Comms with Heli Base.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Well, the Kirkwood area. There's it's been an ongoing battle to protect Kirkwood and the Kirkwood ski resort, and also Tragedy Springs, Silver Lake, and Caples Lake cabins. They may have taken.
Operations, go ahead on there.
There may have been some cabin loss, during the red flag days. We heard that there were fires at the cabins, and that some were taking. So days ago, they dispatched helicopters.
I was told the Tragedy Springs is priority, and talking to Division, he requested we at least look at viability.
Laurie, excuse me.
Well, we talked about possibly looking at that and going direct on those fingers.
Lillian, oh, that's so good. It's still there. Good to hear that. Yeah. If we look at the heat signature, it's not on Kirkwood itself. It's Tragedy Springs. Hey, sister. Texting Sarah that looks like Tragedy Springs is the hot spot. They're discussing it now with air attack. So yeah, it's not, the hot spot is not over Kirkwood.
Air attack on TFR.
Oh, let's listen.
Hey, we got each other. Tell you what, just had a lead come in to size up some work in Division Papa. If we could get you to just put back down at Alpine, and we'll get you back up as soon as we can. Thank you. Copy. We'll do one more check. Make sure nobody is, no helicopters working that area.
I think they want to go direct at the...
We'll have 7-3 uniform coming out here at some point, and that's it, right?
And we'll be looking for them.
It's like they want to go direct, perhaps...
Okay, lead 1-5. 8,500 and start sizing up. They've got a couple fingers that are pushing towards 88, looking at viability of retardant on the north side of Highway 88 to try to keep it from crossing.
Wow. It's trying to cross 88.
Copy. Closest other aircraft are in Division Mike. Further up that flank. Significantly far away. Should be no factor.
Okay, so we'll wait to hear about just exactly where these fingers might be that are reaching for Highway 88, and they're discussing the possibility of getting retardant drops, but I don't know if they're planning to do that today or tomorrow. So they're saying there's no other aircraft in the area, which probably is a message to the ground crews. The ground crews can't work right underneath where there's going to be a tanker drop. So I don't know if tankers are coming out, or if they're thinking about it, or if they're thinking about ordering them for tomorrow. But what they just said, like no other craft in the area, is probably giving them the go-ahead to just work freely on the ground for now, and not worry about, water retardant.
Possible hull base on air ground command.
Retardant landing on their heads.
Placerville, Hell Base, air attack, air to ground command.
For Alpine Hell Base, they're putting 1 Bravo Hotel and 5 Hotel Tango back on the ground due to no comms.
Okay, we did finally raise them on TFR. Ask them to sit down there while we have a lead plane come scout something.
Always copy, thanks.
Yankee, Hoko. Sounds good.
We cleared low level in this work area in the fingers.
Lead 1-5, clear low level.
Elko 516, TFR.
Placerville, Hell Base, air attack.
1-6, you trying to get a hold of West Elko, TFR?
Sorry, I forgot the west there. 516 south of Placerville and 50 route to telephone.
516-3004, cleared up to telephone at 5,000. Once you get telephone, contact West Elko. You got 5 Papa Tango on the outbound.
63004, copy the rest.
Anything you said, can you repeat it?
Copy. I had 2 Hotel Tango on a fuel and return. I'd like to hold them while lead sizes up the air.
Always copies, put 2 Hotel Tango on a fuel and hold for the lead to size up.
Okay, so they're thinking about doing something with air. Right now they're just looking at it.
2 Hotel Tango on TFR.
2 Hotel Tango, sorry.
We are back to Hotel Tango just off the Hella Base, head to Sulphur, direct.
Okay, I just spoke with Hell Base, asking them to lead in the area where you're working. Bring you back in.
Okay, no problem. We'll turn around and land.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're just waiting on what they're going to do. Okay, maybe they've made a decision. Okay. Fingers crossed it's going to hold, because this is like Helm's Deep for the east portion of the Caldor. This has to hold. Otherwise, it can slop over. It can spot over a couple of things as long as they nail it with the aircraft and don't let it, get attached too far east of 88. They've done it time and time again. They've held it valiantly, even on red flag days.
7-3 uniform, West Elko, TFR.
So it's...
Elko, 7-3 uniform just departed Placerville on the 15th. Headed to the telephone.
004, cleared up to 5,000 to telephone. You're behind 516. Look for 5 Papa Tango on the outbound and call at telephone.
3004, cleared up to 5,000. Trail with 516 will be on the lookout for 5 Papa Tango inbound. Air attack guard at 867 on TFR.
867 air attack on TFR. Air attack, TFR.
867, we're positive communications with deck and let's frequency change.
Copy, frequency change approved.
Guard 867.
Hopefully they get the...
17 Alpha, air attack, air to ground command.
Yeah, say they're coming. Say they're coming. Come on, say they're coming. Hey, see ya, Isaiah. Come back and see us. Have a good time camping. Yeah, Dusty, we'll try not to, yeah.
West Elko 516.
I'm just hoping that when she's riding with him, that he's a bit more careful than when he's been with himself.
Put in 9,000 up to the right. You'll have a 4-8 Yankee on the outbound.
West Elko, 5 Papa Tango on West Rudder.
Tango, West Elko.
5 Papa Tango had 516 in sight there, and we're in positive contact with Holiday at telephone check.
Papa Tango, thanks.
TFR, thanks. 5 Papa Tango.
4 Yankees off back. And 7-3 uniform as well. And then get the telephone. Yankee will be looking. We'll go over. Go on the turn. Verify that. Go on the turn. Go on the turn, yep.
Alpha, after you check with them, can you help me on...
Ride along sounds fun. Where do you sign up? Well, Big Dog, I've had to warn Matthew in his own live videos, you are driving towards flames that have crossed the road. And it's not because he's not careful, but he's busy filming, which is what journalists do. We get tunnel vision, you know, photographers do. Not that I'm a journalist, but I've done photography, and it's something you really got to do, is maintain situational awareness. I mean, it's why underwater photography is considered a deadly sport, because if you don't watch your air, oh, I can't make that out.
Looking for you to assess if we can do a preemptive to keep it from. Looking for your input.
Yeah, John, I know.
Only looking for a Yankee.
The damage on it's not really Strawberry itself, but around it, like the twin bridges in the Sierra Tahoe, just is unreal. Yeah, exactly, Smitty. That's why situational awareness is a thing. It's why there are 3 people on the bridge of a ship at all times. So, in my opinion, if there's 2 journalists pairing together, one person should always be watching for the danger, literally binoculars, looking around, looking at the cell phone, looking at the heat detections, monitoring the radio. The other photographer should get some shots and they should trade. But both of them focused on video at the same time is not good. Underwater photography is considered extremely dangerous because there's so many scuba divers who are getting focused on a shot. They're peering in a camera. If you're not looking at your air about every 30 seconds at certain depths, you're basically dead. And so many of them forgot about it or spend some time chasing a fish or chasing a shot, look down, and then you realize you don't have enough air to get back to the surface and decompress. Hey, Havoc, welcome back.
Air tag 48 Yankee on CFR.
We're trying to hope that some aircraft are coming in here.
And just trying to figure out when they may be ready, and if you want us to fill them, I'll bring up a helicopter to do that. Just tap.
Yankee is telephone check to Placerville Heli Base for fill and return division India. Copy. Not aware of anybody coming out of Placerville on the 50 yacht. Yankee, copies all, thank you. I haven't really talked to anybody on the ground except for getting delivered stuff. Offered everybody else. Yeah, Caldor air attack 07 on TFR.
Reactive. Go in the guard ships to return to Division Papa.
Always copies. Get 2 Hotel Tango on the guard ships back to Division Papa.
Air attack, TFR.
Beth, we're off. McFarland will be there in about 10.
For air attack, Camino, Forest Tone 2.
Dorado, Caldor, air attack, Forest Net.
Caldor air attack, Camino, air attack 07 inbound to the incident, ETA 1717.
Be in contact with them, lead 1-5 departing Caldor, returning McClellan, ETE 15 minutes, 1-5.
Copy, 1-5 minutes for lead 1-5 McClellan, 1708. On a hold, or are they released?
Released.
Give me the copy.
Caldor air attack, TFR.
07.
Can we go to the briefing Victor 126375?
I wish we had a cam here.
Affirmative.
But there's fire threatening 88 down here by Tragedy Springs, and they're trying to figure out if they should bring in some helicopters. They got them on standby. That's what we're listening to. Is the lady talking is in AC-90 right here, flying around the trouble spot. And Sarah Luna, the budding brave journalist, is driving there with Matthew Henderson right now to
Charlie 516 is calling you for the Blivets unless you have it.
On the highway to the danger zone.
Calling you for the Blivets unless you have a different contact.
Oh, hey Sarah, hey. Yeah, so Sarah, I'm giving you a text right now. I'm almost done with it. It'll explain a lot about what my chat is sort of referencing. I don't think you were here at the time that happened.
dip site for you. Come past right up into the hills. It's called Twin, and I'll pop you into it. Twin Lake. East of Lake. 6 Elko. Pumpkin should work where if you put your bucket almost right in it, it's got like a floaty white ring around it, so once it starts filling, it'll start, that ring will start bringing it up and opening it up.
Is he talking somebody through how to use a bucket? That's pretty cool.
Uniform, West Elko, we're at your 11 o'clock.
There's still a lot of helicopters up there by Echo Lake and more specifically Wrights Lake.
That's where Florida Yankee.
They've been working all day.
Picking up water.
They've got good cabin defense up there.
516 was dropping the swing loads.
Feels free to audio dub the footage. Your narrative will be 1,000 times better. No, your voice is awesome. I sound like a 12-year-old boy, but you have an awesome voice. You just do your thing. You got this. I may make a commentary, but mostly I think we should just sit back and watch your magic.
Charlie, what's ground command?
But thanks for the go-ahead and the trust in me.
483 West Elko to ground tack.
Just remember, just take care of yourself. Focus on that. Your safety matters way more than anything you're saying. You can always re-narrate your videos. Just focus on the shots and staying aware, and that's it. Most people just narrate later. You know, almost all of the footage on the scene is completely silent. You know, you don't have to.
You hear me on air ground tack?
You can dub yourself later.
They got Type 1 tank coming back that replaced 48 Yankee 7-3 uniform. Where would you like them? Up above where the pumpkins are? Ground contact in there to get them going, or you just want me to point them in that direction? 16 is coming back to you now, and then you'll have a 7-3 uniform, and then 48 Yankee will be on a fuel and return.
Okay. Is there any word? Oh, John! Oh my gosh!
Yankees landing assured at Placerville.
Sorry, guys, I am busy texting right now. My BFF, Sarah. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, John, for your kind support. I'm getting closer to the camera goal with you and the kind support of others. Maybe one day I can ride along with Sarah. Sarah's my new hero for getting in there and being braver than mainstream. And just take care of yourself. We're rooting for you, Sarah. We don't know. In fact, I've been kind of spacing out, but hopefully they're going to get air support in there. They got the Roosevelt hot shots down there constantly by Tragedy Spring. Those are elite. The Truckee hot shots may be down there too. And that team has been incredible. Sometimes they go to their safe place, which they have up by last time. Their safe place.
Uniform, come around the horn there. You're going to be working from that pyramid peak thingy down the fire line. Your contact is 4483.
Pyramid Peak thingy. So that's up there by Wrights Lake and Echo. But what they had, ask the crews if you can, where is their safe place? Is somewhere by Silver Lake is where they retreated to when the days got bad. So hopefully they'll let you know. It is pushing on 88, John. They've been saying that. Or by Tragedy Springs, it looks like. They're assessing the role of retardant and if that can help. So they have, I think it was copter standing by or a plane, I don't recall. So we're just listening to see what they decide on.
Are you at the Pumpkin or further down the line?
Yep, I'm fed and rested more. It's the feast arrived. Thank you so much, guys, for feeding me. Thank you, John. You're awesome.
Give me a wave.
Man, John, I'm glad you made it back. That sounds like a scary driving here. There's still major logs and boulders falling into 50, so I don't know that that'll be open anytime soon. Yeah, Malcolm Marzo says situational awareness has also become an issue with pilots overly focused on a screen device instead of doing a 2-degree scan out the window. Absolutely. So I saw a lot of airplane pilot things lately, you know, like just I'm addicted to air crash investigation and other shows, Blanco Lirio, and, you know, there's a good thing about the JFK Jr. crash. Apparently when he was over Martha's Vineyard, the thing that doomed him was he didn't program his radio correctly to the right frequency. He was flying without visual reference. It just got nasty. And so he's over Martha's Vineyard or something like that, and he gets...
A-firm, 9 Romeo Hotel is available.
9 Romeo Hotel, come up, 50 route to telephone check. Contact West Elko, and they'll be working up in Wrights Lake area.
Copies, requesting 9 Romeo Hotel, 50 route, telephone check, contact West Elko, working in Wrights dip.
Placerville, Helibase, air attack, air to ground command.
Check, Placerville, Helibase, go ahead.
Okay, if we could reorder 5 Hotel Tango and 1 Bravo Hotel out of Alpine.
Helibase copies, reordering 5 Hotel Tango, 1 Bravo Hotel. Is that going to be the same mission as last for them?
We'll
have them report to Tragedy Springs, which is the finger in Papa November that is further west. And they will likely be using Sheeler dip, hopefully with 2 Hotel Tango.
Hellbase copies, Tragedy, Papa November finger, further west, Sheeler dip, working with 2 Hotel Tango.
Affirm. And have we gotten the word to 2 Hotel Tango? We'd like them back.
Affirm, 2 Hotel Tango is spooling up.
Copy.
As well as all the guard ships.
Copy, and we'll have the guard ships resume their mission using silver.
Voice copies using silver.
Come on, airplanes. Come on out. Help the situation.
4483, West Elko, we're going to attack.
Oh, when they're almost full, if you would. West Elko. Throwing whatever pumpkin you're having them fill. And you got a 7-3 uniform coming your way.
Coming your way, pumpkin. Stanislaw, Elaine, sorry, I'm back to full attention now. Back to full attention. Did they say that someone was coming out, or the Helco's gonna come out? Because they were gonna come from Placerville, right? The Sikorsky was refueling. Oh, it seems...
Make that a little lighter.
Oh, is it coming? It looks like it's headed that way. Unlike the K-Max, the Sikorsky has, you know, respect and character. Elaine, Elder looking... Yes, everybody, Frank and Dusty's advice is be a bumper sticker on the asses of the ground crews. I hope you don't mind my language. Stick with them, stay safe with them. The perfect shot may be around the corner or around the road, but just stick with them. Even the elites, the Roosevelt and the Truckee hotshots, have gone to ground here, gone to safety places. They obey what the air traffic controller says. If they say it's not safe, go to your safe spot. They just do it. So right now we think that, as far as we can tell, that it's at Tragedy Springs is the big hot spot right now where it's trying to cross 88. And that would be Silver Lake. There's rumors of stuff going around by cables, but I don't see the hot spot, and I don't see the hovering around that area and the circling around that area like I'd done like almost directly over Tragedy Spring. And so I don't know what this is. Plaza.
Airback 2 Hotel Tango on TFR.
Placey or Place?
2 Hotel Tango.
Locals help?
We're back again. 2 Hotel Tango is just off of the Hella Base en route to Silver, showing 15 minutes out.
But there are structures at risk.
3004, you're cleared 5,500 or below on Black Route to Leone. When you get to Leone, hail air attack on TFR, and then we'll roll you over to East Victor. And no other helicopters out here at the moment, so you won't be fighting over air to ground.
Okay, 5,500 to Leone, Black Rock to Leone. We'll give you guys a call with 3004, 2 Hotel Echo.
Now Leone
The plan
is...
is to put you back in with engine 6 and engine 417 using Shelor dip, or Shalor, however the pronunciation is.
Let me get that map.
Perfect, that's what we were doing before. So that's 2 Hotel Echo.
Let me get that map.
And eventually we'll put a couple other Type 1s in there with you.
All right, I'll be there shortly.
The Sierra Seacam? You mean Sierra Tahoe? Let's look. I'm pretty sure it's fine. Let's take a look.
TFR, Gyrocopter 862, 865, and 821 are inbound for Silver.
1700 is
821, 862, and 865, is that correct?
528. Yes, it's functional.
Altimeter 3004. You're cleared in on the black route, 5,500 and below. When you get to Leone Dip, hail air attack on TFR. And 2 Hotel Tango is just ahead of you.
3004, black route 55 and below Leone. We'll get a hold of air attack on TFR. 862 flight.
I think the Kirkwood...
And at the moment, the plan is to put you back in where you were using Silver.
Good plan. We'll head that way. 862 flight.
Yay! Going back in at Silver. Yes! He's on the way. Okay, so I think the webcam at Kirkwood Resort is down. Last time we looked at mountain webcams at Kirkwood Resort, didn't really function, and I think it's mostly because they lost power.
So both pumpkins are there. There's not a lower pumpkin and an upper pumpkin. They're just both next to each other.
Pumpkins.
Gotcha.
Pumpkins are a mobile, it's like a Doughboy swimming pool, but it's like an inflatable,
It's going to be coming in.
like an inflatable kiddie pool that the engines go get water from. And the Taylorsville defense was just incredible. It was a network of pumpkins on every street corner, connected to hose lines on every street corner to every hydrant. Genesee Valley as well, with like more than, I think they said 25 miles of hose lines going to every single structure, ready to wet it down if an ember landed on the roof. That's been incredible. So pumpkins are really cute sounding, but they really, really can be an incredible resource, because the water tender trucks don't have to drive the entire length of a road. If there's a network of pumpkins dotting the road, they'll just, it's like a bucket chain. They just go to the pumpkin at the end of it. And as far as I know, and Dusty, Bob, you could maybe correct me, when the pumpkins are hooked up to different hoses, can't they feed each other?
Air attack, helicopter 841.
Like up and down a road? Is that how that works?
Hailing Caldor air attack.
Oh, helicopter.
841 is a 860 50 route, approaching Lumbercheck 4000. Make to recon around the Echo Lake area.
Oh, helicopters can dip out of
Are
pumpkins?
you lifting from Jackson?
They're that big.
Seville for the medevac on this fire.
Copy, where do you need to go?
Go to the Echo Lake area, recon that.
Yeah, there's a lot of cabins.
3004, you're cleared in on the 50 route, correction, the black route at 5,500 and below. You have 821, 862, 865 ahead of you, as well as 2 Hotel Tango on the same route. When you get to Leone Dip, call air attack on TFR, and we'll move you to another frequency.
Gyrocopter 841, we'll take the 50 route to the black route, 5,500. We have 3004 to Leone Dip.
What a pretty area.
Nick, the 50 route, just straight to black route.
Aircraft 341.
So, if we had to guess, the fire's somewhere up there. Because over the ridge is 88. Now, mind you, I'm not a local, so do correct my being wrong. I've never been to this area, but wow, do I want to go. The Tahoe area and this high Sierras are just incredible. You can just look around and see it's sacred. It just has that feeling. There are just some spots in the Sierras where you just look and say, wow, this is like a church. It just gives you that feeling. And everywhere there's a little dot, there should be a place where we could see a photo. 88 itself, and the turnoff would be right here. Wow. They had to blast.
TFR 1 able.
They had to blast and drill this road.
Guard ship 841 that needs to get a recon of Echo Lake. Can we route them on the north side of the fire around you?
Just hand them off to me. I can route them up to Echo.
Beautiful, and doing a transition with 07.
Pick them up on TFR. That works.
I'll hail them and let them know to hail you. Guard 841, air attack, TFR mixed over. You've been handed off to West Helco, and we will have you take the 50 route to Echo.
Helicopter 841, returning to the 50 route. Air attack, it's 2 Hotel Tango, Leone for Silver.
2 Hotel Tango at Leone for Silver. You're cleared in 8,500. Have not heard the other Type 1's list from Alpine yet.
Cleared in 8,500.
This, sorry, I keep checking my messages.
Dan, you want to make your way up to the lower Echo Lakes, that area? I'll give you the numbers again, 3004, you're cleared 5,000. On, if you got Highway 50, you can bump off the 50 route, just take the highway, and keep the highway on your left, so stay south of the highway, follow it all the way up to Echo, and call me when you get up to right about south of Ice House Dip, if you have that on your map.
841 3004, 5,000 following Highway 50 to Ice House.
Okay, sorry, he's just giving some helicopters some directions, but I don't know about you, Bob, and Dusty, and all the other firefighters and experts, but this looks like a death trap right here. Just nowhere to go and all that thick brush everywhere. I can see why Silver Lake is their retreat place. There's nowhere to go here. But with a little bit of mastication, you know, which is using the masticator, the better than a bulldozer tractor that has a buzzsaw, a claw, and a wood chipper on it. They could take these baby trees out, which are not going to make it anyway. Look how close they are growing. That means that half of them, well, most of them will die, strangling each other with their roots and competing for light. If they took out the little ones, they could save the big trees. Because what these little trees are, these are kindling stacked up against the base of the big trees, like a bonfire. But a big tree won't catch if there's nothing to burn at the base. That's typically what happens. I mean, it could get unlucky with an ember flying up to the top, but basically you're saving the older trees by sacrificing the young. And there'll be a lot better ways to keep Tahoe safer in the future. But But to have this many trees right against the highway like this, nowhere to go, if the flames were like they could be way taller than this without wind. What wind does is take the flame height that's up and send it vertical like this. That's what gets so many fire crews in trouble, is you could just have walls of flame as the heavy wind would lay it down. That's why they don't try to hold a line. They don't try to hold a highway if flames are more than 4 feet tall, because a 4 foot tall flame you can handle, which is like a little bush. It lays on the ground like that, but something taller lays down like that and will melt the tires off your truck, start melting the wiper blades, be too hot for human tolerance. So this is a sketchy driving area, and I could see why it's in danger. So
You're pathway only coming up to the black right now, and we'll be turning for Silver Dip.
P85, and you're cleared direct to Silver Dip, and 01 Golf is your contact.
Update 5 and 01 Golf is the contact for Guard 862.
Air Guard 867 and on GFR.
Now, yellow doesn't mean that it's any less hot than the red. It just means that this is a time thing. It's a time code. Red means there was a new flare-up within the last 10 minutes of the time which it was taken right here. But yellow means that it's happened somewhere between 1 to 6 hours ago. So the funny thing about this is that if more than 20 minutes goes by, red turns to yellow. And then you have to wait for another 20-minute pass for the satellite. All of this could actually be red right now, but you have no idea. You have to wait that 20-minute delay for satellites. So while it's close to real time and gives you a good idea of what's going on, that's why we have to listen to the radio and depend on people like journalists on the scene to really know what the heck's going on. And that's why it can be really dangerous to look down at your phone and have CalTopo on your phone and think, okay, well, the fire's not really red there. And then it updates and something like this is red. And you're like, oh my God. You know, so it's a sketchy situation.
Tango Air Tech.
Yeah, we're just coming up on Gila Dip. We'll start working here in about 2 minutes. Do you want us to stay on the TFR frequency?
Yeah, monitor that, and you can switch over to rotor as well.
If I had to guess, Dusty, Bob, what do you think about
We'll
this?
be on the east rotor and the TFR.
This might be one of the places they retreat to. I don't know, it's a lot of vegetation on the other side.
Hell base, West Elko, to ground command.
Like the Roosevelt hotshots.
Ground command.
We know that at Silver Lake they have a good safe spot. Hi Sierra, hi. The image is dated from 2014. There could have been...
6, so we'll take our 2 Hotel Tango.
Yeah, fuel treatments. Sure, there could have been mastication like the last 2 weeks.
Elko, Fosterville, Hell Base.
But it's still breaching right now. You're very right.
Copies. Relief for West Elko, 1830.
Anyone need a drink? It's time for milk.
Up there for a minute.
Well, Dusty, that's where they escaped to. They said Silver Lake was their escape when Twin Sentinels, or 2 Sentinels got too hot. They said specifically they were going down to Silver Lake, so I was curious about it. Jack K, I was there in July, and Kit Carson area had 100-mile-an-hour winds last winter, causing many trees to fall, and it's a mess.
West Elko, TFR.
Oh, crap.
Vision Papa. Air attack on air to ground command. And we'll move you over to West Rotor 12407.
Yeah, Dusty says they'll be too smart to let it cut them off from getting out down the road one side or the other. Yeah. Yeah.
Papa air attack air to ground.
That's why we gotta listen there. They'll be guided by the air attack.
Transmissions, air attacks here, checking in with you if you need anything.
Here comes Sikorsky. It's not a plane. Okay. Okay.
We'll have 2 Hotel Tango checking in with you.
reefer guy? What? We don't allow doom and gloom here. We give people reality checks. We let them know the best, worst, and best middle ground, worst case scenarios. Well, this program.
Right area, that's where we're all working.
I marvel at the accuracy. This is pinpoint precision. And
are you gonna make a ground contact or anything out there, or is it just a recon?
Super graphics.
Of Alpine Hell Base is spooling up for a hell spot approval in Division Mike.
Oh, Kristen said my neighbor cut a bunch of those trees this spring.
Copy.
Dad is one of the hosts. Okay. But if that went to hell and the best laid plans, all that, yeah, that's the lake is a last resort. Well, they went to it when 2 Sentinels got hot. Which is scary if that's a last resort option for firefighters. That gives us an idea of just how much in danger they put themselves in. Sandy F. Shout out to CAL FIRE, my sills.
Okay, 62 on TFR. Do you want us to switch over to East Elko?
My house was phosph-checked and dozered all around the perimeter during the river fire in Grass Valley.
Yeah, the 862, that'll be me as East Elko.
Really cool.
Go up East Irving and monitor you for 862. Okay, thanks.
Well, that's good, Cobra John.
For a Yankee TFR, was that on West Road?
Everything they do makes a difference.
Reported anything in the vicinity of the telephone? Okay, yeah, we just copy in on what channel you were on. Approved up to 9,000. Come on up and work with 7-3 uniform and you're clear.
Copies all switching to rotor.
Hey, John Stoker, welcome back. And everybody here, Gail, hey guys, I didn't see it come in.
Yeah, did you get the down low on how the map is drawn in the west and east Victor frequencies?
Hey, Greg.
Yeah, I did. Is it on from the barbells up?
Yeah, if I got as far as the rotor Victor, there's a line that goes all the way from the east of Echo Lake, all the way down to the Whiskey Uniform Break. Everything to the east is east rotor.
You repeat that, Matt, out other traffic.
Just east of Lower Echo, draw that straight to the Whiskey Uniform Break. West of that is west rotor, east of that is east rotor.
Oh, this one's clear to...
Everything in the basin is east rotor.
This one's clear to Silver Dip.
You got down there probably working all the hot stuff, November up to Delta, is all, east rotor country.
When this happens, usually the program has lost track of the helicopter or airplane, so it just animates it going one straight direction slowly, usually along the ground, just trying to wait and see when the airplane is caught back up with the software. And once it does retrack where the airplane is, rest assured we will be yanked with a cookie tossing sort of a lurch back to where the helicopter actually is.
867 reporting Leone at 5,500.
It's always comical though when these helicopters like go underground and moonwalk and stuff and look like an airplane. But shout out to Georgia, I have Ken down there.
And direct to Silver Dip.
That's for guard 867.
You can hear the helicopter, Kristen? Are you near Kirk?
Yeah, weren't you hopping in with the rest of the guard ships?
See?
They're a little bit ahead of us, sir, but we're just passing Leone now, sir.
Yeah, you're cleared up to 85, direct to Silver Dip and tie in with them.
See how it's reeling in?
85 and clear to Silver Dip, sir, for guard 867.
Oh, another one's coming to Silver Dip. Guard 867.
9 Romeo Hotel on TFR.
That's what it looks like when it reels in the plane to where it really is.
Calling West Elko TFR.
Craft.
Yes, sir. It's 9 Romeo Hotel inbound to you.
Here's where it is. It's at the intersection. Oops, it zooms out. Right there. Mud Lake Road, Tragedy Springs Road, and 88. It's up high up there on the hill.
It's 50 Alpha 2 Hotel Tango.
Air Attack copies, you're coming from Alpine, and you're cleared in.
Is that 50 Alpha call?
Hey, yeah, the engine 6 told me to get a hold of you. See if you got some for us there.
Air Attack 9 Romeo Hotel.
Go ahead on TFR.
They told me to call West Elko off the helibase there. I'm off the helibase and inbound for right dip via telephone. Someone calling on TFR for right West Elko area? Yeah, that's 9 Romeo Hotel.
Echo, go ahead. First day up here, do you have is that Echo Lake?
So Echo Lake is not near here. If anybody has just tuned in, it's
Got you that side up on the east end, southeast end over in the basin. You're cleared direct to that. Be advised, you have 4 Papa Juliet will be on the same frequency, working in Mike.
so when they say India, Echo Lake is up here, like Lake Aloha, and the Wrights Lake.
The same area as last time, tie in with 7-3 uniform. If they're using a different dip site than you are, if you want to go back to that one, we'll call that twin 7-3 uniform. You're using grouse.
So this is India up there. And this is, isn't this Mike?
Yeah, Air Attack 9 Romeo Hotel. How do you copy?
This is where Sarah's going. So we're watching her back. We're looking at the satellites. Gonna let her know if anything changes. Best we can.
Silver dip, we've got the 4 guard ships, yourself.
4 of them. Plus a Sikorsky. Sweet, there's gonna be 5 helicopters
You were
here
working
then?
out of Sheeler.
Excellent. Help is on the way. Yeah, here's the other guard
Copy,
ship.
and you were told to go to Tragedy Springs was from the previous air attack, correct?
Yes, they were. Even though we can't hear that side of the conversation.
That you'll be working with 5 Hotel Tango in Division Papa November. Division Papa will be your contact.
Yeah, Papa November and Mike are down here.
Hotel West Elko TFR. 9 Romeo Hotel, go ahead. 3.5 miles from telephones inbound to right.
Bree, we covered the Dixie most of today.
5,000, you got 300.
There's just nothing to see on the cams. It's Portola. It's Schaefer Mountain. You know what? I'm going to give you the Dixie FLIR, which looks from just east of Susanville. It's in the links of the description of my video, the Dixie FLIR, but here you go. And sometimes you can see what's going on at Hurlong Junction off in the distance. There's 2 different Dixie cameras, one at Dyer Mountain, one at over here by Susanville. But it doesn't really zoom into things, and it's usually not calibrated. It's the left side of the screen. So we haven't been monitoring that. But the other cameras that are up there are North Portola, Quincy, Beckworth Peak 2. What you should basically do is just go to the Shasta Modoc.
Call an air attack on TFR Victor, you're broken.
Right here. And you can look down at what feeds show smoke and such. And this is the quick way that you can orient yourself.
You're out just behind 1 Bravo Hotel 3004. You're cleared in direct to Sheeler with 1 Bravo Hotel, and your contact will be Division Papa.
Constantia is good, and Chillicoot, and unfortunately Fort Sage has been in the wrong direction all day. But also Indian Ridge. Now none of these are going to show much because of the smoke until infrared kicks in at nightfall. And then you'll see through the smoke and everything will be better. So we can't monitor the Dixie radio because it goes and I just can't stand it. Plus, there's almost nothing to hear when the aircraft are off the east side. Now, the ham radio operator seems to be located somewhere near Susanville, so anything on the west zone is just completely fuzzed out. And there are no cameras anywhere near Lassen. So whatever's going on by Lassen, we just don't know about. That's a bird of beauty. They had a good day though, Bree, as far as we know on the east side.
And it's just around the north. I don't see them coming around yet, but watch each other, guys.
We've had a miracle last 4 days, honestly. Just the best result that could have happened. The path of least destruction and midnight miracles and the weather turning in their favor. What's his name? Mike, God, totally forgot his name. The awesome speech maker for Cal Fire on the West Zone briefing. You can rewind it to the beginning of the stream. You can come back to the live. He said, we thought the Dixie would go over 395, and we didn't even make a plan for it not doing that, so we'll have to make a new one. It was pretty great to hear that this morning. So you need to see the awesome footage. Let me share it with you, the link.
That'll be twin that you're going to come up to. Yeah, that's the one we were talking about first. We thought you liked that other one better. So, yeah, use that one and both of you be in the same area.
Sarah Luna's footage, I think this link works. I can't figure out which one is which. She was there. She's going over towards Silver Lake right now with Matthew Henderson. She was there filming them defending it last night. It was just incredible. Look at what she was able to shoot. She got the tanker action up on the hill, and these things turned the tide. Every little spot fire that came down the hill and tried, these tankers just dumped all over it. Back to back, coming in like a trained, well-oiled machine.
I believe it was 41 Charlie again. What was it? 7-3 uniform?
Just incredible.
4483.
So yeah, there's 6 helicopters I think responding. I think the National Guard ones. And the Sikorsky.
Here orbiting on the east side while 212 takes care of his business. What do you need from us?
There's a guard ship. Wow, there's a Chinook. Let's go look at it. It's probably dipping right now. Rest assured, it's not that dinky. I don't know why this dinky little helicopter is the placeholder image for all helicopters, but it is. It almost looks like somebody graffitied it because it's pitiful. Rest assured, it is a mighty gunship, weaponized for fire warfare, with a payload of more than 700 gallons of water. Yeah, she does awesome work, doesn't she? Oh, you were watching this morning? Oh, hey, yeah. Good. Glad you saw it. Oh, whoops. They nosedived, but that's okay. Because it's not real. This stupid program. It's making sounds. I have sound effects. It's Adolfo's Islands Tours, Choppa. Oh my god. Yeah, we make fun of the dinky
on West Rotor.
graphics. Oh, look out.
Air attack is at 9 Romeo Hotel. Air attack 9 Romeo Hotel.
The hipster aircraft had decided today
Air
that...
attack 9 Romeo Hotel on TFR. As 9 Romeo Hotel air attack. West Hoco TFR.
They decided that...
9 Romeo Hotel on past telephone check, 8 miles out of right check.
They decided they'd rather do Tahoe skiing, because flying is for losers.
And you're going to move over to West Rotor. You're going to be working with 516, filling pumpkins. You have 48 Yankee, 7-3 uniform, dropping water. Call a mile west of Wright's Lake to coordinate with 516.
Well, you know, this constantly happens. Whenever the craft get too low, the program loses track of them. They're down behind mountains. I don't know if it's the transponder and such that just can't transmit that low or what happens. So what the program tries to do is anticipate where the craft would have flown by just keeping it animated moving. And then when it catches right back up to the craft, it'll rubber band it right back to where it was. Hey, thank you, Bree, for your kind support. I'll buy a bunch of Jolt Cola with that so that I can stay awake. Yeah, 2 of the ships headed to the lake are Blackhawks. Are they considered just
air attack on West Rotor.
elite? Or...
Air attack. I think that was guard 841 for Papa Juliet's talking about. They looked like they were not that close at all on the fish finder.
Fish finder? Is fish finder the radar? Is that a cute slang term? Sorry, Bree. I'm sorry. They said Loyalton, but whatever happened there was either nothing or perhaps it was just a false alarm. Or maybe they used terminology that sounded like new start when they meant that like you could get a new start, like a new path to fly by past Loyalton. I don't know. But there was a new fire, and it was south of Diamond Springs, which is like southeast of Placerville a ways. And thank goodness it looks like they pounced on it and got it under control. It was right off of 49. Okay. I'm going to mute that sound for you guys. Take one for the team. It's still going. Yep. Oh, thank God it's gone. Be right back, refreshing myself.
Bravo Hotel Air Attack. Repeat your traffic on CFR. Copy, and how's your visibility? Bravo Hotel, air to ground, come in.
Copy. They're coming in. They're coming out of Silver over the top of Sheeler. It would Silver Lake work better for you, and you and 5 Hotel Tango get in the mix with them, and then continue to your assignment. Bravo Hotel, did you copy that? One Bravo Hotel, air attack, TFR. 42 Hotel Tango. Would it work best for you guys so you're not crossing each other to have everyone work out of Silver Lake? In the Papa November area, their contact 01 Golf. You'll be working in the Division Papa area, and your contact will be standby. Your contact will be Division Papa also. We can the last air attack is you guys would be working in Division Papa November with Papa, Division Papa as your contact.
Hotel 516 is in the dip. If you got them in sight, you can probably see where they go. They're going to be up by that little pyramid area filling pumpkins on the upper part of that fire. I have the 261 for a Yankee 73 uniform crossing through there, so you guys just need to watch out for each other and hold. Uniform 9 Romeo Hotel is going to be joining 516 for that pumpkin filling mission.
Air attack, go ahead. Yeah, the West Air-to-Ground Tactical 164 1375.
There's 44.
I think I see the heat you're talking about. Get what? Fortunately, I have to peel off to the left there when I run into visibility.
Tag 5 Hotel Tango on CFR Victor.
5 Hotel Tango Air Attack.
Be advised, we've got a caution light. We're 5 minutes from Alpine. We're going to return to Alpine to check that out.
I copy. Do you need us to follow you in? Copy. Let me know when you're in contact with the helibase.
Okay, copy.
Okay, I'm back. You know what? I just noticed it's our favorite peak right there. The nipple. Remember the nipple? I was trying to orient myself around Markleeville, and I was like, okay, guys, serious, let's orient myself. Let's find the nearest peaks so I could... Is that called the nipple? Doesn't it seem like a year ago when we were covering the Tamarack? Like, okay, this has to hold. Otherwise the Tamarack people are going to go, oh God, not again. So they're in a fight to save the. How do we say this? Places?
So you got 516 or Helco up here?
Silver Lake Stockton Camp. That's a lot. There's a lot of structures down there.
516 or one of the 61s will be coming around the corner. Everybody's just kind of coming around, swinging out towards that bloodsucker, getting into rotation, and then going to either their drop site or what you're doing, going with us.
Okay, Gail. So it's trying to cross 88.
Hotel. Are you working with 2 Hotel Tango up there out of Georgia?
It's trying to cross 88 at Tragedy Springs. They brought in the big guns. Lots of helicopters, some National Guard ones, a Sikorsky. There's at least one Chinook.
Hold off here to the southeast of where you're working. We're just going to follow you in, tie in with you, and then keep probably working the same target.
Now, half the traffic, meaning half of what they're saying, relates to up there by north of 50, by Echo Lake, when they're talking about India and this and that up there, and Wrights Lake and Wrights Dip. Down here, this is Silver Lake, and this is where the hot spot is. It's trying to push over 88, and if it does, there's a lot of places at risk down here, and so they've pulled in a whole bunch of helicopters, which is the best thing ever for protecting structures. They might even do some helicopter retardant drops to try to hold the road. And that's what we're waiting for, and Sarah Luna is on her way there now. And Kristen is there hearing the helicopter saying small ash particles are dropping straight down here at Woodford's. So, Dusty, oh God, I can't even read what you said aloud or I'll get banned. So, we're just waiting to see what's going on. And listening is the best way to know. So they're just arriving, all of the helitankers.
Lake you were using, kind of like once you guys are a beam of that would be grouse check.
This where they circled a lot is the trouble spot. You see, we've got structures around it. Just trying to use a little gold man to navigate around. Shaler Lake Trailhead.
Big deal, but I'm just trailing it really slow, so it's just rain.
Okay, Mud. It seems to be at the Mud Lake Road intersection with Tragedy Springs and 88. Whoops, I just clicked on nearby hotels. That's not there. Whoopsie. Yeah, go away. Go away. There, back. There we are. Right about here is the battleground. I was hoping there'd be like individual photographs. See the area. But you know what? It's an ominous name, Tragedy Spring. Ugh. It's pretty dang steep. That is one heck of a drop off. This kind of road, my aunt.
I guess 700. I've probably got about 500 gallons in it.
If I drove along this Mud Lake, my aunt would like close her eyes and hum to herself. She hated heights. This kind of stuff freaked her out. It's pretty rugged.
Just wanted to see if this is working for everybody, and if there is a spot to have a check for when you guys are coming around the corner, if it's coming down to Bloodsucker to stay low, or is this working?
What's Bloodsucker?
That hill right now.
8,000 feet high point? Whoa.
Yeah, once people start timing out, we'll just keep the 3 in here.
That's the Silver Lake Vista point? Okay. Yeah, they're using Markleyville as a way to navigate to the scene. So their instructions are go to Markleyville and like turn right.
Sounds good. Is this working for you as far as just everybody talking?
Yeah, all questions are welcome.
Now, so that works for me. Let me know if we need to change something. I'm going to got my relief coming in. I'll get a hold of him. Helibase in for relief. Bravo Sierra 3004, cleared 5,000 up to telephone. Call at telephone. And do you want to put the brief freak in or do it on, would that work for you guys? Whatever you want, bud. You get the telephone call, we'll move you to West Rotor there, and then you can drop TFR and throw brief in.
I don't know what specific thing telephone is, but they use landmarks like visual guides. They put them on their map and say, turn left at telephone, turn right over here. You know, I'm just not sure what telephone is, if it's a mountain or something. It could be telephone, cell phone towers.
Yeah, Alpha 2 Hotel Tango. Here
No, my aunt is completely afraid of heights. That's an 8,000 foot drop. You go over the guardrail there, you're gonna flip about, I don't know, your truck might flip I don't know, 40 times and end up like a crushed little tin can the size of a microwave at the very bottom. Yeah, I'm not sure where they had the retardant.
841, West Hoco.
They've got some MBRs, mobile retardant bases, or MRBs, I mean. A C-130's headed to Caldor from Reading at this hour. Okay, cool. Looks like they'll milk it all they can.
Was that you talking the north of us?
Oh, Bloodsucker is at Wrights Lake, India. Okay. Let me dig up my map.
Transition in about 5 minutes.
No new hotspots. Fingers crossed. Yeah, people don't quite understand the whole rugged terrain thing until they see stuff like this. Let's see, where's my Caldor fire maps? Let me get today's. I think I forgot to download it. If anybody could interpret that, you're some sort of a genius or a wizard. Funny thing is that CA fire scanner, he seems to make out stuff like that. He has uncanny readback. CA. The Twitter account CA Fire Scanner, like California Fire Scanner, he's a Kiwi in New Zealand, and he can hear stuff like that at the near the, and we can't make it out, but he just types it up on his Twitter and like reports it, and it's like, what the heck? Not convinced that he doesn't have magic powers. But they got approval for 6 different helicopters here. I wonder if the National Guard ones can stay after nightfall. That's a 52-year-old helicopter. The Sikorsky. They probably did time in Nam.
You want to make this one your last? That's okay too.
Yeah, copy. I think I got it inside. It's pretty smoky up here for the bucket, though, so trying to see if I can't get in there.
Condor 26, Caldor air attack, recalling.
For Condor 26 came in broken.
Yeah, this is Caldor air attack, were you calling?
Just letting you guys know that we are done for the night, heading westbound to exit your airspace at 17.5, or into Houston down to 16.5.
Yeah, copy, thanks.
Yeah, I did. What's the heavy flame on them?
163 you left.
They were built for use in that era. Wow.
West Helco, Sombrero Sierra, telephone check.
The Huey's got all the love, though.
Sierra, West Helco, cleared up to 9,500 over rights, and then I'll grab you on a briefing in just a couple minutes.
We got good video today. They said that this was Caples, and it was
Again, trying to find you, but sorry, I think I hooked out a little bit.
Silver Lake. Yeah, Bree. Yeah, I want to get an equalizer for my stream, but I have no idea how to do that on PC. Every day that I think I'll get time to myself to figure it out, there's something new that happens. Yeah, there's good sound, too.
1 Bravo Hotel, go ahead on TFR.
The MASH theme song plays when I see that.
It's pretty bad. It's better for a tank machine. It could be down lower, but we lost sight of everything there, so just kind of holding off and giving them proof of space.
Okay, copy. So you're returning to Alpine?
Uh-oh.
We'd like to, yeah, unless there's some other targets out here that we can work on the outskirts, but with the bucket, we're just in the heavy smoke.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to start trimming it down here due to the smoke.
No. No. Well, Greg, they've been doing some nighttime ops.
Alpha 2 Hotel Tango, where to go? Yeah, we're coming around for a drop there. The smoke is cleared low.
Oh, telephone's a checkpoint on the 50 for aircraft. Thanks. Trying to get the new map. It's having a long time to load. There we go. Why is it called telephone? That's my favorite Lady Gaga parody. Banana phone. So Lady Gaga has a...
You can go ahead and head back in, look for 7 Bravo Sierra. They're coming out for relief.
Oh no. They're getting smoked out.
Get a hold of us at telephone.
So this is today's map, and it shows incomplete dozer line. gray X's. They did complete some handline, which is with using shovels and stuff. Right there. Their line is complete over here, but not here. That would be the difficulty in holding it. And I can see why. I mean, how do you bulldoze granite?
Mark road or something for the spot. You want do you have any flagging or anything?
Yeah, the guardships are out here by Silver Dip, but
Yeah, yes, sir. We only have about 15 more minutes on station, but are there any other targets we can hit out here that aren't covered in the smoke that we can help out a little bit with?
I don't think so. I think we've got too much smoke and a little too much congestion for my liking.
oh,
Yeah, copy. Same here.
they're leaving. Ah. They had 6.
Air attack 1 Bravo Hotel, TFR, return back to Alpine.
Affirmative.
Yeah, copy.
This is Bravo Hotel returning to Alpine. Oof. At least they did a little bit of work. Okay. Yeah, there's only 2 Chinooks that have been doing night ops, and they've worked the Caldor frequently. They went down to the French fire too. Every time they get the opportunity, they are working all night. That's why the south area by Omo Ranch and such is so secure. A lot of it was their doing. Well, dang. So, that sucks. Let me make sure that Sarah knows that. Okay, copter's leaving. I think air attack might linger to look around and make sure the ground crews are safe. I don't know how long air attack will be around. That's this Aero Commander here.
Nice work. Good. That's good. That's good, Craig.
Oh man, that is a bummer. So that'll be a thing to look out for and listen for tonight. That's a little more sketchy than we thought it would be today. At least I don't see a new hotspot. We don't really have a way to look at what's going on. Big Springs is the nearest cam. If, was it Haskett? Hawkins Peak, if that would look that way, it might work, but you can see, like, the smoke that they're dealing with. Let's do a time lapse. Lake Springs will go into infrared, probably. We might see something in the distance, but it'll just be like a white glow. The Aero Commanders are FS. What's FS? Yeah, Dusty's saying at least the few cams we're seeing don't show a pyro cloud or anything.
44,
Paul Lake, Tragedy Springs, the fire's trying to push over 88 where they have incomplete lines. So they just cleared 6 helicopters in, most of them Type 1s, or all of them, and they just went home because smoke is too bad. That's our current view of the area. You can see why. Oh, Forest Service. Yeah, but isn't he air attack? Like, isn't that his title? Or is he a scout?
Hey,
Or...
want to drop the last time? 4454, 73 uniform, back.
I mean, what's his title if he directs the traffic around here and calls the shots? Is air attack just Cal Fire, or I'm getting confused? Oh crap, we are running on 11 hours and 31 minutes of the stream. Within half an hour we've got to restart. You operate their own? Okay. Let's wait a little bit. Okay, thanks. McHottie? What? Greg Powell says cost of modification downtime for the airframe. Yeah, the 160th SLR, MH47s, and MH60s all have FLIR. I want FLIR. They make FLIR for the cell phone now, but I want super FLIR. Like if I go in cover fires, I'm getting a FLIR. They should get FLIR. I mean, you can buy it on Amazon now.
What, you want another one?
I know they need special training, and so they wouldn't equip helicopters without some other serious modifications, but you know what I mean. It just seems like all aircraft should have that to see a lot of stuff that's usually invisible. A FLIR T540, only $16,000. That's what I need. It's free shipping because it's an order over $25. Diagnose potential faults in industrial, electrical, and mechanical systems. Discover temperature anomalies with R&D testing with the 464 by 348 resolution FLIR T540. This portable, ergonomic, economical thermal camera offers advanced features like one-touch level span and continuous laser-assisted autofocus, making it the perfect non-construct diagnostic tool for condition monitoring and research applications. Streamline electrical and mechanical surveys. Troubleshoot, repairs, and inspection route mode with run pre-planned routes created in the FLIR Thermal Studio Pro. But it requires the Route Creator plugin. So users can record temperature data, imagery, and logical sequence. The built-in macro mode allows R&D users to quickly switch from wide angle to close-up analysis without changing the lens. Coupled with Research Studio software, the T540 gives engineers unparalleled access to unexpected hotspots to find and design and seek out potential design flaws. The purchase of the T540 camera includes a 3-month subscription to FLIR Thermal Studio and the FLIR Route Creator. Boom. I need it. Cha-ching! Oh, that's just a nice one. They've got stuff for like $200. Yeah, but this one's $399.99. It's a camera on a stick, but it's so cool. I think I'll get it. Yeah, look at the smoke. Look at that. look what the Dixie made today. Ugh. Very nice. Toys are the best. Yeah. Oh, that was Bigfoot. I think. Yeah, I've got one of the FTP sites. Was this one? This was one of them. You know what they do if they don't have FLIR, the ground crews, when they're looking for hot spots in the ash? They take their glove off and stick it in the ash. They stick their hand in it to test if it's hot. Oh. Yeah, I know about the extra training. It's super elite, comprehensive, the world's most dangerous flying, probably. I mean, there's very few other situations I could think of that would be more dangerous. I mean, that's a lot of training and drill and complication. But what I'm saying is that aircraft in general should probably have that so they can see more than usual.
And West Elko, 509 on West Rotor. 509 West Elko. Check, we'll flip to TFR. Have a good night.
It's called cold trailing. Rake and then lower your hand over it. North Portola shows a column building on the Dixie. Oh, please don't say that. Okay, let's look.
Pretty Alpha, coming at ya.
That guy's awesome.
I'm going to find a truck with the lights on, and I'm going to drop adjacent to it on the north side of the road.
Cool. Groovy, man. Let's do a 12-hour time lapse on Portola. Dusty Smoke Boss always told us, use the back of your hand. If you burn that, you can still work, but burn your palm and you're gone. What? Oh. I could tell you about the time my sister fell in a fire, but it would freak everybody out. We thought it was a cold campfire, and she started screaming. I think she was 3 years old. I only had an indication that something was wrong when I ran at her because I saw my Fisher-Price radio, cassette tape player thing that we had was in the fire and it was melting, like in the fire pit. Well, you know, it's been trying to form these things all day. It, like, started to form them and then collapsed, and started to form them and collapsed on multiple spots. I can see, though, what you mean by the last hour. So let's check out the last hour. Portola. Aircraft have been off it for a long time. Exactly, Bree. This is where environmental policy comes in. Create a non-military division to combat wildfires, which is woefully inadequate, as we can see. Yep. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, I bet, Greg. You know what? I forgot to finish the story about what happened to JFK Jr. So, the best documentary I've ever seen.
You're the recon ship by Echo. Stay again your departure path or returning to Placerville.
Oh, they're gone.
recovering to South Lake Tahoe. Copy, sir. Call me landing assured South Lake.
Malcolm and others are so right that usually it's a moment's...
I'll consider you out of the TFR. Thanks.
It's a moment's lapse of inattention that can really just mean the difference between life and death, especially in the air. It's just a little mistake that somebody gets fixated on. They lose situational awareness. So with the JFK Jr. crash, this really good documentary on YouTube is explaining how he programs.
Sir, thanks for your help. Stay on this until you get telephone check. Call me telephone check, and when you have contact with possible. Telephone check.
So he was flying later in the evening after some delays, and so he didn't have very good visual, and it deteriorated. So he's over the bay, and he had programmed earlier in the flight.
Next looks here at the end of the day. How's it going?
Pretty good. I copied 841s out to Reno and 7-3 uniforms back to Placerville.
Firm 2 remaining, 48 Yankee, 9 Romeo Hotel.
Yep, that's what I got on my knee board too. Still got the 4 guard ships working over here in Papa November.
And the request from Elevate this morning was to have all rotors on the deck by 1945. I'm not sure. Those guys they're probably getting pretty close, right? Going back to Maven.
Yeah, they're going to be out of here soon, it sounds like.
Yeah, it's really bad over water. Yeah. Smitty says we don't have the usual ground observers in Portola area tonight. Yeah. Yeah, just like that recent crash, the Kobe Bryant thing, which was just a shocker. Oh, that. I'm confused. Why did they just say everybody's going home, and then they said there were 4 National Guard units still here at Papa November? Isn't that where Silver Lake is? Yeah. Anyway, so the JFK Jr. crash, he programs the wrong frequency into his radio and thinks that as soon as he gets close enough to his destination, he's going to start hearing it. And so when he does near the destination, he forgets to do one crucial thing. He looks down, he's like, why am I not hearing that? He has spatial disorientation because he can't see the horizon. Night has fallen, it's muggy and bad, and he can't really see anything. He's kind of a new pilot. He's got good training and all that, but he's also distracted by probably the pain of having a broken leg and a cast. And he looks down. He's troubleshooting the radio. He's looking at his notebook and looking at this stuff, and too much time is going by. And then he realizes, oh yeah, it's not an 8, it's a 6 or something similar like that. He puts it in. He's like, yeah. And that's when he realizes he's running low on gas on one of his tanks. So he flips that switch to go to his other one. Where are the gas tanks? They're in the wings. Depleting one, he's now switching to another one. And he has waited. He has an unbalanced airplane now. He gets spatially disoriented, and it starts dragging down on that wing. So he is trying to figure out what's going on with his flight, and he's pitching, and he thinks that he's turning to the left and pitching to the left, excuse me. He's actually pitching to the right. He's disoriented. So what does he do? He tries to correct, and he steers more to the right, almost goes inverted and nosedives into the bay because it's uncorrectable at that point. Which happens really fast. Just, yeah, trust your damn instruments, not the way your body feels, and that's a horrible thing. Like your instinct, you feel like you are falling to the right, but you are falling to the left, and you have to look at your instrument and do the exact opposite of what your body feels. It's hard to overcome that. Yeah, he got visually fixated. Just Beep, beep, beep. What is this? Beep, beep, beep.
To the day after the visibility improved, break. All your slings finally made it out. Maybe not in the order you wanted, but I believe they're all on the ground. It looks like the bucket ship has filled up your pumpkins up at Sling 2. And we just...
Let's look at here.
From Blue Peak all to Bloodsucker Lake, break. Yeah, I see any real noticeable change in fire behavior.
What? Keep talking. What change? What change in fire behavior? Did he say no noticeable, or did he say a noticeable change? Ow. Yeah, he didn't... I don't know if it was cockiness or exactly. Did the kinder look at his personality and what people were saying about him who were close to him were saying that he didn't think the weather would deteriorate that quickly. He thought he'd be done with his flight, and it kind of snuck up, and it was a bad choice. But
all that stuff, if you were looking at Blue Mountain and then you brought your eyes to smoke to the east, late in the day, low angle of the sun, all that, it's moderated quite a bit. And I'm not seeing anything, I think, that would threaten on the ground right now, on the fire's edge.
Oh, thanks, Steve Mapes. I'm glad I did that a little bit of justice.
Enjoy your off day, Helco.
That was an awesome documentary, and I wish I could dig it up. It's somewhat recent, and it was an expert's. You know, he goes in a flight simulator and kind of shows things, like kind of from his perspective. Somewhat new. Do you guys want me to try to find it? What John Denver did it as well. Tell me about that, because I have no idea about what happened to John Denver. Yeah. I wanted to be a pilot, like early on. My dad, being in the Air Force, programming the FSAR-71's flight simulator, and I had a lot of looking up to him and kind of wanted to be in the Air Force. But you know what? I get so plane sick. I can make myself car sick driving sometimes. Like, you need to be sharp. You can't be distracted by anything.
Just by the cabin up here?
It's called Get Home-itis. Yeah. It's a strange thing psychologically. The more you're late and you're thinking, okay, I gotta leave now. Once the moment of no return is past, you still might seize it thinking, well, I'll make it somehow. Yeah, get there tomorrow. Better to get there tomorrow than not at all. Yeah.
1675 to Hotel Tango. Where are you?
It's like all the volcano photographers. You have to come home. Why would you die for the shot when the film in your camera is going to melt?
I'm headed there now.
Same thing for fire photographers. Your SD cards are going to melt. Don't die for the shot. The underwater photographers, you'll see another fish. Look at your oxygen, your air, gauge. Let's look at the. Let's make sure this is right. It's about the time when craft go home, and we're at 11 hours and 50 minutes on the stream. So I'm going to restart the stream. And it just takes a moment. I'm so sorry, 112 people in here looking, but anything over 12 hours is not saved by YouTube. So I'll read what you guys just put in chat. I'm not going anywhere, but I have to restart it. It's going to kick everybody out. And so what you should do on all YouTube channels is if you go to the channel page, like for example this Percy Faith song, you know, click this, which is my name down here. You go to my channel page, you'll see when I'm live, or hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell, and that will let you know whenever I go live on most devices. Hit the like button, please, if you could, to help me have a trending channel. That means that I find other people, people find my channel. I'm going to read real quick what you guys just said. John Denver was flying a home-built Long Easy, was not real familiar with it, had the fuel selector behind him, and believed vice grips were used to turn it. Oh my god. And I believe vice grips had to be used to turn it. Yeah, the show's called Mayday. That's an awesome one. Air crash investigation. I'm addicted to that show. And so took off for a short flight, had minimal fuel. Shortly after takeoff, went to the selector and lost control. At least that's what I remember. Oh man. Yeah. Okay, so I'm restarting the stream. This is really just going to take me like 35 seconds or whatever, but go ahead and click here where my name is, and you'll just refresh the page, and you're going to see my new stream. Sorry, guys. See you on the flip side. Be right back. If you're not coming back, coming back, then good night.